All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is July 1st, 2026, the beginning of a new month. And like I told you, we are starting with some fireworks. Not only do we have Kevin Warsh, he is literally right around the corner. That is why I am starting it a little bit early today so we could all get our listen in before the bell. I don't know how long it's going to take. We could talk a little bit about the expectations, but the big news was Meta. So just a couple of minutes ago, they announced that they are going to start leasing some of their excess compute, and it ripped this stock almost 10%. I think it's around 8 right now, but then a lot of the other hyperscalers are moving. The idea of rewarding the cost cutters, again now, Meta turning to a seller instead of a buyer, that's very interesting. But yeah, chips started to go down. They were actually holding up even though Asia was a little bit weaker. And now, my friends, we see what happens on the first move, and then again, whether we're going to play this Mag 7 back and forth, how it's all going to play out. I think we got a little taste of it here with Meta. So a lot of reactions after Mr. Kevin Warsh today. As long as he does not give you a Jackson Hole moment, then we shouldn't really have too much to worry about. And then again, as long as he doesn't really destroy anything, I think it's going to be a nice little chill moment after that. And then we start getting ready for all of the catalyst earnings and all of that good stuff. So, Chatadonia! Good morning. How are ya? Are you guys ready? Oh, what up, Inquisition? Farmer Blue, good morning. Swappy, Shasta, Dirty Bud, how are you, brother? Good morning. What up, George? Kurt, the Straw Tar, PSC, Cool Potato, Tip Size Mattress. A good day start. Uguay, Sintra, Mr. Mullen, Hal, Curtis, Zeke, Nuts and Colts, Humble Business. What's up, baby? Good morning, Diverion. Good morning, Bruno, Hibachi, Double Glacken, Tyree. Oh, the Swaffy, KZ, Proof, Legal. What's up, baby? What up, Trading? What up, QX? What up, Elliot? El Del Monte. Oh, what's up? What up, El Trapato, Gio, Alex, Malcolm, Tyler, Yuli. I'm seeing y'all with the delay. I know, baby. But we here. So, Chatadonia. Oh, Romeo. Good morning. I hope you guys are ready. So, yeah, this is going to start any minute now. It was supposed to begin here at 7. So, what we could do, because I don't know. I hope it doesn't get in the way of the pledge. We could either do the pledge very early, but I do have the morning headlines. So, let's run through some of those. Until this starts to play, I will pause it, and then, yeah, I still have the pre-market movers, everything else. It's just going to be a matter of what we get down to. I still even have a document, and actually, I might even start with the document now that I think about it, because this might just kind of sum everything up here real quick. And like I'm telling you, I mean, dude, are you guys ready for today? Because this is what I was saying last night, essentially. Let's get this up for all of y'all. Vibes, baby. It's all about vibes, and let's be hippies today. Yeah, dude. Oh, dude, no expectations, bro. Just vibe, dude. Just vibe. That's what I'm going to be a hippie today. So I'm not expecting anything from Kevin Warsh. I'm not like it's going to be like a dud, not like nothing's going to happen, but like just don't get boxed in. It's very important. This meeting today is very important, but it's not because you're going to get an immediate response. Like we've been talking about, it's a brand new Fed. There's a lot coming out. That statement changed last time. Mr. Kevin Warsh and his reforms, they're real. Again, we joke about these task forces, but yeah, you're going to actually be getting those very soon. It's going to become a real thing. So we don't really know how to read this new Fed chair. You have to read the Fed chair. Then you have to read what the market is interpreting of the Fed chair. So that's why I'm saying I would come into today fresh, although I'm not really expecting much. I don't really have an expectation. All I care about is whether or not it turns into a Jackson hole. And like I'm saying, we might not even know what that looks like, but just keep your eyes out for it, and we'll hear and listen to what he says. But I would be flexible. Other than that, the Meta data center news, that was bad for the Neo Cloud. Again, it's even hitting the broader chips, but right off the bat, the algos, they sold all of that off. So this is going to cause a little bit of that rotation dynamic. And then there was a bunch of software upgrades and Microsoft layoffs in the morning. So just a quick little rundown. Keep that in mind. It still hasn't started, even though it's 7:02. Kevin, are you late, Kevin? Is Kevin going to start late? Kevin was on time last time. But yeah, here's Josh AI with the news. Corporate Nike sales continue to decline as China weakness persists, flags subdued operating environment, Bloomberg FT. Microsoft to announce job cuts affecting 2.5% of workforce, continuing cost-cutting efforts, Business Insider. Tesla registrations rose in Europe in June, more than doubling in France and jumping 39% Denmark, 56% Sweden, Reuters.
Europe is
French
navigating
container shipping
an
group
increasingly
CMA
uncertain
CGM
economic
nearing
environment.
by
Much
FedEx's
of it
third-party
shaped by
logistics.
forces
Why we gotta start with the
beyond our
Christine
borders.
Lagarde commercial?
These forces test our growth model, our resilience, and our stability.
Come on, give us Kevin.
At the same time, new technologies are reshaping our economies. Innovation, not to mention AI, is becoming central to global growth. These are the main questions we will address at the ECB Forum in Sintra.
Okay, I'm gonna let the news play while they
Business for
commercial you.
$1.4 billion. FT. Paramount offers remedies in an EU filing to address competition concerns over its $110 billion Warner Brothers acquisition, Reuters. Dish files bankruptcy to execute agreement with creditors to pay off $9 billion in debt, FT. Getty ends planned merger with Shutterstock after UK regulator required divesting Shutterstock's editorial business.
The members of our next panel must translate analysis into decisions that affect hundreds of millions of people. I am delighted to welcome to the stage Andrew Bailey, Governor of the Bank of England, Tiff Macklem, Head of the Bank of Canada, Christine Lagarde, President of the European Central Bank, and Kevin Warsh, Chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve. The panel will be expertly moderated by Sarah Eisen, anchor at CNBC. Sarah, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you to President Lagarde and to the ECB for having me back here. It's an amazing tradition and one of the highlights of my year and my career, and way more fun than watching you guys on your respective press conferences. So this is going to be fun. And I'm excited because I'm hoping we can have a good debate about divergence in policy and approaches. And maybe with that, President Lagarde, I'll kick it off with you because you're the only one up here to have raised interest rates in response to the Middle East oil shock. Are you going to do it again? This year? Sorry. No, why did you do that?
Well, we did it because we had the perfect monetary policy circumstances to do so. And, when you have your inflation outlook up, your core inflation up, when you have the underlying inflation indicating that it's also trending up as well, and that you're only going back to your 2% target at the end of 28, with a number of things happening in our inflation outlook, which includes, the market expectations in particular. You have the obvious decision, and it was so obvious that we had a unanimity decision within the board of the board of the governing council.
But seriously, how will you decide whether you keep going? Because you're still above target.
What we decided to do is way back to give up on forward guidance, okay? And personally, and I've said that publicly, if I have one regret, it's to have felt bound and compelled by forward guidance. So
she low-key
I think
setting
what
the
we
stage
do
up
is
for
now
Kevin.
also informing
Again, she's
market
even talking less
participants,
forward guidance.
informing financial experts from all walks of life about how we come to our monetary policy stance.
This just
And I
started.
have
Kevin
called
Warsh
it
is not
forward
spoke
guidance,
yet.
but framework guidance, so that those interested in how we come up to a particular decision appreciate what we take into account, what intellectual process we go through, what indicators we are particularly attentive to, so that, of course, they have to do a little bit more work themselves. It's not forward guidance blindly and you just assume that it's going to be what had been calibrated as forward guidance. They will have to do a bit of homework. They will have to look at the indicators that we're attentive to. They will have to appreciate our intellectual process and what we are especially attentive to. And that includes, if I go through what we did on the 11th of June, we looked at the inflation outlook, taking into account all the latest economic and financial data, with risks part of our assessment as well. And that's, recent development, as you know. We looked at underlying inflation, various set of indicators, and we looked at the transmission of monetary policy. So it's taking all that into account in the context of a supply shock that led us to the decision that we made.
Speaking of not liking forward guidance, which is going to make this job so much harder for me, this panel.
South Korea discriminated
Chairman
against
Warsh,
Kupang. House
we
panel,
have inflation
CNBC.
in the U.S. that is higher than Europe's and farther away from our target. So why are we not raising interest rates?
I was hoping you were asking me about forward guidance.
We'll get there.
Kevin.
Because you have so much to say there too, right?
So we have found common cause. It's
cause.
what President Lagarde said. I liked her when we
chat.
met 20 years ago when she was finance minister. After that answer, I love her. Reform does not stop at the water's edge. What I found most exhilarating about the last 2 days here is the kind of discussions that we've begun at the Federal Reserve has a lot of people at this conference open-minded, keen to think anew about the conduct of monetary policy. And President Lagarde's answer on forward guidance, I couldn't have said it better myself.
Okay.
We're going to chart a new course so that we can make
Okay,
better
so starting
decisions
strong
and do
with the
right
reform.
thing. And so my few days here have been incredibly rewarding on that. On the broad conduct of policy, at my press conference, I said, I'm not going to give forward guidance because we're meeting in 6 weeks, but I have an update for you. We're meeting in 4 weeks.
Helpful.
Okay, so
so
yeah,
is
he's not
July
saying
on the
shit.
table for a rate hike?
So
That was his time to
Sarah
correct the
is
record. He did
trying
not
to get me
hammer
to
it
break
down. He
this
just said 4
rule.
times.
She's going to fail. There's a lot of data that we received in that meeting. I see many of my FOMC colleagues here in Sintra. I take their views very seriously. I want us to have a good family fight when we meet in 4 weeks. There's a lot of late-breaking news on a series of these things. And when we get into that room and shut the door, we're going to have a good debate. But I don't have much more for you than that.
Okay,
Yeah, he's
we'll
not-
get back
he
to
might
that.
not say shit
I have
to you.
more questions for you. Governor Bailey, you did
Yeah,
not
he had a chance to
raise
correct
interest rates, even though your
hawkish vibe from
inflation
last
is
time,
above
and he
target.
just
But
said
there
4
are members
weeks
of your
instead of
committee that
6.
want to raise interest rates. So why are you holding back?
That's your update.
So, I mean, like Kevin and Christine, we all spend a great deal of time looking at the substance of the evidence. And I think an important piece of the substance of the evidence for us is that we've got a softening economy. So we're seeing a softening labour market, we're seeing some softening of activity. Yeah, we think we've got a bit of an output gap opening up, and we had that before the hostility broke out in the Gulf. So that's the contextual setting. I mean, because we're very focused on the risks of pass-through of the energy prices to the indirect effects and things like food prices and the second round effects. And we don't obviously want it to become embedded. It is very frustrating. I was very much of the view that we were going to have inflation back at the 2.0 targets, in the late spring. Everything I've seen actually since tends to confirm me in that previous view. It's obviously not there because of the effects in the Gulf. But the decision not to raise rates for me was based on, reading, the evidence of a softening economy. And then a second thing, and this is probably where we're in a little bit of a different position from the ECB to start with, because it's the sort of the adage, where you get to depends on where you start. There was an expectation that we would cut rates this year. That's not unreasonable in the context of the softening economy. Yeah, that was off the table in March, and it's off the table at the moment. So, that was the context for me that I think we had some time, because by taking that sort of, in a sense, that loosening off the table, the mortgage rate went up 1%. So you can argue that we've actually tightened policy in the period since the conflict broke out. But like, Kevin and Christine, we review it every meeting. So we've got a meeting coming up at the end of July, and we will be looking at all the evidence again then. So we return to it.
Yeah, the weakening economy, though, it sounds like, are you more worried about that than the higher inflation?
Well, I'm not going to give you any prediction as to what we will do. I think, obviously, the thing that has happened is that energy prices have come down quite substantially. They're still a bit above where they were pre-conflict, but they've come down. But the other thing you have to be a bit careful with in the UK is that we have a delayed reaction mechanism to energy prices because of the way our household energy price cap system works. So I always say, it's appropriate at the moment to borrow a soccer analogy. we always look, I'm afraid we always look a bit better in the first half than we do in the second half.
I'm proud that you used the word soccer. Now that the World Cup is in the US, everyone's talking soccer. Governor Macklem, your inflation rate for May was 3.2%. It was above your range for the first time in a long time, but you have not really spoken about raising interest rates. Are you comfortable where you are?
Well, we left our policy rate unchanged last time, so yes, I guess we're comfortable where we are. Look, on the...
Going forward, without forward guidance.
No forward guidance. What's interesting is we're all facing pretty similar shocks, but we all start from slightly different places, and we have different proximities or different exposures to these shocks. And the benefit of our frameworks with flexible exchange rates is we can direct policy for what we need in our country. So yeah, you're going to see some differences. In Canada, like the UK, the economy's soft. Economy's growing, but it's been weak. There's excess supply. The labor market, there's some slack in the labor market. But yes, inflation is clearly above the target, 3.2% in May. That's a dilemma for monetary policy. If we raise rates to pull inflation down, it's going to weaken the economy further. And if inflation comes down quickly, we're going to regret that we did that. On the other hand, if we cut rates, support growth, there's a risk that the rise of inflation becomes more persistent. So, when we looked at it, we're sort of we think, our range for neutral is sort of 225 to 325 or 225. So we're kind of at the bottom end of our neutral range, providing a little bit of support, but we think it's about the right level to keep inflation contained. The other thing I would say though is, and this gets a bit back to your forward guidance question, we got to be humble. There's a lot of uncertainty out there. Those risks could shift quickly. And the other part of our message is, if the situation changes, we're prepared to take action.
Do you think, Chairman Warsh, that the inflationary spark that everyone's seeing and feeling is a temporary phenomenon as a result of the rise of energy prices, which have already started reversing pretty sharply?
Does temporary sound like transitory? Is that what you were trying to sneak in?
Yes. Is it transitory?
So I'll build on what Governor Macklem just said. By the way, the four of us all served together in the global financial crisis in different roles. So I would say for us to be back on this stage in this circumstance is great, and they've been incredibly warm to me. President Lagarde has sort of welcomed and encouraged these sorts of new ideas that we've talked about at the Federal Reserve on these series of task forces. And Sarah, my hope is that the results of these can be a public good. If we make progress in thinking about the effect of productivity, the effect of data, new inflation frameworks, this is something we can all borrow and use from. The other thing I'll add is that monetary policy spills over from one of our economies to the other, and it spills back. I think the way Governor Macklem said it right, which is we're all being hit by a series of shocks. In the US, the AI shock is leading to a boom in capital expenditures. We see that first and foremost in demand, but I'm confident we're going to see it in supply at some point. So we're spending most of our time trying to monitor those developments.
Is it inflationary?
Well, in the near term, we can observe it on the demand side, but it's up to the central bank to decide whether it's inflationary.
That's why I'm asking.
Whether, in fact, it finds its way into a broader set of goods. I don't have any news for you on that, but I would certainly rather be in a position where we have two things, where we recommit, the way I know my colleagues have, to deliver price stability. And the other piece that I'll take note of, which shows some difference, I think, among our nations, is the AI boom is showing itself first and very prominently in the United States. I'd certainly rather have this problem, where we have massive capital expenditures, instead of thinking years back where we had financial engineering, where we had companies that weren't able to deliver profits, so they would do shareholder buybacks. Well, right now they're investing in the future because their expectation is the supply side of the economy will expand. And if it does, that has huge implications for monetary policy. But again, I'm not gonna make a judgment now. We'll meet again in 4 weeks. But this is as exciting a time and also as a consequential a time to be a central banker that I can think of at any point, maybe outside of a crisis in my adult lifetime.
President Lagarde, how do you...
Can I pick up on a point that my friend Kevin made. It's the speed at which things change, and that is clearly accelerated by AI. And I think in that context, we have to be open to new measurements, new ways of thinking, new tools that help us and assist in making the right decisions. So I think in that context, the use of scenarios, for instance, that we have now really nailed down with milder, severe, and adverse scenario to make sure that our decisions, are solid and robust across scenarios. The fact that we're incorporating risk into our assessment of inflation. And I think risks, by the way, that we have to the upside on inflation and to the downside of growth are probably more broadly balanced than they were a few weeks ago as a result of what we're seeing, which happens at speed. If you look at how fast the price of oil, spot price granted, has moved down, $72 a barrel now, when it was 120 back in March. These are changes that are just so accelerated that we have to be prepared to measure differently and more accurately using AI, for instance.
How do you make sure Europe doesn't get left behind on AI? I know it's not necessarily the job of the central banker.
It's not the central bank governor's question in a way.
I know you probably have thoughts.
No, I'll tell you something. One, I think that we have to consider that as a transformational technology breakthrough and diffusion and material technology. It needs to be analyzed from our perspective, both in terms of how much capex is going in that particular domain, what impact it will have, how fast will it develop, how will it diffuse, how will we reorganize the way in which we conduct work, including at our central banks, by the way, to really appreciate what impact it will have on productivity. But if it delivers the productivity expectation that we have, then it is going to be a radical change going forward. And we need to, of course, from our perspective as central bankers, we need to measure the disinflationary, inflationary impact it will have over the course of time. And it might be disinflationary first and inflationary second, or probably more so the other way around. But it all needs to take into account. Now, I take your point about Europe lagging behind in terms of investment and the frontier companies that are leading the game at the moment. But I think that we are all sort of hostage to each other, if I may say, because we need those frontier companies, but they need the market. When you represent 25% of the revenues of many of those hyperscalers, we need each other. We are in this game together. At which end of the spectrum, at which set of the supply chain to be determined?
No,
I'm
not talking. I'm just putting this up here. We're about to begin.
But we depend on each other.
You got a little conflict of interest.
We can't dispense of the
timing,
of them,
scheduling.
And they can't dispense of the revenue source that we constitute.
So yeah, I'm gonna put up the pre-market
so we're in
movers.
This together.
We begin in 10 minutes, my
Governor
friends.
Malcolm, how's it impacting Canada? Do you get the tailwind from the boom in the U.S., or are you still dealing with too big of a headwinds from trade, for instance?
Well, look, trade does continue to be a headwind. I mentioned the economy is soft. You certainly see the impact of U.S. tariffs on our exports. I think, coming back to investment, I think we get both some tailwind, but we also get a lot of competitive pressure from the U.S. The U.S. is investing in a very big way, and our economies are very integrated. We have a very integrated business model in North America. That's why trade uncertainty is impacting Canada. It also means, though, Canadian firms are going to have to be competitive. I mean, what you see on AI, it's very interesting talking to companies. So, you survey companies, you ask them, are you using AI? Yeah, like almost everybody's using AI. But then you say, okay, have you, materially changed a whole production process and made it embedded AI? That's a much smaller number. That's something like 10-15% depending. So it does show that there's a lot of potential there. Whether it's inflationary or disinflationary, I think looking out ultimately, I mean, there's so many good reasons why this is a general purpose technology. And one of the things I picked up over the last couple of days is, well, actually it could be even bigger than that. If it actually accelerates the process of innovation, of discovery itself, it could be even bigger. But when exactly that arrives, when those disinflationary kick in, I think is a very open question. That's another one of those things we need to be humble about. In the near term, we are starting to see some pressures. You can see it. You mentioned our May CPI number. If you look at computers, up 10%. How's that going to feed through the supply chain? I mean, those are the sort of things we're going to need to keep an eye on.
Yeah, memory chips are a big deal. There's the inflation question, Governor Bailey, there's also the jobs question. And I know it's early and we don't exactly know, but do you think of AI at this point as a job killer or job creator?
Well, I think the jury's out on that question. I mean, if you look at look at history, and you look at, Tiff's just been referring to general purpose technology innovation, and you've seen waves of general purpose technology innovation over history. And they've actually had different patterns in terms of their impact on employment. So you can't generalize to start with. There are some channels which will create jobs. There are channels which will destroy jobs. There will be channels which will substitute jobs. Two things matter here. One is what the mix of those channels is, and I say it has differed. Now, I do think, this is not a central bank point, this is much more of a broader public policy point. I do think we have choices in terms of public policy, mixes that we adopt on that front, particularly in things like skills and training. And the second point I would make is, because again this comes strongly through from looking at the past, is that the length of time it takes these effects to come through. I said there's more than one labour market effect. The length of time it takes for each of those effects to come through, and therefore what the mix will be over time differs over time. Now again,
screw the ECB, bro. Shout out to the vets. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the singing of the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send the digits! Oh, Chatadonia! It's not even Friday, but it feels like it. Back to your regularly scheduled programming. Shout out to the veterans, baby. I love you, and thank you for all of our freedom, and I hope none of y'all ever forget. Now back to the Europeans. Ugh. Oh, Kevin.
My speculation is 6 months from now, the surveys will be saying quite the opposite. The United States is likely to be a big winner over the medium term in this.
They said this last time.
I don't say this from a parochial
All right, man, 5 minutes,
perspective.
4 minutes.
The U.S. is
watch
not afraid
cybersecurity,
of
Sentinel,
productivity-led
Rubric,
economic
Microsoft,
growth,
IGV.
but we
Again,
don't
a lot
view
of
the
software
economics of this as
upgrades.
zero
Watch
sum.
the banks ahead of
We aren't
earnings.
rooting for
Klarna
another
got the money
country
from
to
Google.
fail. We're rooting
Ample
for
got an
economic
upgrade.
growth to
Then
be broad-based.
FMC, they're up
It's good for
10%.
the
I forgot
United
the headline. And then
States.
Meta
It'll
and
make all of our
Iron
jobs
off of all
easier.
of this data center renting news.
On your question of jobs, I will go back to good Econ 1. It's called the lump of labor fallacy for a reason. Who knew when the internet was born that the internet was going to create 1.5 million jobs as Uber drivers? We are in the first or second inning of this revolution. This is a big paradigm shift, both for the conduct of our policy and for our economies. I think the jobs will be greater, prosperity will be stronger. The question, as one of my colleagues raised, is timing. And we have to take that timing very seriously. We have, at least in the United States, a dual mandate, and we have to deliver both on the employment side and on the stable price side. So we'll be monitoring the speed of it. But if you wanted me to sound like a pessimist and a doomer on this, I'm afraid I'm not there.
If I could just come back on one other point on this whole area. The other big issue is financial stability. And this is a very big, a big development in terms of frontier AI. And what we do need to see, and I think this is pressing now, is that we work together to have solid and robust arrangements for introducing these models, so that we can take risks out as best we can where they are created. But they're always there, but they're brought to the
Microsoft
surface,
layoff
if you
news
like,
helped.
by
And
these
again,
models.
chips
That is a
dumping
very
on this
pressing
meta
issue
news
that
is
I
also
think we have
helping
stronger
software as well.
coordination
There's a bunch of software upgrades in the
of that
morning.
process.
President Lagarde.
And on that vein, I completely agree with Andrew on that, but I celebrate the fact that apparently tomorrow the US and the EU authorities are going to get together and sit down and decide the terms under this will best be deployed for the safety of all of us. So that's a really good development.
I did want to bring it back to economic growth for a moment, President Lagarde, because, and I've asked you this for a few years in a row now, and you've always pushed back and have been right.
Okay, I'll push back again.
The stagflation question, and whether Europe is facing stagflation.
Okay, well, then I'll repeat what I've said before. Stagflation is a concept of the 70s in circumstances
Meta
that are
said
not
that they're looking to
those days.
rent
We are
excess
currently
capacity
at
on their
almost
data centers.
lowest
So
historical
pretty much now,
levels
instead of spending money on data
unemployment.
centers, they're going to start selling them,
Employment participation continues
which is good.
growing.
That's
There
why
will
it's
be
up
different
10%. It's
jobs.
actually breaking into a high if you're going to
Previous
get into the
questions.
open.
But employment is
So yeah, literally, the one day of
continuing
Meta is
to,
made up
to
like
grow.
the last like week or so of losses.
And
So we'll see how that continues throughout. Again, Kevin
Kevin
hasn't said much today. There was one little pop there as he was kind of reiterating some of the other stuff. But again, this wait and see approach, like we said, he's not in a box just yet.
Get out of the bottle and inflation move up. We will take the
Your
necessary
long term,
steps,
woo!
and we have.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, I mean, the
So I'm
employment
talking about
story
it.
has
Good
been a
morning,
positive
Chad.
one for
These
Europe,
guys
for
got in the
US
way of
as
our
well. I mean,
schedule,
we've seen
but
really
we have less than or about
resilient
just
labor
over a minute
market.
till the bell.
Chairman Warsh,
So
how do you
lock and
interpret
loaded,
the recent
baby.
data
And
points
good
on
morning.
the labor side of your mandate?
So when we met 2 weeks ago, I think the way we as a committee described the labor side of the mandate is we said labor markets are steady. We said the demand side of the economy was solid. And we said the supply side of the economy,
Yes, I
especially
think Lagarde
CapEx
believes
and
you can't have
productivity.
stagflation when
Again,
you're
this is
doing
before we see the fruits of
quantitative
AI. We said that was strong. I don't want
the
to
demand. How
sound
could
like a
you
Wall
ever have
Street
the stag?
newsletter and update that with recent
less than a
events
minute.
because we follow trends. And I'll reinforce something that President Lagarde just said. We're all in the price stability business. That might not be our only business, but if there was a common thing I heard over the last couple of days, it was open-mindedness on these questions of AI, open-mindedness on productivity. But we've all looked around and we've seen that prices are too high, and I don't think I'm the only one on this stage that's recommitted to deliver price stability.
So the market was right to interpret your first news conference as hawkish.
She's asking
Nice
again.
try.
Yeah, I'm not. I've just gotten advice from my senior statesman on this group not to do that. But I'll say this:
So they told him not to say
expectations of
anything?
inflation over the
3,
first 4
2,
months,
1.
first 4 weeks of this period, they've come down.
Round.
Inflation risks have come down. Again, in our business, we don't want to over-determine things. But if there were people in household or the business sector and the financial markets who thought that this central bank was going to be comfortable with an inflation objective above 2%, well, I guess they'd be disappointed. We're going to deliver price stability in the US. That's what this committee has signed up to do.
Good.
And our objective is to do that. The tactics, the strategy,
I
and the
just
rest,
scammed a one
that's still
center,
to
so
come.
don't.
No matter what the
trip on
president
this one. This
wants.
was not going to hit. I just might get lucky.
We've been an independent central bank for a very long time. We're going to be an independent central bank at this moment, and you're going to see no changes on that.
So is anybody?
Can I come back to the stagflation point, because I just want to double down on Christine. I mean, stagflation, it's it's
down on
double-digit inflation,
well,
double-digit
you're gapped
unemployment.
down by a
And the
quarter.
other thing, getting back to what Kevin was just
Everything's
saying,
in the red.
it's
Nasdaq down by
unanchored inflation
0.9.
expectation.
Again, Meta's the only
That
thing
was the
holding you up, but
fundamental
Meta
problem
clapped a lot of
in the
the other.
1970s.
We don't have that.
And the only way we
clapped
got
a
out
lot
of
of the
it
other
was
chip
we had
providers.
to have a big recession to re-anchor expectations. If that happens, we have fundamentally failed to do our jobs. So, yes, we have a period. Canada, the economy's weak, unemployment's a little bit, it's high, it's 6.6, inflation's 3.2. Those are not double-digit numbers, and that inflation isn't not going to be persistent. Inflation expectations are well anchored. We're going to keep them well anchored. So this whole word of stagflation, it doesn't apply to the situation we have today. You got to distinguish between a rise in unemployment and inflation and stagflation. They're not the same thing.
Right. Some people just think of it as slower growth and higher inflation, but clearly, that's not where you guys.
It's a much more loaded word than that.
Yeah.
Governor Bailey, on this topic of forward guidance, we make light of it, but it is a bit of a change, a departure from where we've seen central banks in recent years. You kind of got rid of forward guidance in 2021. You said you did, and how do we determine the difference between a reaction function and forward guidance?
Well, look, I mean, you know, I think we have to sort of tread carefully through this debate, not least because of the question you've just asked. But I mean, almost anything we say, of course, can attempt to be interpreted as forward guidance. And the second thing I would observe is that, of course, all of us are making policy which is going to have effect in the future. So we sort of start with that position. I mean, I think where forward guidance has been very difficult, and therefore I'm in a very similar place to my colleagues, that you can get locked into it very easily. You know, I've said a number of times in our committee, it's much easier to put it in place than it is to take it away. And therefore, before you actually go and put it in place, just think about, you know, what we're going to have to deal with as time goes by.
Money. Again, NVIDIA, SPY,
you know,
chips going down, Bobo. Again, sadly, that meta news kind of got in the way of everything.
You know,
IGV is
I'm also
looking
very
good,
cautious. Now, but I recognize that, you know, anything we say about the outlook for the economy can be interpreted as a view of the future. And of course, that, you know, we have to sort of, in a sense, do that. But I think we have to be very careful about, you know, getting tied into views on where rates are going to go.
Nike went green for a little bit. It came down.
But isn't it important, Chairman Warsh, to give the market a sense of how you're thinking about policy? You don't have to give them a pre-commitment, but the whole reaction function, how you think of how you're going to make policy.
So I think the most important thing we can do is to get policy right. If our communications tools, if our models,
again, you're down 1.4 now. Nasdaq sold off another
makes it
0.5%.
harder for us to go into these
dropped
meetings,
by another
have a
0.2.
family fight with our
Again,
colleagues.
first opening morning off of this Meta
in
stuff.
pursuit of our
Meta's
mandates.
up on the news of renting out
If
their
that's an
data centers
obstacle,
or
we should
excess
get rid of it.
capacity. So it killed chip stocks and then helped out some of the hyperscalers. But
in recent weeks,
yeah,
well,
not-
we need to
not
know
easy.
more about your reaction function. If I look at trigger pullers, people that are making decisions in the bond market, you know, range of markets.
The vigilantes.
Volatility is not up, it's down. Yields aren't up, they're down.
Look at he's done that.
Inflation expectations are down. So I hear this, that as if people don't understand, I think they actually understand quite well. I feel incredible comfort that I'm not sure I had internalized, that there is a willingness by my colleagues in the central banking community around the world to go back to first principles. We all want to make the best decisions we can. We've all been burdened with many of the policies that in some sense the Fed created in the 2008 financial crisis. This is a rare moment for us to go back to first principles, ask hard questions, review what we're doing. At the Fed,
Oracle's
we've got
starting to move
5
now.
outside
Again,
task forces
Sentinel
to
and
shed new
Cyber.
light on this.
Again, IGV
and I'm
should be
encouraged
benefiting.
because in some sense we each think
again, you
we're
have chips
making our
down
own
4%.
monetary
You remember what
policy.
happened yesterday.
But each of our monetary policies affect one another. And I'm honored to be on a stage with 3 colleagues who have been in the fight for 15 or 20 years with me and without me. And I won't at all be surprised if 6 or 12 months from now, each of us are on a better path to deliver on what we've said we're going to do.
Who's leading these task forces?
We have news to come. I can tell you likely next week who will be the outside experts. Some of them would have been folks in seats like this in prior years. Some would have been academics in the audience. But we really tried to find the best minds in the economics profession among practitioners, people experienced hands, including people from countries outside the US. We're not asking for de Tocqueville to come to America, but sometimes we need a foreigner to sort of see things clearly. And the idea of these is not to prejudge the outcomes. I'm certainly not going to do it. But I think as we make progress on this,
Hey, bro, first
I think some
opening
of the lessons
candles all
learned
red
might not just be
again.
for the American
Chips just
central
dumped
banker who's new to
4%
this
at
group,
open,
but
so
my colleagues on the stage.
keep that in
I was going to
mind.
volunteer for task force.
At the ECB, we went through the same process. And when we started the strategy review, it takes time. And we did bring under the leadership of Philip
Oh shit,
Lane, our
your
chief
last
economist.
Palantir,
It did
if you held
take
that
time
weekly,
to
that's up
bring
500%.
We didn't call it task force, but we had expert committees, we
Shit,
had
that one
groups,
sucks.
and
That one
and
expires
it took a
soon, but
couple
yeah,
of
you're about to
years
be in the
before
money
we
on that.
actually settled down and all agreed on the key principles, the reaction function, the elements that we would take into
Okay,
account.
there's meta. Those
the
metas already went up, unfortunately.
measurements of the nature of the supply
Again,
shocks and the origin
IGV,
and blah,
Oracle,
blah, blah,
you're
blah,
getting a
blah.
lot of software
It doesn't
moves. See if
happen
they start
overnight.
moving to that.
It's complicated.
Again, even fucking
It
gold and
sounds
silver
simple
for crying
when
out loud.
you're at the end of the supply chain.
Yeah,
but
now
the
did
whole
now got a
process is
big upgrade. So
complicated.
did.
I really celebrate the
there's
fact
like
that
3 other
you're
software
going
names
into
in the
this
morning.
task force exercise and are prepared
there's
to
Meta.
let the best minds participate in that.
You know, there's also been a lot of talk here about coordination and influence on each other. And I am curious, President Lagarde, now that you do have a little bit policy divergence, you guys going maybe in different directions, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing
The
ultimately?
divergence between who and who.
Policy. I mean, you're raising rates, they're not raising rates. You know, is that
but,
disruptive?
You know, I totally endorse the comments made by, I think it was both Tiff and Andrew. We started from different places. We were at 2% interest rates. I think the Fed was at 350 thereabout, and you were at
Yeah,
335.
SAP. I mean, even fucking Zillow went up.
Inflations
But
were
this
at
time
different
without having to
levels
work
as
its
well.
way back
And
up to the green.
Markets were expecting cuts in various
Quantum
corners.
plays came down.
So
Again,
it's the
Cyber's
different-
doing
the
very
situation
good. Those
was entirely
Veronis and
different. I don't
Sentinels
regard that as a
are
divergence.
still going up there.
I think the
AT&T now
commitment
more
is the same
meta.
to maintaining price stability.
So again, there was a
and
chase
doing what
play
it
on
takes
meta.
to
Those are
actually deliver on that
unfortunately they already ran.
But sometimes you see
Not too
wild
much, though,
swings.
to be
I mean,
honest.
the dollar yen, for
we'll
instance,
keep
is at the
watching
highest
those
level in
premiums.
40 years. Is that okay, Chairman Warsh?
Well, before we came here, we each told a small story about Governor Wada, who's been a great colleague of many of ours, and we're rooting for his good health so that he can join us on panels like
Oh,
this
no,
in
they
a
already
couple
moved.
of months.
I'm looking at the shitty one that didn't move.
If this central bank stands for anything, it's staying in its lane on monetary policy. So if you think I'm going to wander into yen policy in Japan,
Bradley Frizzle!
way too much of it.
Oh, it's a
making
beautiful
move, that's
day.
all.
I knew
You know,
it.
Governor Malcolm on the market. He recently, I think, warned about
Kevin Warsh ain't got nothing on Bradley Frizzle in the
excess,
peach. So I'm
just
talking
given
about,
the
baby.
AI
Happy
trade,
Wednesday.
Speculation. I
It's
think that's
here.
very much on the market's mind. Do you see signs of that? Thinking of irrational exuberance of the late great Alan Greenspan.
Yeah, we've been warning really of two things, and I'm gonna draw Andrew into
Walmart
this.
low of
Andrew chairs the
2026,
Financial
no
Stability
way.
Board. I chair the Vulnerabilities Committee.
Banks are starting to go
so,
up. Keep
I mean,
in mind.
you know,
they
as
have
Governor of the
earnings
Bank of
right around
Canada, I'm
the
looking
corner.
at this from a Canadian perspective. But at the
IGV still
FSB, we're
holding.
looking
Where's
at
the
it
big
from a
tech?
more
Again,
global
Nvidia got
perspective.
washed.
And yeah, I would highlight a couple of vulnerabilities. You know, as we've already said, look, there is so much potential to
Get more
raise
value,
productivity
KFC,
growth,
CVS. I don't know.
with the
Staples are
adoption of
down.
AI, with the diffusion of AI.
See, healthcare is up.
But
Biotech's
there-
barely down. It's kind of like yesterday.
we-
Again,
we've
gold and
seen
silver
this
have been kind of going
before
crazy here.
when
You just
there's
had
a
your
new
first little
breakthrough
plays
technology.
move. Now
I mean,
Google's
the
waking
internet
up. That's your
proved to
first
be,
Mag 7, really, besides Microsoft.
better
but
than
Microsoft
anybody
just had the
imagined.
gap up.
Created whole
Or
new
Meta,
businesses.
excuse me.
But we still got the dot-com bubble. It doesn't mean there can't be a period where the market gets ahead of himself and you see a retrenchment. So, look, it takes two sides to make the market. We're not in the business of giving investment advice as central bankers. But you know, from a financial stability point of view, you look at the sort of, historical benchmarks, PE ratios,
Why are they
forward
laughing?
ratios. Yeah, things look stretched compared to
It's the
those.
stretch
So that doesn't
over
mean that
leverage.
there's a problem, but it does mean you need to take that risk on board. The other risk we've been highlighting is we've seen very large growth of hedge funds in the sovereign debt market, and to some extent, that's been very welcome. They've been very efficient in buying and distributing
Ugly.
government debt. There's lots of issuance out there. Governments need investors, but a lot of this is being done
That
with a lot
S-Dot
of
stock from
leverage,
yesterday,
very
that one kept
short-term
running.
leverage,
Oh,
and that does
Sentinels
make you a lot of it
actually,
overnight
again,
in the
Veronis
repo
too.
market.
The premiums on Veronis keep going
and that
up.
does make you nervous that if there was a period of volatility and haircuts in repo markets went up, or there was some disruption in repo markets, you could get a rapid unwind. Again, part of our job is to sort of, markets do a good job of seeing the risks they face individually. They have a harder time seeing the systemic
Yeah, I
risks.
made that last
these
meta
trades are
free
very
at
low
100,
risk
or the
for
first
each
one.
hedge fund.
Not the
But
shitty
when they're
one,
all
but
doing
the
something
chase
similar,
play is
there could be a
100%, make 'em
systemic
free.
overlay. And the idea is if we can point that out, the market can guard against that risk.
So,
agree?
yeah, I mean, look, Kevin has referred to the financial crisis a few times, and he's absolutely right to do that. And one of the big questions, at that time or before it was, is the subprime mortgage market going to be, in a sense,
Banks are on the high
the
still
trigger
too.
and the cause of a wider financial
I keep
crisis?
seeing
And
that
we
one.
didn't get that call particularly right, frankly. But the thing that
Light.
we have to bear in mind is what we're trying to
Bloom
look
Energy,
for
those
here
are up. Now
is sort of
Wendy's is
tail
woken
risk.
back up.
Is there something in
See if
these
you get the
markets
Jack in a Box link.
that could trigger a wider, a wider
Cerberus
consequence
on the high
in
now,
terms
too.
of
That's kinda
financial
going straight
stability?
up.
And that's, as Tiff said, that's what we're trying to do. Tiff leads the work in the Financial Stability Board globally to do that. So, we're absolutely right. So we look at the increase in leverage in core government bond markets. I mean, these markets have changed substantially. I think the thing we've seen actually in the course of the last few months
Marvel
is an
going, okay, a
increase
couple
in-
of chips
in
are
leverage in
waking up.
equity
Remember,
markets.
Meta
So you
kind
look
of
at hedge
killed
fund
the chips
leverage in
this
equity
morning, so
markets,
they're
you look
trying to
at,
bounce your
leveraged,
VWAP.
exchange traded fund markets. Those things are changing. If you look at private credit, the questions we're asking is, are those the things that actually can move from tail risk into a broader consequence? So then you have to say, what are the channels through which it can happen? So at the Bank of England, we're doing a second system-wide exploratory scenario to ask that very question about private credit. That's our job.
Do you see any other broader risks emerging? And do you agree with the characterization of stretched for the market?
So we are looking, obviously, yes, we do look at asset valuations because you are living in a world, you've seen this obviously over recent months where you've got quite a divergence between how, bond yields are moving and how equity markets are moving. Now, I think a lot of this comes back to what Kevin was saying about AI. I think it's explicable in broad economic
Okay, I
terms.
sold the last
But the question
Palantir
is,
weeklies at
is that going to
1,000%.
lead to some
So
wider
those ones from
stability
last
issues?
Friday,
So that's on the list.
we got the 100%
And then,
yesterday or
going
in the
back to what I
beginning
was
of the
saying, I
week.
don't want to reopen it again, but Frontier AI
Yeah,
is
18
obviously
cents to
high on the list as
$1.80.
well. So we've got quite a list of things that we're looking at the moment.
I wonder if you, Chairman Warsh, see any signs of excess, trillion-dollar IPOs, high margin debt that was referenced.
We got
and
two
other
of them
things
this
that are
week,
going on in this market that
cybersecurity and
remind
Palantir.
you of those other times.
Well, I would say I've been out of
Wendy's
this
still
business
going
for
up.
15 years, but I still have the scars from the global financial crisis. I suspect my colleagues do
scars.
too.
Amazon on the low.
take
Again,
risks
I think Google might be
seriously.
the only one up.
And that's
then
part
gold
of
and
the
silver,
reason
bro.
why each of us,
Think
I
about
think,
it.
at
All
the
these
core
central
have
bankers
sort of
are
a
talking,
reformer's
and
heart
the
on
dollar's
this.
not moving as
What
much.
can we be
but-
doing in the conduct
there
of
it is. It's
monetary
starting to
policy?
come down, but
How
yeah.
should we be revisiting
Gold,
fundamental
silver is
reforms to
loving this
supervision and
we'll wait and
regulation?
see approach.
How should we think about the
Things might be
payment
better than
systems that connect
expected.
us
Again,
all?
that's what he was hinting
So
at
this
before it
conference
started
is
running.
principally about monetary
if he looked
policy.
at
I
the
must
data,
admit, my first
his
4 weeks at
reaction.
the Fed, my attention's been focused on monetary policy. But our governments have tended to give us larger jobs than that. We take it all very seriously. I'm not prepared to sort of make a broad comment denoting risks that are available in the system, but I will say this. This is the biggest time of consequence
S&P
to
Global
each of our economies, I
Manufacturing.
think, in our lifetime.
Oh, I forgot,
Maybe
dude. The
absent
ISM
shocks
comes
of
out in
2008
15
and
minutes.
The COVID shocks, the dramatic change in how businesses do
Yeah,
business.
get ready for that.
How households are thinking about employment and inflation. And so this is a time we have to go back to first principles.
I think
know at
silver's
the Federal
going up
Reserve
on
with
just
my
kind of what they're
colleagues,
talking
many of
about
whom
the
are
economy.
here, we're doing that.
Expecting
So I don't want to
inflation
sound
kind of come
complacent.
down. That's
at the
why
same time, I
but
do
they're
want to
saying
say,
both sides. They don't want
at
to
least
move,
for the
and
United
then
States,
it comes
this is a time
down
of
and all
huge
that. And then he
opportunity.
was talking about
And if the Fed can deliver on
kind
its
of where he
remit
sees
to
things
deliver
in a couple of
prices,
months.
I've never been more
it seemed
optimistic
like
about
gold
what
and
the
silver
growth
started
engine of the
moving a
U.S.
little
could
bit more in
produce.
the dollar.
The
But even in
growth
general, the
outlook of
overall
US
vibe, I
economy
believe,
this
is what's
year
happening.
is
Just
We're
getting
playing-
at all
we're
these
playing
central
Mad Libs
bankers
now?
talking. It's chilling out the dollar
Blank.
policy, all that.
So I would just say this. Over the last 4 quarters in the US, structural productivity is in the high 2% range. So potential growth looks like it's trended up. This is a time that the labor markets, hours worked, are relatively flat. History says that we go from periods of low productivity to periods of high productivity. Nothing is in the bank at this time of consequence. But if the last 4 quarters are an indication, which is really largely before the advent of the new surge in what artificial intelligence can do, I think there's reason to be optimistic. Now, does that optimism convey into policy in the next 6 or 9 months? Still too soon to say.
but strong outlook, sounds like.
You're back to forward guidance.
No,
I'm
that's
going to
not forward
disabuse you of trying to extract that. My view, and my colleagues I think have said this better than I, My view is financial markets and the real economy work best when you look at what's happening in the real economy. You make your own judgments. There has been a tendency, and I take plenty of blame from this, the 08 crisis, where we were trying to suppress volatility, where we thought we needed to spoon-feed markets to get out of that. That was the right policy for a crisis. It is not the right policy for the time that we have now. And so sometimes unlearning is harder than learning, and I'm gonna keep at it.
Okay, so President Lagarde, how do you think about the best levers to boost growth in the Eurozone right now?
Capital Market Union.
You've been hammering this.
28th regime and boost the venture capital. Okay, so that would be on the growth front. But I would like to add one thing. Thanks to the veterans.
I sold those IBMs from like a week ago too. They were up
podium
200%.
And a few other people. We have a strong, solid, robust banking system, which is strongly well-regulated, well-supervised. And I think we should be cautious about what we are throwing away by way of simplification. So we do simplify things, and I'm delighted that, for instance,
chips are starting to move back up.
has done away with
like I was saying, that first morning move on Meta, it really knocked off chips, NeoCloud, all of that. But yeah, they're starting to go up. Micron to
so
Intel
we have to go through that process.
to even NVIDIA.
But I think we have to be cautious about how risks actually move. And risks were squarely in the banking system back in 2007, 8, when we were all together fighting this global financial
Microsoft even
crisis.
gave up a little bit.
Risks
so see whatever
travel
Mag
fast.
7 does. This is all just chips moving.
There is no limit to the imagination of those in the financial sector
is doing its little
who are trying
10%
to
move like it
make
always
money,
does.
as
Again,
is their
Intel, a
business,
couple of
and
other
who are
energy plays.
taking
Microsoft
risks.
on the low now.
But the
Yeah,
question
Bitcoin
is really
did run up
who
there.
eventually
Again, the
ends up
dollar's dropping and
taking
it's
the risk
affecting
and
things like gold and
souping
silver.
the mess.
Like actually.
So I
like
would contend that
in
this
real time, we
regulatory
haven't seen
work
that
that
in a
we did
minute.
at the time, we need to be very attentive, as Andrew suggested, to make sure that the risk that have moved and traveled afar through different structures, bodies, and the different names are also looked at carefully, and that the right measures are taken to protect the public good and to protect the principle of who takes risks bear the responsibility that goes with it.
The other big topic that I know that you all think about and is part of your remit is the balance sheet.
K-Web in
And
China, I saw some other
Chairman
China
Warsh,
names
you have
moving. I
talked
didn't
about
think it
before
was
you
broad.
became Fed chairman.
Yeah, K-Web's
that
up another
the balance sheet
1.5.
was too big in the United
Even
States.
fucking
So
Myrna's
it's at
going up.
6.7 trillion right now. What level would you be comfortable with it at?
No forward guidance.
No forward guidance, and I'm not going
This
to
is
give.
balance sheet.
I'm not going to give. It's the balance sheet. Okay, we're just among friends. We have a task force for that too.
SMA's still down 2.8.
We're going to play drinking
Dow's
game
only
on
down by a
task
quarter.
force.
Nasdaq still down 1.1.
I'll
SPY
say
down
this,
a quarter
there is no
or half,
secret
and then Russell
that
down by
from
0.2.
the 2011 period when I was leaving the Fed through now, I wanted the Fed's balance sheet to be smaller, and I long wrote about and described interest rates should be the dominant means through which we make monetary policy. If we're in a crisis, there could be a different set of rules. It's always struck me that interest rate policy is the fairest to the broad constellation of our citizens. Interest rate policy, whether we move it up or down, transmits its way into a new mortgage, credit card debt, transmits its way through a lending channel and credit channel.
That little
Always had a
shitty
view
lunar play I had
that the
sold for
balance
50%.
sheet works mostly through asset prices, works mostly through signaling effects. My 4 weeks at the Fed haven't disabused me of that idea. As we're hearing an alarm, that must be my way of saying that I've gone too far on the balance sheet. But we have a task force that you'll find out of outside people that are going to debate this topic, bring it back to my colleagues and me, to see whether we can have a judgment about whether the balance sheet should be made smaller. The only thing that I'll repeat here, which I've said repeatedly, is if there's a change in balance sheet policy, it'll be a change of my colleagues in the FOMC and the board. Those decisions will be well deliberated publicly, well understood, and will not be implemented until financial markets
that will be
have come to understand what those are.
But
it
yeah,
took
no
us
balance
about
sheet
18
changes.
years to find our
So
way into
again,
this
that would
big
be
balance
hawkish,
sheet,
but he's
which again,
kind
in
of
my
guiding that
biased
that's
view,
not imminent.
borders on fiscal policy. Took us 18 years to get out of it.
Disabused is a
It'll
word,
take
yeah.
us more than 18 weeks to bring it down to size. I'm open-minded on the question. We're not going to prejudge it. But I want
Caterpillar.
interest rate policy to be the working or
Again,
for monetary
chips are
policy.
waking up here. This
Governor Bailey, you've been focused
second
on
half
the
of the
balance
morning.
sheet.
I mean,
guess
it's
at
not
one
even
point
7
we were
o'clock
asking
yet.
How
so
big can your
just
balance
think about
sheets
when those
get?
programs
And now,
start turning off.
I'm wondering how small they can get.
Google now, bro. So Mag 7, they got a little bit of a jump from the Meta chip news in the morning, but now those are starting to fade.
Balance sheets and
Yeah,
reducing it
literally,
too
they're all
quickly.
into the low.
Well, really. So can I go back? Can I go back to forward guidance for a moment, because I've really
Nike and
eschewed
ONON, a couple retailers
forward guidance on
moving.
the balance sheet. So I really don't step
And then
into
China,
this world
too,
of
I'm
saying
telling
we
you,
want
it's kind
ample
of a
reserves, we want big
2
reserves,
days in a
small
row, this
reserves.
strong rally.
My line has always been, we will meet the system's demand for reserves, because that's the system's demand for liquidity. Now, we will also spend a
Again,
lot of time,
regional
by the way,
banks, 52-week
understanding
high.
why the system wants
Again,
the
this is
liquidity
coming
it
into
wants.
all of their earnings right around the
and
corner.
also, the key other point which Kevin has made very forcefully is that's the way we actually implement monetary policy, through the short-term interest rate, transmitting out of our balance sheet into the system, and that works very well. So our world is, look, we will meet the system's demand for
See,
reserves.
we might just get a
will
buy
we will
right
seek
at
to understand very closely
Maybe
why
at
it's
7 we
doing
turn
that.
on the buy program. Because
The
all you
other
did was just
policy
sell
I have
chips
is
to
that I
start
want
off.
to take interest rate risk off the central bank's balance sheet, because with a public balance sheet, interest rate risk should be in the market, not on our balance sheet. And so that's why we're moving to a repo asset side
SpaceX
of our
on the
balance
low,
sheet. 'Cause
Unity
that
on
takes
the high.
That takes the interest rate
It's an
risk off our
interesting
balance sheet,
software
which
one
is
right
what
now.
should be the case.
You mentioned you alluded to the political
Zscaler
heat
app,
that you
more
get
IG.
over
So
this
you're getting
issue.
both right now.
Does that
So
influence?
you have chips
the way
started,
you
and then a
think about
couple
it
of
at all? I know
software
it's not
names are
supposed
starting to go.
No, I think we must have a sensible policy for moving to a system where our balance sheet reflects the system's demand for reserves.
Why is your
So yes,
stream
it
so
went
spotty?
up it went above
YouTube
that
hates
level
us.
during the
They kind
QE
of banned
period.
it,
It's
limit
coming
us. They
down
let more
to
of you
that
in
level.
today with less complaining.
I
but
want
yeah,
the
that's
interest
a
rate risk
daily
off our
occurrence
balance
that you'll hear
sheet.
here.
Those are the policies we're
It doesn't
pursuing,
exist
and I
anywhere
think
else,
those
which
are
is
the right
good. You'll
policies.
only hear.
Speaking of politics,
Only-
do
we're
you
the
get
only
let
place
off the
you could
hook,
find this
Governor
YouTube
Macklin,
black.
because
So
the Prime
kind
Minister
of,
used
it's
to
kind
be
of a
in the
marketing
seat?
thing now.
We get some free
Spotify,
advice from
then Carvana.
elected officials across the country. And as I tell them,
Kimberly.
I appreciate understanding what's going on. It's
Yeah,
a big
bro,
country.
Bob
I
is on.
appreciate
SE, remember
understanding
from
what's going
yesterday.
on
Again, a couple of
across the
staples are
country,
going up.
but I don't appreciate
Why won't SE?
telling
She's
you
not
what
loading
we,
now.
what we should do with interest rates. You've got your job. We've got our
We're
job.
approaching 7. You're
and
coming back to the open again. A little bit of
that
jitters
needs to be
there
respected.
with
So,
Meta chip
I'll
news.
just come
Nothing's
back to
been
the
said.
balance
Nothing
sheet.
has even happened. And then we have
Interestingly,
ISM
if you
data in
compare
5
different
minutes.
central banks, you'll see a pretty wide range of sizes. In Canada, we didn't do QE in 08-09. Fortunately, in Canada, no banks failed. We did get a big shock, but it wasn't so big that we needed to invoke that emergency policy. We did use QE in the pandemic. It's the only time we have used it. But the fact that we only did it once meant that our balance sheet wasn't as big to start with, and we let the bonds run off, so our balance sheet has run back to its new steady state. And if you compare central banks, as I said, the size of the balance sheets can be pretty different. I mean, Canada's balance sheet as a percentage, Bank of Canada's balance sheet as a percentage of GDP is about a third of the Fed's. Now, look, Canada's not the world's global reserve currency, so yeah, there might be some differences here. But I think the results of Kevin's task force is going to be very informative to us. And the other thing I'll say about balance sheets is it's a very inside baseball kind of discussion. It's not the sort of thing most Canadians are really that engaged in. But it does, it
All right,
is
I got
how
another
we-
one for you.
There is an element of how do we implement monetary policy? What is the demand for reserves? We've spent the last couple days talking about new kinds of money. What do those potentially mean for our balance sheet? So these are questions we need some thinking on.
In the short time that we have left, President Lagarde, I did want to get to you on this political point, and because you have been a forceful voice for central bank independence. I know you continue to do so, and you, I mean, unlike these guys, you have to battle
Be
more
wise,
than
not a
20 different
recommendation.
governments and leaders.
will lose
21. So you're a pro at that. I'm curious if you think that there are if you look out and see serious risks to central bank independence, especially in light of the Supreme Court ruling that we got in the United States, letting Fed Governor Lisa Cook keep her job?
Well, I think, the best way we can actually all do our jobs
Again,
is
banks,
to be
now
number one,
Fortinet, more
accountable,
cyber.
number two, independent, and the two come together.
MBB,
When I go
Accent,
to
but yeah,
the
more
European
database,
Parliament on a
cyber,
regular
10B.
basis to report on
That was
what we
your
do,
1,000%
to
this
explain what we do, that's the
We need
counterpart
Varonis,
for
yeah, they're waking
this
up.
independence
Quant went
that we
down,
have.
but
Staying in our
it's done
mandate,
that every
the
other day.
entirety of the mandate
And then
is
Sentinel,
also
again, another
the
side. I
sine
think
qua non
Sentinel-
condition for deserving that
breaking out?
independence,
We might
which is
be.
a precious good,
I
without
like.
which
And then
we would
SPY
not
again,
do a
working
good
her way
job.
back up to
That's
open.
my view.
How did you feel about the Supreme Court ruling, Chairman Warsh?
We were doing so well. So before the Supreme Court, the
Now
Fed
Fastly,
acted
too, and then
independently.
more China,
and
just
followed
like
its
yesterday.
remit.
China went
After
for
the
a
Supreme
solid
Court
hour and
ruling,
then
the
just
Fed
chilled.
will continue to do so.
Yeah, the moderator's the
I read the
CNBC chick,
opinion
Sarah
on the
Eisen.
plane over here.
Pinduoduo, China again,
one of the
database,
secrets of
MDB,
the
way more China on the
productivity-led
high.
economic
Half
growth
of
that
the
I
high
was
ticker right
talking
now is
about
China.
at the outset is because of the constitutional design in the U.S. It's the foundational element that has given us 250 years of outperforming expectations. I believe in Article 3 judges. I believe in the rule of law. We'll follow the Supreme Court decision, but day to day, the decision reaffirms what President Lagarde already said. We are calling balls and strikes as best we can. We're taking seriously the reform objective, and we're going to deliver on the high promise that Congress gave us to deliver price stability in the context of our dual mandate. And when we do that, we don't have to worry about politics. We don't have to worry about judicial intervention. We get to look in front of us because it's a challenging step.
Okay, we have a minute left, so I'm going to ask everybody one quickie for everybody. 2 quickies, actually. Governor Bailey, I'll start
I'm
with
gonna
you.
go to the bathroom then.
Favorite
It's about to
economic
end.
indicator
But
right
yeah,
now.
more software now. Again, a couple of
Your
chips are
favorite
lagging, but
economic
China and
indicator
software
right now.
doing very
Oh,
well.
that's a
High
trap
ticker is
question
very
as well.
active.
You see, that's a trap question into forward guidance.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
I'm trying.
I'll
So-
tell you what, I'll answer it.
Oh, there you are.
My inflation forecast.
Oh, there you go. Governor Bailey, you have to answer.
Well, look, we look at a whole range of data.
Oh, God.
I mean, look, honestly, if you sat through our meetings, you would see more data than you could ever dream of. The other thing I say, look, I'll say this, I spend a lot of time going around the country and I talk to a lot of businesses, and it's absolutely imperative that we stay in touch with the economy.
President Lagarde?
Inflation outlook, balance of risk, underlying inflation, transmission of monetary policy. Thank you.
Chairman Warsh?
I guess I have the last word. With the new
No, I have one more.
with the data project, the data task force, my hope, my aspiration is that 9-12 months from now, we're going to be using new technologies to understand what's happening in the real economy in a contemporaneous, real-time way that positions us as central makers to make better decisions. That we're no longer going to have to rely solely on data that we get from government agencies with mismeasurement problems that have surveys that are no longer relevant. That every business
Fed's
we
gonna be
know
running
that
their
are
own
leading
AI
in our
algo.
country
ISM.
are using new data sources to make better
53.3
decisions.
versus
My
53.9.
favorite, data
Yeah, he's talking
is
AI.
upon us.
He
And
said
if we
6
do
months
our
or 9 months, but yeah, that's what I was talking about. My bro, the Fed, I don't know what
Our
this guy's
jobs
up to.
will
He still
be
has the
here
same
a year
vibe,
from
but
now, and we'll
yeah,
say
this
we've
Fed is going to
discovered data
look
that
completely
helps us
different
make
as
better
we start to get into
decisions.
next year.
And we live up to our
So I'm
promises.
saying today's important,
we
but it's not
strengthen our
important because
credibility,
it's going to
and
cause
politics stays
something
at bay.
immediately.
Least
Because this
favorite
is setting up
economic
our
indicator.
foundation for the Fed we got to deal with next year.
The conventional
or
wisdom,
even more closer to the end of the year.
The conventional wisdom that we hear.
Yeah,
from time
ISM
to
came in
time
slightly
tells us
below
nothing.
expectations, but still
Monetary
above.
policy works
Prices
with
paid
long
dropped
and
pretty
variable lags, as
dramatically,
we
still
know.
elevated, but
and,
came to
many of
73
these
instead of
indicators are
77.5.
echoes of history. We
So
need
yeah, that's
indicators
actually
that tell
pretty
us
good.
what things are when we look out our window today.
Let me see
so
the
when we
other
make judgments when we next
employment
convene,
went
they're
up,
as close to real
so
time
that's
as
strong.
possible.
Construction
say the
spending
dots.
went down.
Since you didn't do one.
New orders is
I'm
still
going to let
elevated
one
at the
panel
high.
discussion go
and then
without
prices,
sort of
so yeah.
wagering on the dots.
PMI
There will
didn't like
still be
rip
dots
anymore,
for a short
but you know,
time,
you're still holding
at the
this,
very least. But we have a task force for
strength
that.
last
I
month.
know.
We'll revisit it.
But yeah, once again.
Do you have a least favorite
ISM
economic
is a
indicator,
booming.
President Lagarde?
What did you say?
SpaceX
least favorite
flushing more
economic
China on the
indicator
high.
That gets too much
I don't know if
attention.
software's still
Those
going
that
against
are wrong.
cyber. A lot of the cyber names. Oh, Meta went again. Holy
Governor
shit.
Macklin.
So yeah, Meta
Help
did a
me out.
pop
You know
and
what-
lock.
what
You
I'd
could have
say
probably
is
double
that
dipped those plays.
especially a lot of the monthly data, it can be very volatile. And
Yeah, those
sometimes
plays
the
went
market
down and then right back
over-rotates
up.
on the last number. You got to
Well.
you got to correlate it with other things. You got to smooth it a bit. The last monthly number is never going to be.
And then IBM, I
most
already ripped
indicator.
those.
So I'll give
Wendy's
you one
too.
that we're wrestling with at the moment and have wrestled with for years, and it's obviously relevant, which is oil and gas futures prices. So they are terrible indicators in history. The problem is that everything else is also a terrible indicator.
Very good. Finally, when we were coming into this year, everybody was talking about rate cuts. Is anyone still talking here about rate cuts? Show of hands.
Well, that's a nice
No?
try.
Is that a
That's a
no?
nice try at forward guidance.
All right, I tried. Thank you all very much for the candor and for your service.
Thank you for the candor. All right, well, that's out. Yeah, we checked the ISM. ISM was good. I mean, it didn't hit a new high. Employment actually went up. Prices went down. Another perfect ISM. You're expanding. You don't have any issues with pricing. All of that. Employment's still strong. So we got that. Otherwise, Kevin, nothing. Which I'm glad. I mean, I didn't want to have too much expectations, but I don't know if you noticed, the correlation is high. I'm not talking about the market, but his first appearance with other central bankers. I mean, the first comment was him touching on, or Lagarde was touching on what he said and kind of removing this guidance. So I think these other central bankers agree with him. And then again, the market, once they started talking about, they're pretty optimistic in the next couple months. That's why they don't really want to make too crazy of moves. Dollar started moving. Then we kind of chilled out. If anything, I think some of the market moves you're seeing right now are more impacted by the Meta announcement to rent out extra capacity. And then that affected the chips. That gave us this little morning that we're dealing with right now. But yeah, other than that, Kevin Warsh, it wasn't too crazy. I do think we're chill from now on. So I don't know. I might not be here tomorrow now that I think about it. We'll see how today closes. But yeah, tomorrow's the last day of the market. You got Kevin out the way, nothing bad. And then, yeah, now we are chilling. Yeah, the Metas hit 100. I made those free. Again, if you had the Palantir from last week, I sold those out at 1,000%. They're actually above 1,000% right now if you have them. Your old Palantir's got a little bit of a bid. They're dead, but you actually got some money back. I think you're now, you're down maybe 50% or 40 instead of being down 80. So again, remember, the Palantir had its worst month, or second worst month in history last month. So that was a very, very big move. Again, software's still going as well. But yeah, we're starting to move on up. Not a bad day. They got in the way of our schedule. I don't know. Do you guys want to go over the news still? Do you want me to go over the morning headlines as well? I have the pre-market movers. So yeah, like I'm saying, it's kind of interesting how this all played out. Dave Centrini, New Long. Oh, someone was just talking about Dave. APD on the high. Your call, please. Yeah, we can finish here. I'll just finish it from where I left off. There's like 5 more minutes of the morning headlines, and then we could cover the pre-market movers. But like I'm saying, you got fresh data. Data was good. You got Kevin Warsh out of the way. That was going to be the biggest event. So, and like I'm saying, he's that to the point, I think was chill. He had the opportunity to Jackson Hole and hammer home when she asked him about the hawkishness, and he said all that happened was 2 weeks went by. So that was a good sign. He didn't want to be overly hawkish. I think market's kind of liking his time frame, but long story short, I don't think we're gonna have to worry about Kevin Warsh. So yeah, I do think all the other headlines is just gonna be related. There was like upgrades, Microsoft, and then the Meta shit. Well, yeah, we're moving on up now. So low to now a high intraday. Russell is the only thing green alongside the Dow, which went break even. NASDAQ is still down by 0.8. SPY is still down by 0.17. Here are the rest of your morning headlines.
Reuters. Constellation Brands says higher gas prices, Iran war pressure have reduced sales of alcoholic beverages. Link. Alcoa to buy most of South 32's aluminum assets for up to $5.6 billion, expanding its portfolio of upstream assets, Reuters. Shell agrees to sell its Na Kika 50% interest and Coulomb tieback for $1.7 billion to Talos and Ridgewood, Reuters. Western automakers losing share in China as local EV rivals win with faster tech-first car development, Link. AI, Trump administration lifts export controls on Anthropic's Claude Fable 5, Axios TechCrunch FT. Apple CEO Cook held constructive talks with EU on resolving dispute over delayed Siri AI launch, avoiding fines, FT. Qualcomm challenging NVIDIA's AI dominance with a new chip that avoids HBM, Nike. SoftBank executes $10 billion follow-on OpenAI investment, plans to finish the remaining $10 billion on October 1st, Link. Micron CEO says both chip makers and customers' hard bargain pricing contributes to memory shortage, CNBC. AI-driven chip price hikes now hit upstream materials and manufacturing inputs, creating new bottlenecks, SCMP. Bloom Energy and Brookfield expanded AI power financing partnership, raising their framework fivefold to $25 billion, Reuters. KKR to manage $1.3 billion South Korea renewable platform, betting on clean power demand from chip makers, AI data centers, CNBC. KKR backing Helix infrastructure to find deals and ease the data center logjam for hyperscalers, The Information. U.S.-Iran, U.S. envoys Witkoff and Kushner had positive talks in Doha after Iran refused to engage directly, Bloomberg FT. Power struggle between Iran's civilian leaders and IRGC hardliners complicating negotiations with U.S. Link. Trump held discussions about resuming all-out war with Iran, favors continued talks even if they stretch past 60-day deadline, Link. Saudi Arabia said to have blocked Trump's Project Freedom effort to open Strait of Hormuz, triggering a diplomatic rift, Link. Energy. Iran said it has exported 40 million plus barrels since the naval blockade removal, selling at approximately 20% higher prices, CNBC. U.S. fossil fuel power spending set to overtake China for first time in decades, driven by gas turbine demand from data centers, FT. War disruptions boost China's petrochemical exports, easing feedstock glut as buyers pull from Persian Gulf shortfalls, Bloomberg. Goldman Sachs says oil market will swing back to oversupply as Iran war effects fade and Hormuz traffic recovers, Bloomberg. Economy. Private survey shows China manufacturing expands for 7th straight month in June, finishing strongest quarter since late 2020, Reuters. Japan's manufacturing expanded in June, hitting its best quarterly performance since early 2014, Reuters. Asian factory activity expansion remains underpinned by global AI boom, input cost pressures elevated, Reuters. Confidence among Japan's large manufacturers highest since 2018, inflation expectations edge higher, Bloomberg, Nikkei. Japan PM Takaichi targets 1,100 trillion yen nominal GDP by FY 2040, 230 trillion yen private investment, and a lower debt to GDP, Bloomberg. South Korean export growth maintains strong pace with chip shipments tripling on surging memory demand, Bloomberg, Nikkei. Eurozone manufacturing had best quarter since early 2022, with easing costs aiding output despite weak exports, Reuters. Eurozone inflation fell more than expected to 2.8% in June, reducing pressure on ECB to hike rates further, FT. UK manufacturing activity cooled in June, despite output support from preemptive stockpiling ahead of price hikes, Reuters. Markets. Global equity fundraising hit $729.4 billion in first half of 2026, boosted by SpaceX's IPO and record tech issuance, Link A's. Global deal value increases by 30% year-over-year to $2.6 trillion in first half of 2026, with 38 deals valued over $10 billion, Bloomberg, Reuters. Japan's currency chief says intervention can work,
my spies
highlights
free.
close Tokyo-Washington FX
They're
coordination,
over 100 now.
Bloomberg,
They're right there.
FT.
Just depends on your
Verbal
fill.
warnings haven't stopped the yen slide. Intervention may have limited impact amid stronger dollar forces, Reuters. South Korean won falls to lowest since 2009, depreciation promoting foreign outflows from equities, Bloomberg. Private credit, most publicly traded BDCs unprofitable as asset values fell and costs rose, reflecting stress in leveraged private credit. Reuters. Central Bank's Bundesbank chief Nagel says he's open-minded on ECB rate actions at next 2 meetings, citing Middle East uncertainty. Bloomberg. ECB's DeMarco says central banks should avoid rushing further rate hike as oil prices fall rapidly.
Yeah, we did. I think we're about to
Reuters.
close the gap.
Sources say ECB weighing plan on doubling banks' minimum reserve requirement to 2% to cut interest costs. Reuters. BOE Governor Bailey says no rush to hike rates as inflation heads back to 2% target. Reuters. Trade/tariffs. Trump administration set to announce it won't extend USMCA Wednesday SCMP, supported by key Republicans. Semaphore. Trump administration eyeing ban on imports of foreign inverters amid risk of China using them to disrupt power supplies.
Should feel
Reuters,
right here, yeah, give or take.
EU will limit tariff-free steel imports to protect against oversupply from countries like China. Linky. Geopolitics. Germany pressing U.S. to allow more American weapons to be built inside the country. FT. NATO chief Root says Europe's rearmament sustains 195,000 U.S. defense jobs, arguing Trump should stay committed. FT. Putin's defense minister approved last year's covert China-Russia training involving at least 4 generals. Reuters.
All right, that's all of them. And then we got the pre-market movers. So again, most of them, I mean, it's actually, let's see, because we usually watch these in the morning, but now you can kind of see how they've kind of played out. Again, Klarna, they were up 10% on the ruling. Bloom Energy, 7.5. Bloom and Brookfield expand AI infrastructure. RRX up 5 off of follow-through. Again, this is what I was saying with software. Now CRM, Guggenheim, there was a bunch of upgrades on all of the software, but those are up 5. Earnings for GIS. SPGI was up 3. Complete separation of mobility. Checkpoint 3. Guggenheim upgrade. Another one of the software. NXT24 added to Goldman's conviction list. Fox A, Wolf Research upgrade. Microsoft, you already got the job cuts. Abivax upgrade. LMT 15 upgrade. Yeah, SOC did the offering. I think they're down now. And then FMC, that was the other one I had in the morning. I forgot to double follow through with that one. Somebody bought 20% of the company at $13, but yeah, that one came down. And then DAV on Oklo, they were up by 3. Grind for some of you complaining. That one's a Morgan Stanley upgrade. DLO is up by 3.7. Katos 2.2. Wedbush upgrade. Was there any other headlines? I think all of them were upgrades. SITC divest, and then yeah, everything lower was either because it was reacting to the other stuff, and then Papa John's down 4. Again, most of it was just software, tech, and then that meta news. After that drop, that kind of changed everything. Yeah, those SPY dailies 100, your Meta's 100. We got to make 1,000%er. Took some IBM off the table at a couple 100%. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. Good start to July, guys. I mean, so do what you need to and be wise. You even got some old plays that have came back up. I mean, you've at least got, I think even today you made up half of your losses on any of the plays that didn't work last month. Then there was some old ones that were still up, and then now they just kind of boomed, like the Sentinels. So yeah, not a bad beginning of the month, my friends. Welcome. And yeah, if some of you don't understand AI Josh in the morning, you know, I'm not gonna shame you, but yeah, some of you may not understand how much money we have made off of that morning news. So it hits a lot better at 6 a.m. Even then, though, you could still go back and kind of see how things play throughout the day for the laggers. But yeah, I mean, that's how, we're going over the whole entire world before the market opened. Just today, the EU and Kevin Warsh got in our way. Oh, shit, Oscar. And then Bank of America. Let's see. Yeah, so see if FMC, that one might move. Again, that one had good news, sold off, but see how it kind of moves. That was the one I put on the list this morning. Okay, Microsoft came back up. Again, even Apple, honestly, Big 7 not looking too bad, bro. Big 7 is not looking too bad. Even those last metas, they're up on the bid, but they came down Quant stopped moving. Even Nike, I know Nike did it again. A lot of the big tech, but yeah, Nike was down like what, 6 or 7, and then that went green. It's still been bouncing around. We had a couple of other retailers move, but not too bad. It's just that Meta news literally just got in the way this morning. That just moved because chips are actually doing good until that came out. iNod volume coming in right now. SPY, did SPY fill the gap? I don't know if SPY, I guess technically it did, but yeah. So. And then 10B still going. You have Dow is the only one in the green with the Russell. NASDAQ still down by 0.89. Let's get a checkup. Pay the plug, baby. Oh, thank you, Yuli. God bless you, my friends. Happy Wednesday. This Wednesday might be Friday, though. So, yeah, I think tomorrow's going to be slow now. You might just kind of melt up on computer mode. It just all depends. But, yeah, I do think people are going to go home. And remember, July 3rd is usually the best day. Second best day of the year for the stock market seasonally, but this July 3rd we will be closed. So yeah, I think we did see a rally around last year after July 4th. So let's get your checkup. Dow Jones 20 in the green, 10 in the red. Again, that's the only one that's besides Russell that's in the green. NASDAQ 63 in the green, 37 in the red. So NASDAQ actually still has more names that are up. There's a lot of software moving. And then S&P 500, 325 in the green, 175 in the red. How much would I hold of cash coming in the midterms? It doesn't matter. I just wouldn't ever hold more than 20% cash. So it's not like I'm saying, I think it'd be good to have cash ahead of the midterms. I would look at your portfolio, but don't rely on that idea. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why I've been picking up and still taking advantage of some of these lows. Because, we don't want to just see, okay, let's hold X amount of cash for this event. Things may not play out perfectly, like last month showed you with some other plays. So be flexible, but the rule of thumb is just never. It doesn't matter the event. It doesn't matter what's happening. You just never want more than 20% cash. So even then, that's the irony is, we got all this cash from Intel. And even though I'm it's a lot of cash, I'm going to try to ignore it. Even on my diversified account, it doesn't even make up more than 9% of my cash. Again, a big account, the rebuild, since it's a brand new account, less than 1 year old, that covered call had a big effect, but I'm still below 20% cash, believe it or not. Kaitos, MO and BTI, again, Uber. Wasn't there just an Uber headline? And then IGV, that hit a high. I think Palantir's still going too, man. I think I ripped that call. I would have been in the money on that one now. They were 125s. Pepsi and Delta. That's the one I'm going to wait. I think Pepsi, you just decide if you want it or not. But, I think if they have bad earnings and come down, I'll probably grab some Pepsi. But if not, then I'll have to miss it again at these prices. Meta. Those SPYs are still up. It's looking good. Oh, it's your 50th? Oh, happy birthday, big dog. Are you kidding me? Hard 50. Hopefully many, many years of the long term, brother. Hopefully many, many more years of the long term. And let it grow with you. And that's word, bro. I'm telling you. Best time to plant a tree. 20 years ago. Second best time is today. Even at age 50, God willing, I think you still have an easy 25 ahead of you. It's a lot of time. Time. We're going to talk about time today. I love time. I hope you love time. Cash is a position. It is, but if you move a couple letters around, you could spell poison. So I also believe that too. So I believe cash is a position, and I also believe cash is poison. So make sure, you know what I'm saying? It's just, I don't know. Cash is kind of like iodine. Iodine has a lot of benefits. It'll protect you from radiation, right? A lot of y'all think the market's going to get radiation, but, too much iodine without anything could actually be bad for you. So, yeah, that's how I view cash. That's why I'm saying 20%. Ask anybody. If you followed the 20% rule, it has served you. It has protected you. It has made sure that you never were left with too little cash. Maybe you could have if you kept buying stuff, but it never, you always had enough there with it. It'll always keep you in the game. And then at the same time, make sure you're growing. That's the one thing is that you really want to watch out for the long term, is because, like, I get it, man. I read all the news too. You see what's happening in the world. You go talk to anybody, both involved in the market, outside of the market. Someone's going to tell you something terrible, a bubble, you name it. But it's just like you don't want to fall for the trap of waiting for everybody to lose money or have a gigantic decline for you to start putting your money to work. That's the thing. The thing we're doing here with everything, stocks, real estate, all of this, is to grow your capital, to make sure eventually your money is working for you. It takes time, but we want your money working for you while you're working or doing nothing. So that's why it's like you don't want to sit there with a bunch of cash doing nothing, because that we could do that on our own, right? You could just save money and hide it. But no, it's like we want to, not only do we want to have the money and save it, we want it to grow. That's why when I put it, like, my long term's not a bank account, even though I could treat it like that for properties and other stuff. It's like I'm not just putting that money in there to let it sit there. I want that money to start going to work. I know, dude, Zillow is bullshit, dude. They just wanted me to lose on the month, because that second Zillow play is coming back. Like, it's actually not even down that much anymore, because I waited on that one, and then we even waited on Palance too. But yeah, it's ridiculous. It finally had its worst month, and then in this little 2 days, and then the first day. It's a great start. But either way, that's why I said time. I mean, that's why I don't sell these plays, even though they went down. Again, I consider them losses. I don't think I won on Palantir and Zillow, even though I hit the shorter term ones. But those plays, I don't think they won, but I still have them. And then, like you're seeing today, literally a little bit more than half of your losses just came back on one day. So you could get rid of them if you want. That's up to you. But like I said, we're going to push those for a little bit, because I've already written them off. How I size them, how I view them in my account. That's why those last plays after we took a lot of profits, the idea, I wanted some exposure, but I didn't want to expose way more capital than I already received from that last 2 months. Zoom now. Microsoft woke up as well. That's kind of crazy. Microsoft's all over the place. Pay the plug, spy call, blessed with a car. Oh, settlement. Oh, thank God. I was like, dude, you got in a car again? I was like, dude. Zalanter. Oh, dude, I hope maybe we'll get lucky, bro. Maybe we were 1 month early. Again, like I'm saying, don't get overly confident. I don't want. I wish we would have won on it. I'm glad we got other winners too. But yeah, maybe Zalanter will work for us in July. We'll see how that one plays out. But like I told you guys, I hope you guys are understanding. Win or lose. I want you to understand why I went for those plays. Remember, they were lagging at the time. Ample, I kept putting that one up all day. I would have got that, but they already fucking jacked those up. But yeah, I hope you guys understand why I took the play, why it was lagging, how we went through, how I held it, the timing. Again, that one didn't work out, but then, like I was telling you, the next step, as we were getting lower, the next step is move to IGV and Microsoft. So we'll see how this month plays out, whether or not we get lucky. There's still other plays and other opportunities and stuff in the middle, baby. So yalla. I am 90% stocks, 10% options. I would say not 50-50, not even, actually 1% technically, because I use 10% of my 10% for the options. So yeah, I'm pretty much 99% stocks, 1% option. But then again, options are extreme leverage. So if you use that 1% very effectively, I mean, yeah, you could do a lot. It's kind of crazy. I can't wait for the long time. Well, yeah, I got another deposit, though. You guys know that? So not only did we have all of the cash from the covered call, but yeah, it's a new month. So now we also have another deposit. So now I think, let me see if it's in the big account. Oh, yeah, the deposit came in, you guys. Oof. So now technically I have more. This is now the first time I've been above 20% cash. So maybe I should just buy. Like I was saying, even if I wanted to adjust it, I was still below 20. but now I am above 20 after this deposit. So literally in the big account, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of crazy to think about. Here's the rebuild. We bought the farm almost a year ago. Then we got the Stardo. You only had like what, 10,000 in the account, 8,000. We built it up with the deposits, then some intel. It's not a bad rebuild, but now, yeah, literally in this account, I have 22% of it in cash because of the covered call, and then now we got a deposit. So maybe I'll use that 2%, keep me at 20 worst case. That way, even though we went through stuff that was kind of unplanned, we could still follow the rules pretty effectively. Because like I was saying, here's the other account, the one that's more diversified. So again, similar idea. Beautiful, beautiful account, but the big deposit is $3,000 a month. So yeah, I got the deposit here. I'm at 9%. That's what I'm saying. Like, even if I just view the cash as is, this account is not violating any rules. You know, we're still not above 20%. So that's why I was like, you know, we don't have to really rush it. We'll see how the deposit comes in and call it a day. Kimberly, bro. Big fan. Again, SPY's up. I don't know. It's moving a little slow, though. So keep in mind, those plays from earlier, they hit, but notice you're hitting a new high, and they're not. They're just slowing down. They're at the same price I sold them here. McDonald's at 10B, bro. What are those plays at? I sold that one for 1,000%, but that one's going. Again, what's it, Veronis? Yeah, Veronis is still in there. FWR. Again, that Microsoft move. That's why I put it up there. It's kind of big. Again, NVIDIA's even at the high. In Apple, Amazon. What the fuck? Everybody, even Google's in the green. It's not at the high. But yeah, you have everybody playing along now. So chips are still down by 3%, but you have Mag 7 and a lot of the other ones doing good. Not to mention IGV is at least getting a strong 3% down, 3% down on chips. eBay on the high. I swear I saw a headline with oh no, there's a different GME headline. Caesar. Amazon just took a bunch of candles. Like I said, that was kind of surprising. Amazon candles getting a little bigger. The 10B in the money. GG. Bro, that was a banger. That was a banger. As I said, we've had a couple of good small ones in between. I mean, we still have, even though June was pretty bumpy, I mean, we are still on 1,000% a week from like March or February. Viridian, that was the biotech. Gasoline inventories minus 2.3 million. Estimate was minus 599,000. Hot dog. Again, Viridian. That was the biotech. I'm looking. There's some decent plays, but the pricing terrible. Booking, and then SPY finally coming down. Quant with some candles. Hot dog. Yeah, travel plays are in the high. Booking, Airbnb, and some insurance. Where's Staples? Staples down again, and then Young Kimberly, 10B still ripping. I think someone's going to get bought out, dude. I don't know if it's like, this could either be chip hype or whatever, but I hope you guys have noticed how active cyber has been. That's what I'm saying. Software is not back to where it ended, where it started the month, but cyber almost is. And that's what I'm saying. It started with Varonis, and then we got the 10B, then the Sentinels, and all these other ones. But yeah, I don't know if I don't want to start a rumor, but the first rumor was Varonis. But like I'm saying, I just inkling feeling that something's brewing in cyber. It's either related to the AI stuff or it could be related to M&A. So I'm just guessing, but yeah. All right, low ticker, I mean, it's just SpaceX on the low, but we did come down here, watch the Mag 7. Again, Apple, it's probably going to be chips above all else. Zillow, you piece of shit. You piece of fucking shit. So it just spent 3 weeks at the same price, and then they're like, okay, day one, okay, I'll come back to where we started. Fucking Zillanter. Zillanter's like, oh yeah, I wanted to move. Here's 1,000%, Josh. Yeah. I just couldn't do it once in June. Sorry. No, because at least Zillow, it has the like daily move, but at least it's up 5. Yesterday, bro, it looked like it climbed straight up, and it was only up by like 0.5%. But I'll take it. Gold price would react. No, I'm gold is shocking. I'm telling you, I already had ideas. Like, I even thought gold would be better after the war. It wasn't. That was wrong. But the thing people are talking about is just the last quarter. If you don't know, the last quarter, the last 3 months of gold, that has been the worst 3 months for gold since 2013. The only other time it was worse or was this bad was the month ahead of Lehman Brothers. So the only time that gold has ever dropped like that in 3 months, you had one of the biggest bank failures in American history. So yeah, whatever gold is doing is odd. DraftKings, again, travel plays woke up. SPY chilled out a little bit. It's not Mag 7. I think it's just NVIDIA and all the chips. And then again, all the IRENs, the Nibuses, you know, they are all reacting to that. Again, even TSM on the low. Constellation 52-week low. Interesting considering all the energy hype. Now Microsoft ripping. So yeah, you got Microsoft. You have software going up. Microsoft Mag 7 is not doing bad except for NVIDIA. But now everybody related to chips is going down. Software is just kind of in the middle, trying to hold up, middle of its high. Zoetis. Intel. Gold and silver again, actually. So again, that started during the little ECB thing. But yeah, those are both in the high. Now SAP, and again, there's more software going up, led by Microsoft. Even damn Oracle. Be able to work with these. Very terrible spreads. Oh, Meta's going up again. IGV, that's what I'm saying, bro. This was, you went from correcting again to now doing a little baby squeeze. Again, Meta and Microsoft are leading, and then all the chips coming down. Some might even break lows, like WDC to the low. But yeah, and Amazon, that's also getting some support. Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, everybody else kind of chilling. See if Apple tags along. NASDAQ still down 1%. SPY's still down by 0.1. Don't think that's gonna work. Hold on, I'm looking at I have a good one, but it's just the pricing is, not so good and very, very widespread. SPY with a little pop. UNH now snap too, and then Vital VITL. I feel like I've heard that one before. And then more China too. Actually, don't ignore that. And then ServiceNow. Again, SAP, all Fivin as well. It's another one of the small software names. It is all software. Remember we talked about this little rotation, but the mags, some of them started off very well today, but I don't know if you could say that's the whole theme. Bro, this is sad. There's a decent, this is all just crazy spreads. Well, SPY working. Give me a sec. Is stream lagging for anyone else? Good old YouTube, brother. Good old YouTube. Melly. Yeah, the Meta news is bad for everyone else. It just now, it pretty much turns Meta from a spender to a receiver, essentially. So now the biggest client of chips, the company who's been buying up all these AI chips, now they're going to be competing with you, essentially. That's why a lot of the chip makers started to react negatively this morning. Tesla as well. Navin again, LYV, Caesars. There's a couple. It's like this is all like the non-tech stuff, and then throw in a couple of software. You got software, the rest of the economy, they're doing their thing, and then chips and like energy and some of the AI data center industrial stuff. They're all kind of on the low. You even got some space stocks at the low too. I saw Rocket Lab. Apple now. Hi. And Palantir. And Airbnb. What the fuck just happened? Palant. What is that? And then TSM on the low again. Apple ripping. There's a lot going on the high ticker. There's some just random ass moves. Even WMG popping. Again, a little more software. That's all I need. A little bit of long term and some IV. I like Adobe. I think there's just better names out there. It's not bad though. It's not low on my list, but yeah, I just think that you can get into it. This is the one I like more. Unfortunately. One more. I think I have it. Okay, now you got Google going. Ay, ay, ay. Oracle, I mean, you had positive stuff with Anthropic, but that technically should have hit Oracle a little more negative. But yeah, and then I got another one. Just don't report for a really long time, so their earnings is in September or like late August, so that's what you go to watch out for. A little bit of long terms, all I need. 2.5% day on the mag so far. No way. Yeah, okay, well there's Microsoft in. Again, Meta, Apple, it is starting to look pretty big for them because some of them had a good up day or gap up. And then, yeah, now they're still going. It's just chips drilling into the low. SanDisk, WDC, all of those. I mean, NVIDIA's not doing too bad, but like AMD, Intel, those are all coming down. Oil is moving around as well. Railroads, all the railroads are kind of ramping up. It doesn't look like a headline, but they are literally all moving up in tandem. Sentinel chilling out. Varonis, who's the other one? 10B. You Fielder. It's just rotation to Mag 7. It's rotation of software and Mag 7. Again, the problem is this has to hold. Remember, just the first day of the month, we saw a lot of these premature rotations. But yeah, I mean, a lot of what you went through in June to start off. I mean, these last, both yesterday added to today. Depending on what sector, you unwound a good majority of June just in these last 2 days, which is insane. But yeah, we'll see. Now SPY's getting a red. I mean, you just literally wicked into a high. And now we're coming down. Now watch what the big tech stocks do. Again, the Mag 7. But for now, it's just chips. Chips are drilling. NVIDIA's doing a little bit better, but the rest of them are all just going straight down. Again, SanDisk, Micron as well. Now you're getting more XLP names. XLP just went green. They were red most of the day, my friends. Kimberly. Dude, I think... Get the fuck out of here. Chad. Oh, we have to get above 112. I like the 110, but yeah, 112 on Kimberly. That would be higher than any point in the last, like, quarter. Last 2 quarters. Which is kind of unreal, all things considered. But yeah, SPY starting to go down. Staples starting to come up. Railroads, banks are still holding. More chips are dying. Qualis, LPX. Okay, SPY's dancing around though. Hi, low ticker got picked up there. Russell's only up by 0.09. That was only one of the only ones green. SPY's down by 0.15. So SPY and Russell are trying to match up together. Dow is green by 0.15, and then NASDAQ is down by 1.25. Axon. Oh, Zillow. Now Zillow goes on the high. Man, Zillow and Zillanter. Zillanter is on the highs, you guys. It don't matter. They said, fuck June. We like July. Zillanter and Zillanter. I'm just calling it Zillanter from now on. You know, I don't think that's a bad way to describe Zillanter. Very fascinating. That's amazing. Bank of America. Oh, those Palanters are at $3. So I would have made 2,000%. I think more. So if you held the Palantir that I ripped this morning, and then if you held them even from last week, oh my goodness. So yeah, our ones with time, they came back. You're down 40% now, which is amazing. Which I know that sounds awful, but no, you have no idea. They were even worse. But yeah, but then throw a little 1,000% on top. That helped. But if you held those are, man, you might like Mr. What's his name? You might like that Alex Karp fellow. And then your Veronis too. Those are up 300%. You could either sell on the bid. So you could either sell those or you push if you really think. So yeah, either take Veronis or push it. 300% on the bid. That when you're near the money, if it does get any other buyout opportunity, you'll get really lucky. But anything bad, those contracts expire in 2 weeks and you're fucked. So make a choice. Choose your frustration. Choose your regret. Again, Amazon and Microsoft and the other one, they did like all of that coming down. I think Apple and then even Tesla. I think Nvidia is the only one going down. And the MasterCard. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how Zillanter holds up. Because I still think, that's what I say, we have time. I told you this whole time, even though they didn't work, I liked them. But I just think we were swimming upstream. I really think that's all it was. Because I think the ideas were there, and I just think we were fighting the tide of all the deleverage and all the lack of momentum. Does that make sense? Because I'm telling you, bro, one of these Zillows is only down 20% now, which is insane. And then how some of these Palanters, and if you got any double dip on the short term, I wish we got more, but yeah, I think the idea is still there, and glad we have time, but I just think we were fighting so much momentum going against us all in June. I just literally swimming upstream. We were fighting the tide. Yeah, BSY. Oil's even coming down again, whatever that little freak out was. SPY. And yeah, add Tesla to the Mag 7 leader list. Quantum on the low. Polyalti. Zoom on the high. Kimberly quality. General Mills didn't do too bad, so their earnings came up. Again, they've been sandbagging left and right, though, so that's how the stock came down a lot. Their guidance was really low, but they finally beat. Well, SPY went back up to the high. FRHC, that sounds familiar. Sirius has been going 3 days in a row. Oscar and Clove. Like an XLV, too. Verona, Escondido. At BNB. Oh, Coupang. They got that headline too. All right, I think we might be done, dude. Look what I'm saying. We hold these plays. If they get momentum, I think we're positioned. That's what kind of sucks. That's why I feel like any of these other ones, I was hesitant chasing some of them because we missed the bottom. But yeah, but then again too, I want to see how the coming into the holiday, and then yeah, it's still the beginning of the month. Anything could happen. Apple has reportedly cut iPhone 17 lineup production. And then Rocket Lab and Lunar selling off. A place to buy physical gold and silver in San Diego? Yes. I mean, they've changed a lot. I haven't bought gold from them in maybe 10 years. And last time I called them, I mean, you know, gold and silver has been crazy. But Blue Vault in San Diego. There's one in right by Fashion Valley. That's where I got my gold from back in the day. Carvana again. ACAM, no, Burry shorted AMAT. And then Meta, so you're just doing the same Mag 7 thing. This time, though, Mag 7's actually working in your favor. All of last month, it would be kind of Mag 7 holding you down. But again, and then chips, too. I mean, imagine if chips went up today. That's the crazy part. But then again, you couldn't have a guy in Mag 7 going up without killing the chips, it looks like. What could make this market go down? Some of the stuff we talked, bad earnings. That's it. You get a bad earnings season, you miss the bar, and then that triggers the yen and the dollar and all this other stuff that we're already absorbing, a little bit of doom loop, you'll go down. So, but then again, you're fighting one of the strongest seasonalities. Again, July is the best month of the year for the whole entire stock market. So, throughout all of history, and a lot of people get hyped on it. So, that's why, but there is, like we talked about, there's one scenario. There's one scenario. I went over all of these 48 hours ago. So, again, unfortunately, I don't think YouTube showed you that video as much. Some of you saw it on Instagram. But I went over the three theories or the three themes for both this month and the summer. And like we said, one of them is a summer sell-off, what that's going to look like, how that would play out. The next one is what you're seeing today. We talked about this rotation from Mag 7 or these other runners back to the Mag 7, back to the NASDAQ. That's what you're getting today. And then the other one is when everything goes up, the core, or everything comes down. So just imagine if chips bounce today, we're going to rip up another 0.5%. If everything goes down, we could even get correlation to the downside. So yeah, those three themes, I think they're durable. I think you can. We're going to be talking about these three themes for the next 3 months probably. We've been talking about correlation a lot from last month, but it just didn't happen. It just took so long, and like you know, it was just choppy. It was a momentum unwind, but you didn't really get it. So we're aware of some of these ideas, but yeah, now we're looking for it to play out. And then, I mean, today it lines up with the beginning of the month. You got little Fed Warsh kind of calm down some of the other Fed Warsh, and yeah, here we are. Oh, we're not in peak volatility, no. We were in May, end of May, and then that's what happened, is that this kind of fucked everything up. team. See, I like some of these software plays, but yeah, it's over. It's too late to apologize. TC. Long live the long term. I think long term's killing it, even with Intel. You know what I'm saying? We got a little bit of Intel insulation. I don't know what the most current iPhone is, to be honest. Dude, somebody told me, they're like, my phone is old. I was like, what phone do you have? They're like, an iPhone 15. I'm like, I think I have an iPhone 15. I'm like, wait, that's old now? I don't even know, bro. I don't even know. Again, those space stocks on the low, you're getting another burst of names on the low. So again, most software and other stuff is holding up, but yeah, and then you just had Checkpoint. Now Disney and a couple, there's a lot moving though. There was Disney, Checkpoint, Futu, again, those China names, even Adobe. And then a lot of space, industry, energy names on the low. Again, oil 68.17. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is a new low. So yeah, you're hitting a new cycle low from the war starting. You're hitting 68. Yeah, chips could. It's not even Euro close. Holy fuck! You're right, dude. It's not even Euro close. What the hell? So yeah, maybe chips could bounce. That's what I'm saying. Keep that in mind. Otherwise, again, software, that program has not turned off. Again, the money left the chips. It's benefiting Mag 7 and software. But yeah, we'll see when we get to the Euro. Dude, it's super early. Would you ever consider repurchasing an Intel covered call if it got to a ridiculous level? No. So this is just life advice, okay? For 3 things. If you ever get a girlfriend, stop looking at girls on the internet, okay? That's number 1. It's good for you. Number 2, you buy a new car. Stop shopping for cars after you buy it. Okay, that's number 2. And then number 3, after you buy a home, stop looking at comps for the next 3 months every day shopping for another after you bought your home. Does that make sense? Because like I was saying with the covered call, I don't want to get, the covered call was there to play defense, and I think it was truly a great opportunity. It was, again, we got paid to do it. Like, literally, the trade is negative. But like I'm telling you, I don't want to I don't want to fall for the trading. I don't want to fall for the back and forth in the account. Let's do this, let's do that. Oh, it's green. Let's roll it over. Let's do that. Let's do this. Let's do that. Because one of these days, Intel will move $20 up and down within 48 hours. So you don't want to get left behind. We don't want to go backwards. And then at the same time, too, you don't want to you fine line between speculation and investing. And you're already speculating on every investment, but we don't want to open that door to the back and forth. So you can do it if you want to. Be my guest, but I wouldn't do that. Like I'm saying, you get a girl, a car, a house, you get certain things in life. I would stop. I wouldn't look around too much afterwards. It'll keep you healthy. It'll keep your eye fresh. Because you keep looking at it, you're going to start getting some ideas. Some of them will be good, but I could assure you most of them will be bad. That's what I'm saying. Like, keep looking at cars, keep looking at girls, keep looking at houses, brother. You're going to get a lot of ideas. Maybe some of them will be good, but most of them are going to be bad. So if you could judge the quality of those thoughts and acting on it, I think you'll do well. Whole day before I know, dude, because we started early. I think the starting early, the schedule. But yeah, dude, it feels so late, but it's not even Euro close, you guys. That's kind of the craziest part about this. Zillow, can't you see? Dude, I'm not even happy I'm pissed off at Zillow. Stupid little fucking stock, dude. Fucking lazy piece of shit. Do you know that? If Zillow came into my office right now, bro, he would not, I wouldn't stop. Say, you lazy little shit. He's like, what? I showed up on the first day. I'm like, yeah, that's the problem. Alrighty. Alright, well, even SPY, how did that one, how did those SPY plays do? They're still moving up. Again, I thought they were going to slow down a little bit, but I don't know. We might get lucky on that sweet spot. But yeah, you're a little bit over 100% on those. We already made those free. You got 170. Not bad, brethren. Not bad. Iridium is still going. Remember, people were talking bidding war? But it's weird because now Iridium is the only space stock in the green. They moved a lot. They're only down by 2%. But yeah, Iridium. You had buyout or bidding war rumors yesterday. Your stream alerts, you've been subscribed for months but haven't received anything, shoot an email if that's the case, or make sure everything's updated. But yeah, if all of your stuff's active, it could be a glitch, or sometimes your phone, I don't know, some people opt out. But yeah, shoot an email. Oracle is a good buy. It's better than any time in the last 3 months. That's what I'm saying. You know, the last 3 months, you asked me a week or two ago, I would have still told you, I would have said no, it's not a good buy. And that's what I'm saying. Most of the times people have asked me that question in the last 3 months, I disagreed. I don't think it was a good buy because I bought it lower. So now it's lower than where I bought it by like $2 to $3. So I like it. I really do. I don't know if I'm going to buy more, but then again, I mean, I got a lot of cash. That's why I'm kind of letting things play out. Let time move around and then we'll see. He was going to slash my tires if I bought Oracle. Oh, that's weird. You spelt thank you wrong. That's why. Don't you mean, oh, Josh, thank you. Thank you for threatening me, Josh Atola. Thank you for threatening my motor vehicle, Josh Atola. I would have been down 20 to 50% if you did not threaten my motor vehicle, Joshua. Wow, thank you, Joshua. Josh Atola, it's an honor. Wow, I didn't understand at first, Joshua. I was frustrated, Joshua. I was impatient, Josh Atola. But now I see the vision. So thank you, Josh Atola. I save money. Now I have more money to get more equity. Wow. So yeah, that's what happened. That's why I hope you guys see it. Again, some days it's gonna rip up and you're gonna be like, no, I hate you, Josh Atola. I could have made 10%. Fuck you. And then I'll be like, okay, well, yeah. At least you didn't lose. I don't like the losing. I don't like the losing. Carvana Tremble. Is Tremble? Oh, sorry. Asmil on the low. That one's interesting. See, even CBOE's going up. That one even came up, dude. And then even, yeah, Corsair is getting back to the 10s. The Amazon, they all, again, a lot of even the stuff we picked up, I was hesitant on them yesterday, but they worked. So again, you guys learned from last month. I think May to June, you guys learned a lot. You saw me make a bunch of shit free. It kept ripping, then everything dumped. Then we took some smaller ones, but that's what I'm saying. You guys have got to experience now hot momentum to no momentum, and then even if it turns back on, like I'm telling you, just go with, make it free. You know your account, you know your streak, you know what you're dealing with. But yeah, make it free and ride and call it a day. Because again, we got a lot of exposure. Again, still 2,000 percenters this week. Great early positioning on some plays with times. Even the old shitty plays like Zalanter are coming back. So make a decision. Ask yourself which one that you know, hopefully you already had a decision and you're sticking with it. But yeah, your work is cut out for you. But now you get some good plays, make them free. If you want to push them, you don't have to make them free. But again, learn from these last couple months, your results, your performance, and let that drive you. Zalanter. All of them, brother. All of them. The Josh Tola Motor Vehicle Threatening Division. Thank you. Since we started the Josh Tola Motor Vehicle Threatening Division, we have saved countless Chads over 30% on their long-term investment. At first, it was not well received due to the threat of violence, but now looking backward, people have realized it has made them so much wealth. So thank you, and Josh Tola Motor Vehicle Threatening Division, look forward to more enforcement. Thank you. Make it free when you can't afford many shares. You could use the ghetto spread. But shares is shares is different with the make it free, but at the end of the day, the philosophy still works the same. You just got to sell to get your initial investment back. So again, even if you bought $100 in shares, if somehow you're able to get $100 back selling 99 out of 100, then yeah, it's still technically free. Psychological motor vehicle warfare. No, but for real, brother, it is. I agree with that one. I agree completely. The psychological, physiological motor vehicle warfare. I know Kevin Warsh have task force, so does Josh Etola. The Motor Vehicle Threatening Division Task Force. Thank you. We are so honored to have you. Sweet. I feel like a lot of little mini pumps. Not like the other days, but you got a couple. Again, Oscar. That one was the one that got away. I didn't even hit Clove as good. I got a decent gain on that, but yeah. JP Morgan, remember Banks? Dude, no one's talked about Banks. Gildan, I don't know. Are they in a buyout? Citi, JP Morgan, AXP. I swear, Gildan bought from Hainesbrand. But yeah, Gil with a little pop. No Core Reeve news, just Core Reeve's probably getting hit by the Meta. So again, Meta news about renting out these data centers, the excess capacity, it just killed all the chips this morning. And that's why you're getting a real ass software rotation. I told you this a month too early. But yeah, remember I told you one of these days software is going to really decline and that'll unlock chips. We've talked about this for months. We've seen it just choppy. But yeah, like even yesterday, software went up like 0.5% with chips going up 4. But now today, chips go down 4. Software literally has gone up, I think, 4 as well, 3.9. So yeah, that's all it was though. The Meta news really killed the NeoCloud, it killed chip makers, everybody. MA, Netflix, Microsoft, even again banks. Banks. Mercs, ACAD, biotechs. I haven't really seen too many biotechs today. But yeah, ACAD with a candle, 0.7. Zion, another. Again, Netflix finally moving. Walk. And CME, IBKR, brokerages, even CBOE, Quantinium, I ripped the Ibn, KWeb too, bro. That's been pretty solid as well. I'll just say fuck June. Well, that's cool. Syria, I keep seeing that one go up. And SPY near the high. 15 minutes till Euro close. 18 minutes. I'm just a little jumpy. And SPY still up. You got 180 on those other ones. So yeah, those are still holding. I don't know what you want to do with the free ones. You could either hold them or push. That's up to you. I usually sell them too early. Tee-hee-hee. IBKR, Robin. All I see is software, dude. Good for you guys. Good for you guys. Oh, Affirm. Again, remember Klarna had that Google news. They're up only 3 off of that. It's kind of crazy. They're getting like $2 billion. DJT. Nvidia's holding up now too, though. So again, we're climbing a little bit. Again, most of your Mag 7. Again, that last little push was banks and then a couple of other randoms, like a couple staples on the high. Sanofi and BMY, a couple biotechs on the low now. You didn't realize how cheap Oracle valuation is. It just depends how you look at it, but it's not, I mean, I wouldn't call it cheap. The forward earnings is cheap, you know, if you look at its current price and then looking ahead for like 1 year, yeah. But overall, it's not necessarily like a, yeah, like it's not like a cheap stock. Who's this? Google collaborated with SLM Rijik, who completed data protection impact assessment of Google Cloud. Who's Rijik? Rijik? SLM? Why don't you unlag SML? How about that, Google? No? Okay. We can't do that. You had 2 metas, could have made 2,500, but only took 250. How can I not be sad and selling early? Because that'll fuck you up. So learn from it. You know, you don't try to adjust too much, but keep it in mind, learn from it. But you are going to regret either way. You guys, I don't know, man. I hope you guys got yesterday's philo. I had to drop yesterday's philo in the wild. I had a conversation with somebody, and they kept asking me all this stuff, and I said the philo. I said, you're going to regret it no matter what you do. You, my brother, if you didn't sell that play going for 2,000, you would have regretted it. You sold it for 200, you still regret it. You got break even, you would have regretted it. You see, no matter what, you're going to regret it. If I were you, I would just focus on building up little by little, making sure you win and grow. And, you know, you learn and optimize from all these other types of moves. And you get what I'm saying, you'll get to optimize, use your budget, your balance, see what your account is telling you. But yeah, I would, if you could learn to remain content, you will be unbotherable. But if you kind of get tossed and turned by sell too early, sell too late, and you're in emotions, you just made a hard game even more challenging. Yeah, Qualcomm, ServiceNow, Path, and now Apple. So you got Apple and Microsoft. That should help out. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Warsh taps ex-BOE Chief King for new communication task force. Wow. Are we getting our first task force announcement? MD, again, another software push. And then Rocket Lab, like I was telling you, all the space stocks are down, but then some of those just started ripping. Crocs even. Yeah, bro, high ticker is fully gassed right now. Abivax is on the low, but yeah, you got nothing else. Everything's green now except the NASDAQ. Dow's up by a quarter, SPY's up by 0.13. Got a long way to go. And then let's see. I'll get you a checkup. Teladoc, and then Apple. Even got smaller names moving. So Dow Jones, 21 green, 9 in the red. That's about the same. NASDAQ, 65.37. That's about the same. SPY, 336 in the green, 166 in the red. That's about the same too. We just keep actually advancing up. Again, now Apple Mag 7 is doing very good. My bottom target for SpaceX, I don't really have one. I'm just monitoring how it plays out. You know, I want to see if it goes below IPO, all of that. I mean, it did the supply just in a weird way. But yeah, I'm not really watching it that closely. But let's burn a month on it and let's see if it does one of those IPO moves. That's what I think Quant did. Quant just did it faster. But that's why, you know, I started playing Quant after it dropped literally 50% from its offering. And then, yeah, we got to capture the 50% to the upside. So that would probably be, you know, maybe when it drops 50%, we'll see. Qualcomm's still going. They just started moving. Now you got Dell as well. Dell as well. Google. Who's SLM Logic? Oh, Progress. That's another software. Is it Netflix? He's trying to change the monetary game with the task force. Has us looking left while he goes right. Yeah, something like that. I guess what I got out of today is I think the part I didn't like is that everybody on the ECB agreed with him. So you mean to tell me either Lagarde is copying him or everybody on the ECB at that forum, they want to get rid of transparency. But it's like I don't even think transparency is the word. I think the word transparency has been hijacked. Right? Just because I get up in front of you as a Fed person and talk a lot, that doesn't mean I'm transparent. You see what I'm saying? So like I just think the limited communication. I think they want it. I think they all do. So it's not like just Kevin is coming in with this plan and like this isn't one of those like, oh, look at Donald Trump once again. He's just doing something unprecedented. It's like, no, like Kevin Warsh is doing something unprecedented, but like Lagarde likes it. I think Macklem likes it. I think Tiff and the European Bailey, I think they like it. I think they all want to talk a little less and not. I think they all want to get rid of some of the handcuffs essentially of guidance. So that's where it's like you may start watching a global trend of, you know, they're not even going to tell you, look here. You're not even going to see what they're doing. And I think they want that. Remainder out of chip? No. Chips could still hold up. That's earnings. All that's going to matter with chips will be earnings, right? Good earnings will rotate money out of chips into the good earnings. Chips do good, they're going to rotate back into chips. Chips do bad, that money's going to go everywhere else. All right, well, SPY ripping, Apple ripping. The chat is ripping. Those metas from the morning, the last one is up 200%. And then your SPYs are up 370. I ripped some more SPYs at 400%. I took a little bit more off the table. Make sure I hold the other ones. I probably won't. Yeah, and do whatever you want with the meta. The other one from this morning's up 270 or something. I think you only got bangers today, brother. That's it. You at least got to double your money. You got old money coming back, and then yeah, we got a bunch of fresh new ones that all hit. Happy July. All right, well, Spy's going away. Yeah, that play's in the money now almost. Fuck. Ugh. Bitcoin, I keep forgetting about that. That one had a big move earlier. And I think IGV is helping you lead alongside Apple and Microsoft. Remember, Apple and Microsoft's a very strong pull. The Sentinels? Oh, really? Mine went green yesterday, so they ran a lot today. But they have a big spread. But yeah, I'm telling you, there's a lot of plays, even from the later stage ones from last month. A lot of them came back. They're not all green. Some, unless you got a really good purchase, like Sentinel, some of the Zillows are only down 20%. Planner's still down like 40%. But yeah, a lot has came back. And then, yeah, we got to book some more thousands. MSTR, Spy still going. I have one set of Zillows down 40, but that was like the first one. You had one free Spy, you took it, not bad. Not bad. A little 10 cents to 50, you know what I'm saying? Can't complain. Zscaler, another, and now Hood and MSTR and the Dabe. All right, high ticker's gassing, bro. So do you guys know where we are right now? This 750 is very important. I think 750, because if you get to 750, you're right back to where Kevin Warsh began. So we just took 2 weeks to unwind Kevin Warsh. He came on today. He did not drive home the hammer. And yeah, here we are. It's early as fuck, dude. There's 5 minutes till Euro close. Why does it feel so late, Chad? Why does it feel so late? It feels so late already, but it's so early. You have no idea. Yeah, we'll see. We probably might even hit the 750 and then just chill the rest of the day. Remember, you know, these programs turn off. You know, you should be used to doing nothing all day. That's what we learned last month. Viteris. VTRS. And then now Marvel. So chips are going down again. You're going to do another wave of that. Yeah, SMH coming down. AMD, Intel, all that good stuff. Again, RKLB was just very surprised. It just sold off heavy and then came back up. Kind of all of them did. Again, then the financials, brokerages, I mean, they're coming up as well. Just, I think this is kind of the front run for bank earnings. Well, I haven't even looked at Google, but NVIDIA's going up. This is weird. So NVIDIA, see if NVIDIA switches spots. Because if they start selling off everything else and then buy NVIDIA, it's a very interesting rotation within itself. Just remember, NVIDIA has lagged the SOX for the last quarter. Oh, where's China? Fubo up 12. Oh, Arab BNB, huh? Now you want to play along, brother? FFIV. Again, these are all software. And then Sweet Green's at 9. Cart. A-Net. Again, Sirius. Whatever fucking Sirius doing. Now, Ulta. You got a couple of fresh names waking up. Again, high ticker still active. 60, 70% of the market still in the green. I mean, we sold off on that first morning, and then ever since then, it has been straight up. Yeah, if you have the low average on Airbnb, you got your gain. Mine was still, I only got one low purchase on Airbnb, so my average is a little higher. We're green on it, but yeah, if you're in the 99s, the 120s, you got way more cushion. Oh, now Amazon. I keep forgetting about either Amazon or Google. Then Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia has been getting a lot of attention. Fortinet now, another are we doing another cyber run? We might. Yeah, cyber in the ETF's at the high. That's what I'm saying. That thing is a lot stronger than IGV. Because again, IGV is still down from last month, but literally cyber might break out. High ticker's very aggressive. Q's on the high, Visa. Now Nvidia. You have other chips coming down, but Nvidia is coming up. And then all of the financials, they have earnings next week. Again, everything from like financials to credit card companies, and then random pockets of space. I have no idea why Tesla has been a fucking juggernaut the last couple days. But yeah, it has been. I wish I could tell you why. Dude, Kimberly was almost close to hitting a yearly high. And then it chilled out. But hey, man. Good job, Kimberly. Good job. I won't jinx it. Again, Staples didn't do much today. That's the interesting part. I mean, again, we had a lot of those rotations last week or last month. But yeah, a lot of them are like kind of super chill. They're not getting... Again, we started off with tech, software. You're not getting the same... by the healthcare, except for financials. Financials did do a lot better. That was one of those rotations, if you guys remember. U.S. Greer says USMCA shifting to rolling talks, no renewal. That was from the morning. I sold the IBMs. They're at 400%. I sold them today. So if you have them, those are fire. But I got rid of them. Ions again. It's Nvidia. It's Nvidia and Apple, and then fucking China, dude. I have looked into Deckers. They're a very interesting portfolio. I actually like their brands. Well. Amara now. So these Neo Clouds. And then Neo Clouds and brokers. I mean, I would argue everything. We don't know why Nvidia. I mean, it went from like growth to kind of becoming normal, but we did bring up the idea last month or 2 months ago where it's like Nvidia could have just been the piggy bank. So after Nvidia, started off this whole AI thing, and a lot of people made a lot of money on Nvidia, they started using that as the funding source to go chase memory and chase everything else. But other than that, I mean, I don't think there's a real answer as to exactly why it's lagged, but definitely a lot of ideas because it has been noticeable. And then that is Euro close, Chad, 2 minutes ago. Into the highs. I mean, looking pretty well. You got a lot of pieces moving around. Again, couple of memory chip names are trying to wake up now, so we'll see if Euro close brings any of that rotation. Otherwise, all software, all Mag 7 today. Not like other industries went down. They just, like, again, you didn't really get a rotation, but financials, healthcare, staples, they kind of held. But a good start to the month. Kevin Warsh did not get in the way of anything. And now, I mean, a day like today kind of reignites some momentum, or at least we'll find out over the next couple days. But remember, July is very good seasonally. Tomorrow's our last day of the week, and then usually this right before July 4th is one of the best days seasonally. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a coat. Hey, happy Honda days. Z-Lab. All right, well, I think we do a push-up. Would you guys be interested in push-ups? I like push-ups. I like physical activity. I showed you guys some workouts. Derek modeled some for you. Oh, but Chad, you've been here for 2.5 hours. 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups, baby. Can't do 10, do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just move your body around. It's good for you. We got 7 hours ahead of us. You want to stay alive, bro. You're going to trade all day, every day. Oh, you got to take care of your body. So stand up. Get a deep breath in there, too. Go. Oh, get deep breaths in. Oh, man. Oh, I'm stretching. But yeah, bro. It feels late, but it's not. Still mad early. So get your body moving. I feel like, am I missing something? No, I'm sore, bro. I am sore, Chad. You know that? It's been now July. Oh man. Well, yeah, let's get. I'm gonna do the hip workout. I'm gonna do a little one. I'm gonna see, bro. That the openers, those kill me, but I think I need them. So here's some political propaganda, so you could get some timing. And yeah, man, do your push-ups. Good morning, Chad. Welcome to Power Hour. Welcome to Euro Close. Woo!
Howard didn't lie or deny.
I didn't even mean to play that one.
Got the young with that guy,
but we still ask why.
Did you go to that high? Not once.
Yeah, my bad.
It's not for Mega. It's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I grab Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and mark it, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the island, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Panicans have no composure. I'm just a loyal voter. Let's end another war. Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and pricing floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala, at least I'm not Trump. actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ICE cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala, approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala AGI and better run.
I'm still doing hip stretches, bro. I have to move very slow. You know, I need to get the right movement path. But yeah, man. Armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. Oh, I think I just broke my knee. Oh, can you break a knee? Because I think I just heard something. It felt good though. Okay, we're almost done, guys. Almost done. All right, I'll just call it. Ugh. Dude, I feel like I aged overnight. You know that? I had a good workout. We're back. So yeah, hopefully you got a good push-up. Welcome to Euro Close. I mean, welcome to July, dude. So yeah, and then, I don't know, when is... We got 4 more weeks till we hear the next Kevin Warsh. Other than that, there's going to be earnings. Earnings. Can't you see? Yeah, you got 3 weeks. July 28th. End of the month. CME, 60% of our ships are going through Suez, 40% taking longer route. FRPT. Yeah, NVIDIA held up. JP Morgan. Yeah, fresh pret actually down 7. I saw that moving down earlier. I didn't think it was that bad. They got cut. Price target cut. No, I don't see anything. Wow. Sprouts. No, I haven't looked into retailers. I mean, you did have GIS earnings. Again, more cybersecurity. Sprouts getting some candles. It's up to, again, cyber, dude. I like it a lot. Like I'm saying, they're up too. They're up less than software, but like I said earlier, I think it stands out that cyber is about to break out through its high again. Meanwhile, software is probably 10% off of its high. Maybe 8% now, or 7%, 6% after today. Are y'all uncle? RTX 7 highs, and then oil near the low too. That's another part. So to start off the month, coming into July, yeah, you got another new low on oil since the war began. And then I think in last quarter, that was the biggest decline on oil since 2020, since COVID. That was the only other time oil has dropped that much in 3 months. Just because, again, it ran up a lot, and then dollar nominally the amount. Claude 5 from Anthropic now available on AWS. Ooh. I don't know. That's what I was saying. I wanted to see. It sucks that today, like, you know, correlated with other headlines, because I didn't know how IGV and software was going to take the return of Claude. So far it seems good, but I think it might just boil down to earnings, or again, doom loop fears will get triggered depending on how things play out. There's a Justice Department conference right now, and then JD Vance. JD, do you guys want to listen to JD? Because right now, look in the chat, no one's complained about anything today. All we've done is hit bangers. But right when I play it, I'm just saying all of the chat faxes from March 29th are gonna show up. That's all. I'm down to listen, but are y'all gonna? Can y'all handle this? Can y'all handle? I had people complaining this morning. Here, to give you perspective, I turned the stream on early to make sure nobody missed Kevin Warsh. and people were still complaining that I was hiding something from them. And then I played all of the morning news. The news that makes us a lot of fucking money every morning by making sure we know what's going on. They're like, what? Turn this shit off. So, yeah, I just say it, man. I hope you just, I hope we get some harmony.
Their liberty or
Don't
their
go too
ability to
crazy.
pursue happiness were it not for the sacrifices of you.
Good beard.
Now, I have had this
Never
job
really-
for
I
all
didn't-
of
he
18
lines
months,
up his beard,
and the
dog.
thing that I know,
That's a beard
the
lineup.
thing that I see every
I need to
single
go get
day
one.
is that part of the reason why we in our political leadership are able to do what we do is because the world over, bad guys and good guys, friends and foes, allies and enemies are afraid of you. They know that if we ask, you guys will go and make the impossible possible. They know that when we demand that a bad guy does something, if they say no, you are the ones who are going to enforce that demand. And that is an amazing thing, and it's why we have the great nation that we have today. So what I'd ask for you as we all get ready to celebrate America's 250th birthday is have that gratitude of heart that General Washington talked about almost 250 years ago. Grateful for yourselves, grateful for the men and women to your left and right, and grateful to the nation that makes it possible for every American to pursue their dreams and to pursue the American dream in whatever the way that they ultimately decide. Now here's what I want to talk about next. I want to talk about what we owe to you. You know, when I was in the Marine Corps, I spent 4 years from 03 to 07 in the United States Marine Corps. And I'll say this to the other Marines. There are a lot of reasons why I wanted this job. But one of the reasons why I wanted this job is because it's pretty cool to have the Commandant of the Marine Corps have to salute a member of the E4 Mafia. That's pretty cool. Call it an ego thing. But I left the Marine Corps as an E4, as a corporal of Marines. It's some of the proudest things that I ever did. I did in the Marine Corps, and some of the best friends that I've ever made were in the Marine Corps.
How do you do the
with
picture
Marines,
in
with
picture? I
sailors,
forgot
with
the
all
command.
the people that I served with and had the pleasure to get to know. But one of the things I learned in the United States Marine Corps, serving from 03 to 07, is that we sometimes had leaders who would ask you all to go to war, but would not give you a clear mission on the other end. And one of the reasons why I'm proudest of what the President of the United States has done over these last 18 months is because when he has asked you to go to war, he has given you a defined mission. He's asked you to go and accomplish it. And most importantly, he's given you the tools to kick the hell out of the enemy and to come home safely. That is what you should expect of me, of our great Secretary of War, of the President of the United States. You put on the uniform.
You have one
offer to
mission,
sacrifice
very
ultimately
clear.
for the benefit of this nation.
Obliterate
What you should
society.
demand in return is that when
Praise
we ask you to go
Allah.
and do something, we tell you exactly what we want
That's
you
exactly
to
what I
accomplish.
want you to do.
That is what this administration
I want you
has
to blow
promised,
the society
and that is what this
back to the
administration
Stone Age
has delivered on.
if they don't listen.
Because when I think about what happened when I was a young Marine in 03 to 07, is we had a lot of people who were asking our military to do the impossible, but they weren't giving them clearly defined missions and clearly defined objectives. To the members of the Air Wing that just came home in May, what did the President of the United States ask you to do? Something very discreet and very specific. Number one, he asked you to ensure that we destroyed Iran's conventional military. And as we sit here today, their Navy is at the bottom of the
screenshot when I do
ocean,
it.
and they have no ability to project power like they did even 12 months ago. What else did he ask you to do? He asked you to destroy their nuclear program. And now, and trust me, I know because I look at the intelligence estimates, if you look at what our own intelligence says about their nuclear program, they are further away from developing a nuclear bomb than they have ever been since basically the last 20 or 30 years. And that is because of you and because of your hard work. And finally, what the President asks you to accomplish is to destroy the defense industrial base of that country so that if they ever decided to rebuild their military, or if they ever decided to rebuild that nuclear program, they would be hard-pressed to do it. And you did that exactly as well. But today, as I sit here, there are people in this country who want you to just keep going and attack the President of the United States for using the leverage that you gave him to engage in negotiation. And why do we engage in negotiation? Because of you, it's not out of weakness, but it's out of strength. And again, I go back to that time that I served in the United States military from 03 to 07. We made a lot of mistakes back then. We did a lot of stupid things back then. You performed ably, but your political leadership did not. And what I remember about that time is that, number one, there were people who learned all the wrong lessons from that moment in history. There were people who learned the lesson that we could never use the military again. But that's not the right lesson, because the military isn't who screwed up in 2003 and 2007. It was the political leadership that screwed up. So that was the wrong lesson to learn. There were also people who learned a different lesson, an equally wrong lesson, that the solution to the problems that we had in the early 2000s was to ask you to do more and more and more and more without giving you a clearly defined objective. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that you deserve to have a clearly defined objective. I think you deserve to have a President of the United States who believes in you and gives you the weapons to win. And I believe that you have a presidential leadership today that will never ask you to go to war unless he's telling you why you're going to war. And most importantly, when he sends you to war, he gives you the tools you need to kick the hell out of the enemy and come home safely. That's what you deserve.
Long term. Oh. Amen.
And I look at the American media these days, and I hear people who are attacking the President of the United States for negotiating, even though the President is negotiating from a position of strength because of you. He's negotiating from a position where Iran's nuclear program has been destroyed and their conventional military has been destroyed too. And what I notice about the people who are attacking the administration for negotiating is that they're the very same people who, for example, encouraged us to just go a little bit further and just drop a few more bombs in places like Afghanistan. But again, if you go back to the mistakes that were made,
honestly,
those
the ones
very same people,
I'm FOMOing those. I wanted them and they're the same price.
To say, what
will
we drop
another
bombs
7%.
For?
That's not.
Now, the President of the United
Again,
States
we played
maintains a lot of
from last
options
time.
today
There's
in
a July
2026.
at the money for 20 cents.
But if you ever ask you to go and drop bombs, it's going to be for something specific, to accomplish something that matters to the American people.
Don't try to cut off that card.
We dropped some bombs a couple of days ago. You know why?
Because
the Iranians were shooting at commercial ships.
Like I'm saying, I've called this one out all day.
We dropped some bombs, we applied some leverage, and we've had free commercial transit for the last 3 days. If the Iranians try to rebuild the nuclear program, the President's got options, again, because of you. If the Iranians try to threaten their neighbors or fund terrorism, we've got options, again, because of you. But what we must never do is drop bombs just for the sake of dropping bombs. And that is what the President will never ask you to do. He'll ask you to go to war, yes, but when he asks you to go to war, he'll tell you exactly what you're going for, and I think that is what you should expect out of your political leadership. You should expect something else too, and this is where I get into the great work of Jen Kiggins and Doug Collins. You know, one of the most formative experiences of my entire life was after I got out of the Marine Corps, and I was a law school student, and I worked on the Veterans Legal Clinic.
So that one, listen, if that one doesn't even hit right now on a news play, I like it.
We actually represented the Vietnam veterans of America.
Another reason. You get what I'm saying?
And a lot of you are maybe
so that
too
jacked
young
them
to
up. I'd only
appreciate
grab
this.
the ones that are negative.
But the Vietnam veterans of America experienced one of the most shameful periods in the history of the United States of America. They came home, many of them, not to fanfare, not to flag waving, not to a grateful nation. They came home to people who spit on them, who attacked them, and criticized them simply because they did the job the political leadership asked them to do. Now, I go back to what General Washington said about gratitude of heart. And when I sat down with these Vietnam veterans, these people who had quite literally been spit on by their fellow citizens for doing the job Washington asked them to do you know what they had? They didn't have resentment. They didn't have hatred. They didn't have anger. They had a simple motto that never again would America do to a generation of veterans what happened to the veterans from Vietnam. It was an amazing thing. And so when they came to us and they wanted legal help, it wasn't for themselves. It was for all of you. And it was for the generation of veterans that I represented, the veterans in Iraq and Afghanistan. And they committed themselves, these old red hatters. Some of them were the saltiest people you've ever met in your entire life. But they committed themselves to help all of you because they wanted to make sure that the United States would never again treat a generation of veterans the way that it treated the Vietnam veteran generation. And that's an amazing thing. That is the spirit of gratitude. And what we've done is we have taken that charge and we have run with it. What Doug Collins has done is we have seen, working with Jen Kiggins and some of our other great rock stars in Congress, is we've seen veteran backlogs at their lowest level in 30 years. When you call the VA, whenever you get out of the military and you call the VA, somebody ought to actually answer the telephone. And that's what we've done because of Doug Collins and Jen Kiggins. If you or your family needs medical care, it should be there, and that's what's happening because of Doug Collins and Jen Kiggins. Ladies and gentlemen, some of you will serve 4 years, and some of you will serve 34 years. But the simple promise that I make to you that Doug Collins and Jen Kiggins fight every single day is that whenever you call on the Department of Veterans Affairs, somebody should answer the phone and give you the services that you need.
One I snaked
so I
early
want to
went up
say
50%.
thank you to
I
Doug.
sold
I
those
want
and
to
I'm
say
holding the
thank you
one
to
with
Jen
time.
Kiggins. We are
The one
fighting
with
for
times
our
I'm
veterans
almost 100%
every single
already.
day,
So
and
be
the thing
careful.
that I'd ask all
Like
of
I said,
you,
do not overpay
one
for
day
those.
you're going to be veterans. You won't be active duty service members, you will be veterans. Are we going to continue to fight for our veterans just as the Vietnam veteran generations has fought for you? Absolutely we will. That's what we need from every single person in this room, and that's what you
IBM.
should expect, and that's what you have
Meta names
from
Denise
your
Moreno,
political leadership.
Chief Marketing Office.
Now let me make
and
just
Alex
a
Schultz as
couple of
first
final
Chief Data Center
comments here.
Officer.
You know, one of the things that we've tried to do in our Department of War is to recognize that you guys are able to do amazing things, but only if you're empowered to actually do them. Why have we gotten rid of diversity, equity, and inclusion? Because we recognize that Americans from every walk of life, from every ethnicity, from every race and religion, that you all can exceed, that you all can succeed if you're empowered by your leadership. Why have we given you the best equipment anywhere in the world? Because when you go to war, you shouldn't be looking down the barrel of a gun of somebody who's got something better than you have. You ought to have the very best stuff. But I think the thing that I'm proudest of is that we have empowered you to do great things again. We're not telling you to look behind you. We're not telling you to think about whether your warfighting abilities or your warfighting capabilities are going to be second guessed by a politician back in Washington. We're sending you overseas if we have to. We're giving you clearly defined missions, and we're making it possible for you all to do exactly what you need to do. So from one enlisted Marine to all of you, I just have a couple of final thoughts. Number one, I am grateful to you. You may not realize this, but I spend my time with a lot of political hacks back in Washington, D.C. Not Doug and Jen, but there are some political hacks back in Washington, D.C. You are the people who make this job worthwhile, and you are the people who make this job something proud to do. I know it. You may not see it, but I've looked in the eye of a lot of bad guys, and those bad guys respect the United States because they fear you. So number one, thank you. And number two, I want to say as we get ready to celebrate 250 years of great American history, I want you all to know that that celebration belongs to you as much as it belongs to anybody in the United States of America. For 250 years, it is people like you who have put on the uniform of the United States of America and made sure that our Constitution actually has meaning. who have put on the uniform of the United States of America and made sure that those backyard barbecues and those celebrations we're going to see over the next few days exist under a blanket of liberty and protection. Ladies and gentlemen, you are the very best part of the United States of America. So happy 250th birthday. Let's keep on celebrating. And because of you, my friends, the next 250 years of the United States of America are gonna be better than the last 250 years. God bless you and happy Independence Day, my friends. I'm proud of you.
USA, USA, USA. What great audio. They switched the audio quick. Oh yeah, just a little pep talk ahead of the birthday. I mean, it sounded like he's getting him ready to go to war, but I do think just with the theme of America's 250, just remember, you guys, it is a shortened week because of the holiday. And we do have the 4th of July. Are you guys ready to film a bunch of fireworks? This, as a reminder, just remember, you should only film the fireworks if you're going to watch the video afterwards. Okay? I don't know who needs to hear this. Memory is expensive right now. So don't waste memory on videos you're not going to watch. Okay? I'd enjoy it. I'd enjoy the fireworks. If you're going to film them, you have to watch it again. Amen? Is that a fair rule? I think it is. Workday, crowd. They're all going there. It's all software and IGV. My goodness. Everybody in the IGV, put your mother and hands up and follow me. Everybody in the IGV, put your mother and hands up. What? Nobody stand tough. Notice that this man's long term is not up. These day trades got you gassed up. Now who's afraid of the big bad? Put 1, 2, 3 into the 4. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 3 months, 2 months, none. This guy ain't no mother in Fed chair. I know every... Okay, I'm sorry. I like it. Be careful. I've worked in emergency rooms and fireworks can get very messy. Be especially careful with kids. I agree. My sisters told me the same thing, bro. The medical people, man, y'all have seen the worst. But yeah, be careful. Fireworks will blow your hands off. I don't know who needs to hear that. I don't think there's a cloud outage. I haven't seen any down detector. Iran lifts export bans of petrochemical and polymer products. NTAP, Adabe, Ample still chilling. EYPT on the low. Again, CRM started to move up. Oracle is not. Adabe. Oh, I guess 213. It's not like reacting to news, but it's kind of been steadily climbing here all day. Oh, Intuit. Come on, Habibi. And then Microsoft again. I know. Dude, you guys, why'd you forget? I sold IBM and then it kept going up. Why'd you guys forget? You guys forgot. I sold Palantir. It went up another 1,000%. I'm just saying, bro. Just y'all let 2 weeks of the market not going up. Y'all forgot how to act, huh? Man. Either way. Either way. Lime. What's Lime? Is this an IPO? Lime Energy? I think it is. Up 12%? Lime? And then SKM again, yeah. Opens at 27, priced at 25. 6 million shares at 25 a pop. And this has been out for 10 minutes. Ooh, you've done 600,000 shares. It's only done 10% of the offering. Again, NTAP again, ELF, SFM, IBM, Ample, and then banks and ServiceNow and all the other software. This guy was on the sidelines. Someone lit up a firework and it hit your friend in the eye and he went blind in one eye. Yeah, that's terrible. That's terrible. Where do you purchase Uncle Answer's music? Anywhere they sell music. But you could listen to it for free on YouTube and Spotify. Just search Uncle Answers. That's it. Side effects may include getting a long term. So if you don't want to listen to music that subtly, tells you to get a long term and save money and care about the future, you just be careful. Consult your brokerage today. Bro, high ticker. Now you got healthcare playing along. Elevance, UNH, Cigna. Bro, and China. That's the other one. So China's also had a pretty epic 2-day run. It's not for MAGA. CBRE, not CBOE. But yeah, even then, all the brokerages, Financial, Schwab, IBKR, those are moving too. FedEx had a headline in the morning. They dipped and now they just went green. And then yeah, SPY's working its way back up. Dude, it's super early, you guys. It's 9 o'clock. We are 30 minutes post-Euro. I think Euro, we hit the high, sold off for a little bit. But yeah, you're still holding up. Again, a very interesting back and forth here with the leadership. But yeah, still some good opportunities. I'm glad. Hopefully you've made everything free by now, or you've decided if you don't want to make it free, you're willing to take that risk. But yeah, there was a lot. I did see insurance popping. I don't think you're wrong on that. No news on, I think IBKR is just part of the earnings. Again, financials, there's a lot of financials on the high ticker. Whether you see it or not, there's just everything from brokerages to big banks. Those have been going. And again, financials are the, XLF is up by 2.5%. So no, that rotation got fucking violent. I was saying yesterday on the watch list, I was like, if you can't resist the urge for earnings, start looking at banks. But yeah, that kind of took off. I didn't really realize they were up like that. Yeah, banks are fucking killing it. That's what I'm saying. I've called it out several times today. I just didn't look at XLF. It's literally up 2.5%. That is not a small amount. Thank you, my friend. Good morning. Gee, where's Amazon and Google? And then Microsoft. But yeah, we chilled out for a little bit. Chips are still near the lows, so watch out. You still might get chips sell off and then see what software does. Or again, if everything goes in tandem. The weird part about chips being at the low is that NVIDIA was climbing on all of that. So yeah, we'll see. And then that IPO, Lime. Crowd. SoFi? Wow. Even, again, like I said, healthcare wasn't active. They were negative, but they've came up. Even Staples, everything is green right now. That's kind of the crazy part, because it felt like strong rotations, but yeah, these little this last like Euro close, it brought some of the laggers up. Other laggers stayed down, but then yeah, you had a couple of pockets start to run up. IBM will trade flat until the Fed. And no, it just depends on earnings. So again, we have bank earnings next week, and then you'll get Tesla, Netflix,
So, and then you'll get a lot of these smaller software plays, right? Then some consumer plays. And now as they report, if they're good or bad, they beat this high bar, that's going to start driving things. You know, you'll pause the day of earnings, then after they report, the next day we'll go and burst with these rotations, just like we did last quarter. You guys remember it from earnings. That's why, you know, don't forget everything you've learned. You know, last month you got to learn a lot if you actually, you know, let it affect you. But you've got to witness this already. You know, the market's going to go in this wave of earnings. That'll be the catalyst. And then, yeah, we'll start. If they do good, we'll keep moving up. If they do bad, we'll either stay pinned or go down. And then we'll get into the Fed at the end of the month. But a month is a long time. So, yeah, those day by day, I think the market, it'll get driven by other broad catalysts, you know, whatever external events we get. But for the most part, earnings is probably going to be this real driver that we're approaching right now. Are we still in now? We're in every play. So, yeah, this is why, I hope you guys see it. It's like we already talked about it, you know, Zillow, it wasn't really the best play last month. I think the idea was correct, but yeah, we were just fighting upstream. But like I've been telling you, there's a reason why with options, I like to position with a decent amount of time. I keep them smaller, and this is exactly why I told you I don't sell my options, and my stop loss is what I put into the play. So that's why, like, on all of these plays, the ones that didn't hit, I'm putting an amount that I am, like, comfortable with. So like I'm saying, those plays go down 70%. I already figured I lost from day one. So I've written those plays off, but if, again, I kept them, and now today you've recovered anywhere from, like, 50 to 90% of the losses depending on what play it was. So yeah, that's why that's exactly why I do it like that. And I hope you guys were able to see it. Again, it still sucks. If you just waited instead of buying something, you could have got way more for cheaper. But yeah, there's a reason why we play it how we do. And so again, we didn't do everything perfectly, but last quarter we took advantage of the rise. We cashed out 90% of it. Threw a couple plays on, but I did make sure I told you guys with those plays, time. All of those plays that didn't hit, they were for August, were they not? So that's why I'm saying, you know, go small with them, a position size that you could actually hold through, and then we got enough time. It sucks that they're still down, but yeah, we still got decent positioning. If, you know, they're, again, or if you don't like them, you could get out of them now, and at the very least, you get way less, you get more back than what you had a couple days ago. Cuervo and Dell again, and then Micron on the low. Like I was telling you, it was weird because NVIDIA went up. So see if those other ones go down. And more banks. The banks are aggressive. I like Uber. It just hasn't really done much, but then it's still higher than where we bought it for the long term. But yeah, great company. I do think Tap is a good pickup. I think even Nike and Pepsi. But now do you guys see, because like I'm telling you, some of these plays, they especially if it's a dividend play, their ex-dividend isn't for another couple of months. So the stock may not, there's like no real incentive to buy it because it could fluctuate. And then, yeah, you know, we're only buying it for the dividend. So unless it gets to like a really good value, I'm going to just keep it on watch because look at what's happening. So think what's going to happen. Let's say July is really bullish, okay? I don't think that's going to happen, but let's say it is. Volkswagen is considering selling 8.3% stake in FC Bayern Munich. They're going to sell part of their soccer team. But let's say July is extremely bullish, okay? Let's just assume. Don't use this to get biased, please. But let's say it's going to be very bullish for July, right? But it's bullish for Mag 7 and the chips and software. Kind of what we experienced at the beginning of the year. So let's say it's really bullish, but then all the money goes to chips, software, and the NASDAQ. What do you think will happen to plays like Pepsi, Tap, Kimberly? Hypothetically, what could potentially occur?
So July's bullish. Everybody's buying chips again. Maybe they're buying more Mag 7. But momentum, new highs, tech, AI, even energy. What are they going to do to the other plays? The other plays are probably either going to stay the same, or people might do what they did at the beginning of the year. They might sell those plays off and use those to fund the chase if there's crazy upside. So that's why, too, in a weird way, we have growth, too. We benefit on both sides. That's why even picking up Kimberly, we did amazing. But it's like now it melts up. Intel, the other growth goes up. That's fine. Those other names will come down. So that's why it's like we'll see where we're at as we move into it. But until there's like an incentive or a really, really attractive price like Nike, but then that already bounced. Again, if Pepsi does bad after earnings, it has to be such a low price. Otherwise, I'm going to operate once we get more through the quarter. Once we get closer to that dividend, we'll be able to see kind of where they stack up with everything. And then again, it'll be more incentivized to buy it, and then we'll have a better idea of the price as we get closer to that ex-dividend. So that's what I did with Kimberly-Clark. You know, I've explained this a lot, and I don't know if it makes full sense, and I don't want you guys to keep playing chicken with these stocks. You know, that's why I'm saying, like, even Pepsi, you just got to kind of decide. But yeah, do you realize that's where I bought it? I bought it the day before it bottomed out. I think that's amazing. June 3rd. But I didn't buy Kimberly for 3 months. So imagine you have the earnings move, you had the war, and then for 3 months, do you see as everything was ripping, going back and forth, this thing would not go anywhere because the ex-dividend. That's what I was saying. I was like, if I'm going to buy Kimberly, I'll buy it near the ex-dividend. I just played chicken and bought it the day before. But yeah, that ended up working out. I thought it was going to go lower. But yeah, the whole idea is that I just know the price range ahead of ex-dividend, and then there was other names moving. You know, we were able to pick up Oracle, Intuit, Microsoft in the same time that this did nothing. So usually those dividend stocks will either stay the same, do nothing, or even go slightly down up until there's either a catalyst, earnings, or again, we start getting into their dividend season. So I hope that makes sense. And SPY, again, high ticker still active, healthcare, insurance, a lot of financials. Whole lot of financials. My banks, my chips, I buy the dips, all that shit. Whole lot of finance. Am I recommending we buy Kimberly now? Then it's up from the bottom. How did you come to that conclusion? That's amazing. No, this is what you just said. What it just reminded me of this. Please hold. So yeah, this is what you got me thinking of right now. Because if that's what you got out of that, here's a great video. This is what I'm studying up right now. So yeah.
And for tire number 4, here we go.
How to slash a tire.
This has been so much fun.
Okay, you go against the Joshua Tola rule. You know the rule. You understood the rule. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how you got
and that's
to that conclusion. But no, I would never tell you to buy anything I'm up on. So unfortunately, if you did not watch the videos, you were not paying attention. Just a couple of weeks ago when we did the Kimberly, it's now up about 12%. So I would not, you've missed that opportunity. You could do it if you like, but that's not the rules here of the long term. No. The same for Fiserv? No, Fiserv is a growth name, not a dividend name. And then again, understand why we bought the Fiserv. We were already up last year. Fiserv and Chipotle were the laggers. So, and I still like them. I still do think Fiserv is kind of interesting, but I went really small on that play. That's not one I would bet the farm on. Kimberly, again, I've put 3 or 4 deposits into it. I've actually been buying Kimberly. That's the thing about it, too, is like, you know, even if you weren't paying attention to the last week or two, which would have sucked, if you really have been paying attention, I have been stacking this up almost at every deposit for the last about 6 months now. 6-7 months I've been buying Kimberly, just over and over and over again, as long as it's lower than where I bought it the last time. That's it. I just kept buying and buying and buying and buying. So yeah, it's that should tell you something. Like, here, let me put it this way. What do you think about this? I think they were bought within a month or two of each other, but just take a look. So on the rebuild, the big account, I have $11,100 of Kimberly. Okay? Follow with me, you guys. 11,100. Technically the second largest position in the rebuild. Because cash. But then Intel and then Kimberly. Right? About 17% of the account. Okay? Now let's go to Fiserv. Like we said, we bought this one December. We got Kimberly January. A month difference between them. Because again, at that time, everything was high. We went for some of the growth laggers, and then we started buying the lagger staples. So Fiserv, my position is worth $700. Same, again, bought around the same time. I only bought it once with $700. Kimberly, I started going every other month or every month of buying it. Over and over and over and over again. About 5 times the size of each purchase. Are you following? Bought this once, $700, 1% of the account, or $900, or down on it. So my question for you is, how do you think I view Kimberly versus Fiserv? What does this tell you? There's a reason why I organize the long term based on position size. When you guys go to all of the videos, so you could see what's going on, and that way you could see what's important and what's accurate, what's more up to date. Position size, you could get a good idea, because what is this telling you? So what do you see right now with what I'm showing you? 11,000, second largest position, Kimberly. Bought a month after Fiserv. But then Fiserv, wait, Trump Truth Social on Micron? What do you mean? Big news, Micron has announced historic $250 million in Trump accounts. That's it. So Micron investing in Trump accounts. You might get a little pop, but yeah. I mean, again, usually the people who invest in Trump accounts, you get like a follow-up headline. I feel like they benefit not from the Trump account, but from the exposure. Old news, it's from yesterday. Oh, well, he just tweeted it 40 seconds ago. So, this should tell you, I'm telling you, if you could understand what I'm showing you now, you're going to be able to read the long term a lot better. You're going to be able to follow along. And that's what I'm saying. There's a very big difference between some of these plays, and you have to understand why. And that's what I'm saying. What we believe and how we feel about them, I mean, it could be reflected through the position size. So, like I'm saying, I don't even think, we're having to talk about value and all this. Like, Fiserv's just it's not even in the same neighborhood. Like I'm telling you, we're talking $700 position versus $11,000. And the same thing goes for the other account too. So, very, very similar size. The big account, the one I'm showing you there, that's $3,000 a month. We don't do weekly. We just do one deposit a month. And then again, same thing here. So for this account as well, we still have a bunch of cash. This is more diversified, but again, organized by market value. Kimberly, $1,100. Fiserv, $100. So it's literally 10 times smaller. And they were both built around the same time. And Fiserv has gone lower, meaning I could buy more, but I'm not. Do you get what I'm saying? This tells you a lot. This is showing you certain things. And I do hope you keep this in mind, because not all of these plays are equal. I do think that opportunity at Kimberly at lower prices, that was I'm more confident in that it shows than a Fiserv. My money is going to be more preserved in a Kimberly than a Fiserv. And that's hence why I'm more aggressive with one than the other. And then, yeah, we still have a fuck ton of cash too. And I got my deposit. So, yeah, I hope that helps you understand. And like I'm saying, go through. It's in the description. You could go click the video, and you could go to the, what's it called? You could go to the latest long-term video, and you could see the portfolio, but I organize it by market value. So look at the size, and that'll tell you some stuff. It'll let you know. Is there a diamond out there? There might be a gem. That's what I remember. Intel. I didn't think Intel was the diamond. I thought it was a gem, but sure enough. So yeah, I think there's some out there. That's why, we got our cash. I just have a fuck ton of cash because of the covered call. So it wasn't like I did want to build cash, but then you saw me. I got lows on Microsoft, lows on Intuit. I had to put that capital to work. Even though I have a plan for the midterms, my plan isn't to just not buy anything. I don't want to sit there with a bunch of cash. I just want a good deal, and I want to get my money working. And yeah, you give me a good price, I'm using that money. But if not, yeah, we're gonna wait until those opportunities provide themselves. Woo! Tell me why. SPY's back to 400%. TTD. I don't own TTD. I wouldn't actually buy TTD for the long term, unfortunately. So you deposit 10% into the long term and wait for the next opportunity? Yes and no, but not as passively. So you should make your long-term account separate from trading. Start setting up the 10%. You got that, so good fucking work. But then the next step is go through the video, go through my account. If you really have no other idea and want to use mine as a model, go through my account, go through the video, and go find the names that I'm down on. And then you could start with some of those. Like I'm saying, so Oracle, Intuit, Microsoft, I am down on those plays. Those are, and then TAP as well. But like we said, TAP, there's no point to buy it for the next couple months ahead of this dividend. Kimberly would have been a great one. But yeah, so there's a couple names that I'm down on. You could start with some of those if you'd like, and then just, again, make sure you have another deposit coming and make sure you stick with it. You're not going to see any real progress until we get to like 6 or 7 deposits. Then the account will start, taking shape. But yeah, just start. You could follow along. You wait for the next move, but don't be as passive. Be a little bit more active. Like I'm saying, understand some of the opportunities, what we're in, what the prices are at, and if there's things that you're down on, I mean, those are all green lights. If I'm up on it, I would put it on a list and wait. And then if you have any other plays you like, you could go and you could evaluate them how I do, in the sense of, are they up on the year? Do they have a premium? Are they going to be around for 10 years? Have they been around for 10 years? Do they make a lot of money? Do they make consistent earnings growth? These other factors. And then, do you know and use the product? And then from there, you factor that in. If you find a name that meets that criteria, you're not buying it at a very high price, you could add that as well too. And then, yeah, you go from there. Yeah, GME's at the high. Microsoft is actually, so again, he may be after today. And that's what I'm saying. I bought Microsoft, and then after I bought Microsoft, you had 4 days to get it substantially cheaper. Now it's at my break even. So, and that's what I'm saying. If Microsoft goes green, if you ask me tomorrow and Microsoft is at 400, I'm going to tell you no, because it's higher than where I bought it. Same thing. Intuit dropped to 250. Now it's back to our price. Same exact thing. That thing goes up tomorrow to 280. I'm going to tell you no. That thing goes down to 250. I'm going to tell you yes. So that's what I'm saying. And then you factor it in, you use your own experience, your own life. Like I'm telling you, you may know and use things and, you know, make sure it fits with the criteria. But the beauty, starting your long term, even if you buy a couple of these laggers right now, like I'm telling you, you're not going to see anything. Nothing's going to happen. Your first long term, your first couple of deposits, they don't mean anything. The whole long term means nothing until you do it consistently. I hope you guys understand this. Because when I show people these accounts are phenomenal, and I have 3 of them. I have 3 of them that look exactly the same. All they do is go straight up in some of the most volatile 5-6 years that people have lived in. But guess what? The fact of the matter is, I can show you accounts 20,000 last year, 43,000 today. 20,000 before that, 43,000. The other one, 10,000, 5,000, it's at 23, 24. How? Why? It's easier to show you quicker. This, you see I'm going through this. This is every day we sat here. Every day we sat here, sitting, waiting. Just how you have seen me, some of you, for a couple weeks and a couple months now. It could be boring. I could be very, very slow. You get what I'm saying? We're going it's all the time. It's the time in. The timing, that's what's really getting you these crazy results. That's where it starts to work for you. So, like I'm saying, get the setup, get the 10%, start following along, get little by little, get a name here, don't overpay, keep stacking it. But it's going to take like 6 months to 12 months before you're like, holy shit, this was the best decision of my life. But yeah, the first couple moves aren't going to matter, even if you overpay for stuff, because it'll come down. You'll be able to buy it. This is all still new. So the first couple of things, they don't really matter. What really matters, the thing that's most critical to your growth and success and you staying alive. You're a seed right now, right? You're a new long-term seed. You're germinated. We put you in the ground. The thing that is going to make sure you turn into a fucking tree is time and consistency. That you stick with the deposit, you stick with the purchasing, and you stick with it for a long amount of time. That's what makes sure you become a tree. Anybody, you start today, stop in 6 months, start today, stop in 3 months, buy 1 month, it goes down, but you don't want to buy, you're like, is it boring? Again, imagine all the people who wanted a long term at the beginning of June, market stops being crazy exciting, now they're like, I'm not going to do it. You see, that's how you're going to fail. That's how it becomes a waste of time. Yeah, there's no point. But it's the time. The time, consistency, that is where we have some ridiculous results that's scalable for almost everybody who's done it. Anything else short of that, if you're not willing, if you don't stick past that currency or the consistency threshold, it's, as I'm saying, you're doing all this to who knows where it's going to be at. But yeah, most people don't really get to take advantage of it all. You averaged up on Microsoft? Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Remember, you were emotional about a lot of things yesterday. But that's what I'm saying, just like, it was just at 350. So why don't get it caught up in the hype. But again, you'll learn from this one. It may work out for a little bit, maybe it doesn't. But yeah, you don't want to, like I was saying, just make a plan, make a decision, stick with it. I mean, I've only averaged up in very unique scenarios. Last time I averaged up was the fucking inflation bubble, because there wasn't even anything, there was no such thing as a discount, because every single stock was up at that point. So that's why I went with AbiVi. But yeah, we just established Microsoft. Again, people were asking me the day after. I'm saying, bro, we got 10 years. You don't want to, don't get so driven by the price too much off of the emotions. You love the train analogy? The longer you ride the wrong train, the more expensive it is to get back home. Amen. Amen. Comparing the long term to trading is all the proof I need. Amen. Well, like I said it, I mean, it's something, let me put it this way. Not everybody in the world, or even in the market, not everybody can say that they have an account that goes straight up. I do. But I have 3 of them. technically I have way more. But I have 3 that I've done for everybody on the internet. In front of you from day one. It took a long time. Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying I did it quickly. But I am saying I have 3 of them. We can build a scalable version of anything. Different timelines, different activity, different money amounts. 3 accounts in an environment like this that all they do is go up. So, like I'm saying, man, if you should get one. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we could do 3 of them, you should be able to do 1. And that's ideally what I want for all of you. I think all of you should be able to walk away with the market and be able to say, I have an account that goes straight up. That's just very simple. You know, my trading account don't go straight up. It looked like a W. It looked like a melt. It go up, it go down, it go up, it go down, it go up, it go down until I'm like, take it all out, give me a house. But yeah, it's not the long term. All it does is go up and to the right. That's been doing it for year after year after year after year after year. You want that in a stock? You know, if you're in the stocks, you're in the stock market, you want that. You want an account that goes straight up. You should have one. And that's what I'm saying. We could build that at any size, any scale. Hence the evidence in front of you. I think Deck's a decent company, good portfolio. I mean, clothing and all those, they are kind of it's not the hottest industry, but yeah, they got a decent portfolio of names. I haven't looked at the valuation though. Bro, UNH. Almu, not Ammu, Almu. A trading account looks like a M for you. So do what I did last time. Do what I just did in May. So don't blow up your shit. Don't let it go to 0. But the next run you go on, you need to figure out an amount. You guys don't remember? You guys don't remember that watch list in the morning? I think I gave it to you on June 1st. Yeah, I think end of May or June 1st. I told this to all of you. Every single person, locked in or not. I had it in writing. I could pull up a timestamp. And I pulled it up and I said very simply, I said you all need to have an amount that you are comfortable walking away with. Does that sound familiar? And I was saying, figure that out now and be ready to execute on it, because that way, whatever happens on any drawdown, that's how you build the W versus a M. You see what I'm saying? Because that's what I did. My account was up more than 1,000% on the trading account. It was up, I think it was up like 1,300 or 1,400%. I went down. I said, I'm not walking away with less than 1,000. And I made sure I secured that. Even if the smaller plays, even if they come down, even regardless of the sizing, it's like it'll come down, but I have my minimum amount. So you see what's going to happen? Next run, it bounces up. That's going to look like a W, not an M. So that's what I'm saying. Next time around, you do need to think about this and think about it earlier. Hopefully you think about it before I tell you, and then hopefully you actually act on it once you see it. Because some of you noticed it last month, you just didn't do it. Let's be real. It's okay. I'm not shaming you. I'm saying this is a real learning lesson. Some of you were talking to me about it yesterday. You're like, yeah, I heard you. I saw you. I just didn't do it, which is fine. But now you need to learn how to, like we're saying, make the plan and then act on it. But you need to be able, this is something, do you guys get why I've been trying to stress this so heavily to all of you, especially in the locked in? I can't make this decision for you. You see what I'm saying? I can't. Even if I wanted to, I literally cannot do it. I don't know where your number is going to be. And even if I say, hey, I'm selling out everything, here's my number, I'm doing it, some of you still will not do it. And that's okay. Everyone's got a different plan. That means different results. Some of you may do very good. Some of you will do very bad. But you gotta hone in on this, and you have to be able to come up with your number, figure out, okay, look at my account. Where's my minimum? You need to be able to think about that in advance. And then when the time to pull the fucking shoot is there, you have to have the balls to do it as well. Not get caught up in the emotions. What if I make more? What if this? What if that? But if you do have that discipline, you could spot it and then actually act on it. Like I'm saying, you set the floor. So then that way all comes to worse. It goes down. The next cycle is going to bounce, but the account was going to look like a W. It's not going to look like an M. So yeah, man, I hope. I think this last month was a lot of fun, a lot of learning. It could have been more exciting, but at the same time, I do think you guys got a lot to learn from it. And, and I think if you do operate in that frame and see what this last month taught you, I mean, I think it's going to profit you way more. Because like I'm saying, if you acted in the moment, sold out, and then you avoided that drama, you set your floor, think about it, you're walking away a fucking winner. This bounces again, you still got exposure, oh man, it's even better. But then like I'm saying, if you didn't, and you got to now get that firsthand experience of fucking making a bag, working, being up so much, and then 1 week changes it all, and then you didn't take the profit, and now this could be the real thing on hopefully the next cycle. You make way more money off of it because now you've learned it. You get what I'm saying? Now you've gone through it. Next time it happens, you gotta do it. And I don't know if you remember me saying that. I was saying all of this in real time to all of you in the moment. You don't remember me telling you? I was like, bro, we hit so many plays the last 2 months. We did so much work. I'm not gonna walk away with nothing for my work. I said that during the sell everything early because I was just saying, I was like, bro, we worked so much. We did so much work from March till fucking end of the May. I said, I'm not gonna walk away with nothing that I worked for. You see what I'm saying? Now, whether or not that happened to you or not, oh, motherfucker, you get to learn because this just happened in real time. You see what I'm saying? So now, this next cycle, as we move into this or whatever the next wave is, please don't forget it. But now, beyond forgetting, this is what I'm saying. You gotta take some action. The next cycle that comes around, the next window, you're gonna have to act. You're going to take the action to take the play. You're going to have to take the action to get out of the play and make sure you take the right action that you are secured and that nothing works against you and only works for you. Ta-da! If you sold the long term for the ranch, you would have been in a great position. You goofed. But why? So you see what I'm saying? If you didn't have a house to buy, then no, I disagree. You see what I'm saying? If you were like, oh, I should have sold when Josh sold his long term, but he sold it to buy a house and I didn't, no, that doesn't make any sense. But at the same time, if you were like, yeah, I had a house, I could have bought a house, I didn't want to buy the house, I wanted more gains, yeah, you fucked up. But hopefully you understand the difference of what's a fuck up, right? But if you're like, oh, I could have sold, no, that's fucked up. That shoulda, coulda, woulda. We could play that game every day for the next decade of when we should have sold, right? But because again, I didn't sell because I didn't like the market. I sold because I had a property. I sold because I had a house, and that's what I was saying. We could move it in there, and I wanted to show that. Because again, a lot of people last year, they were asking me. They were like, when do I sell? We should sell. Donald Trump is scary. The market's up a lot. Scary. I want to sell. I said, you don't sell unless you have a house. And then they kept asking, and I said, here, I'll show you. Buy a house. This is how you do it. So yeah, that's otherwise if there wasn't any house on the table, I don't think you fucked up. My minimum, you guys got a real example. My minimum of what I wanted to walk away with. So like I'm saying, I had a trading account this year that in the last 12 months it's still to this day up over 1,000%.
on the entire account. I'm not talking a play. I'm telling you, if you put $1,000 in that account, it's worth $10,000. You put $5,000, it's worth $50. You put 10, it's worth 100. Small amounts to a very large amount, my specialty. I love it. That's why I say, give me a fucking free down payment. Why not? So in this case, I had 1,000% coming into the end of May. I was actually above 1,000%. And that's what I said. I said my minimum is 1,000%. I don't want to walk away. If this shit goes tomorrow, Donald Trump tweets something, I don't know, I don't care. I'm not walking away with less than 1,000% in this account. So what did I do? I ripped everything. I ripped anything to get my cash level up to 1,000%. And then any other additional play that I added, as long as it didn't touch the 1,000, I'm free to move. But now I made sure I had my 1,000%. So then that way, if June happened, and it did, I still have 1,000% in that account, and I still have plays. And then if things come back up, we're still good, but now that little momentum stalling, I don't feel it the same way. I'm not as discouraged as some people would have been. That's why I kept throwing out these little other plays. That's why we keep waking up to 1,000%ers and other stuff like that. So yeah, that's just what I mean by it. And you know, I think you guys got a real crash course last month and you got to see it live, but yeah, it was hard. It was not easy. It was not easy to get the plays. It was not easy to sell early, even hold it. It was not easy to sell once the plays were working for you. Then there's a lot. This is why we're saying this is a skill. There's a reason you're learning this. There should be a reason you're watching, paying attention beyond the long term if that's what you care about. But it's like, yeah, that was all real life. That was all real life in real time. But it was like, it's challenging. I think, and you know why it was challenging? Ha ha ha. Ah! Why was it challenging, motherfuckers? I'm telling you all this. All of you remember this. All of you saw this live. Why was it challenging? Was, knowing what to buy challenging? No. Was knowing the market? No. None of that was challenging. What made it so challenging? Bro, why was it so hard to take 9,000%? Why was it so hard? If I told you go back 30 days ago, if you could take that money, you would take it, seeing whatever stuff did today. But back then you would have said, no, I don't want to sell it. Why? What made that so hard? Simple. Emotions. That's why we do philo. All y'all hating on philo? I know exactly what you did. I'm just it's all philo. It's all emotions. It's all emotions. That's it. What stopped you from getting paid? Emotions. Why? Because I was up and I wanted more. That's it. It's all emotions. It was hard. That was emotional. Sell out, it keeps going up. Sell out, you're like, I want to chase. Fuck my decision. I'm going to make another decision. You see what I'm saying? It's all emotions. All of this was emotions. Every single part, even to the fact that it's just ripping at day one of today. All emotions. Everything is emotions. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys got to see it now. You've got to live through it. You got to live through it in your situation. You had the guidance. Again, some of you did well, some of you didn't. Maybe some in the middle, but it's one thing about the market and what we see and everything going on. That's the one part about it. But the other part is that emotions. The hard part that I saw in the last month was that, like I'm telling you, I had the NVIDIA plays were a great example because those went 500 to 1,000%. At one point, almost every single person who got exposure to that play had exposure to a gigantic gain, as long as they got it within 2 weeks. It was crazy. That NVIDIA was a banger. And the play was clear and easy. The play was simple. Earnings are lagging. The market's lagging earnings guidance. NVIDIA has earnings coming up. NVIDIA is the cheapest chip stock in the world right now compared to the pricing. And what was our play idea? Buy it ahead of earnings and sell it before earnings. Simplest shit out there, right? Simple idea. But this is how emotional it got. After that play started going above 500%, after NVIDIA started ripping 20% in a week, and then we start getting near the earnings, I told you, bro, it started to scare me. I started to respond to people. Some of you who know me, you know I don't respond to my messages.
I'm really bad at it. I get a lot of them. I try to just keep everything live. I believe in, that's my transparency. I don't want to have private conversations. I'd rather just talk to everybody live and let everybody hear it, and then maybe somebody learns from it. That it got to the point I started responding to people. You know why? Because you know how many people fucking hit me up, said thank you for NVIDIA, I'm up 1,000%. And then they ended the thank you with, I'm going to hold it for earnings. I think this one's it. I'm like, no. And I would respond and I'd say, no, that's not the play idea. And then I would respond and then I would tell them, I'd say, I already sold out. So good luck, do whatever you want. But I'm like, no. But like I'm telling you, bro, it got, that play was all emotions. It got to the point you had the emotions of the people who got mad when it went down, all the drama, then the emotions of it going up. And then once it took off, the next one, it went from like, oh, you know, this is going to happen, then do this. That's how we played it, right? Earnings, boom, we got our gain, sold it, all done. It got to the point where people were like, yo, I should probably hold this for another 1,000. Or wait, I'm up 1,000%. I don't want 1,000%. I want more. Why? Now people started wanting to change the whole play idea. And now they wanted to change everything about it, even though they were up a lot, but now they wanted more. So yeah, that's what it's all emotions. So I even think the next 6 months, all emotions. Last year, the politics, the bullshit, the great opportunities, all emotions. Like I'm telling you, why does Nancy Pelosi own Intel and you don't? If it is because you hate Trump, that's emotions. Very simple. Like I'm saying, all this stuff last year, I hated Solana. I still made a fuck ton of money off of it. You see, that's why I say I had to kill my hatred of Solana in 5 minutes to make money. Because, again, emotions. Like I'm telling you, all those shitty nuclear down the materials and minerals, shit. All of it dog shit. Emotions, though. There was an opportunity, get in and out. Even I was up a lot and I sold them out. That's it. I said, I'm not going to chase the dragon. It's all emotions, brother. All emotions. So, yeah, I don't know. This might just be marketing because I'm telling you, you should all listen to today's philo because I have a very great philo today. It's actually all related to money. I couldn't have planned this out more perfectly. I didn't try to plan it out, but it's working great. You know, the market, everything. So, yeah, but you might want to listen to philo, especially if your emotions have been the problem. That's what I'm saying. I encourage you to, you know, be a homie, dude. Stop getting caught up in the whole Jesus shit. Stop getting caught up with what you like or don't like about me. And like I'm saying, just listen. Because for real, bro, if you could handle these emotions and if emotions are getting the best of you, that might be the only thing you need to change. And this game is going to start working for you, not you working for the game. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Remember, ACN was your biggest lagger. U.S. tries to talk Iran out of tolls as talks resume. Kimberly, do you love me? NVIDIA hit a high. IGV chips are near the low. Who else is in software? Oh, Palant. Zelanter. 5 is ripping again, too. But yeah, man, not a bad day. It's still been holding up. Again, your SPY plays are decaying, so hopefully... Remember, I ripped the second set at like 400 or 500%. They're still up 160, but yeah. You already caught a gigantic move, but now that last hour of not moving is decaying them. All philos. Even if you're not religious, gotta take the lessons. I do agree. I just think, honestly though, I don't, it's what even with March and the war, it's just like, come on. Everybody needs to kill the fucking emotions, dude. That's all it is. That's what I'm saying. The people who get mad, last year, people got mad at the stream. They got mad over a delay, but if you didn't get emotional over it, I would have made you a fuck ton of money. That's what I'm saying. Or again, you hear the news, you don't like something, you get emotional, and then you don't like, you see what I'm saying? Emotional is getting people to not listen to good info. Emotional is getting people to go the opposite way. Emotional is getting people to have money and not want to take it. It's all emotions. So if you're listening to stuff and it gets you emotional and moving, running away, talking, all that, that may just be highlighting where you could work on it with some of the trading. It's all emotions. All emotions. Situations will arise. Long term's high. Oh, you better be confident at it. I don't even know the song. CBOE. Did you get the put this morning or something? Why did it? But that thing's been doing this. Then it drops $30, goes down and up. But yeah, the double dip came back. It got clapped yesterday. But after today, back to break even. Just fat ass spread though. I'm on the crazy ones though, unfortunately. Will arise. S dot. All right, well, SPY's finally working its way down. It's interesting because like the video's doing a little better, but more of those chip names. It could just remember anytime last month, anytime the Mag 7 runs out of steam and then chips, you got Amazon going up, Google a little bit, Meta's staying pinned, and then Microsoft. So you got a little bit, but I don't know what's bringing us down here. Could be financials. I mean, those have been turned on. GME on the high. VIX pop. Well, yeah, we finally moved down. So you gave up, last like 30 minutes? You've given up the last maybe hour and a half. So like I'm saying, I could see the decay on the contracts. So hopefully you made a move on any of those if you're pushing the last ones. Thank you for the help. I'm in the process of purchasing my first home. Hey, man. I love it. Good. Keep going, man, and get ready. Get ready to rebuild the long term. Get ready for Home Depot trips. But yeah, good decision, man. I hope you got a good deal on it and took advantage of some of the and did some of the other rules that we had. Oh, you hear that? My neck. Dude, it's still early. Trump trade policies have already superseded many elements of USMCA. LNG. IGV. Neck pop. 10B still, dude. Even Veronis, too. The bids on the Veronis keep climbing. You actually have over 300% on the bid on those. Situations will rise. Long term's high. I think UVXY just because we finally moved. I don't know what it is though. Like I'm telling you, I don't see it. You know, Mag 7 just stopped moving. This could just be Mag 7 not moving and then everybody, there's LRCX and Marvel, maybe that's it. It's like the bigger chip names, but they're not necessarily Mag 7. Yeah, this is our first decline of the day, really, if you kind of think about it. This one, you had like a little pullback and then pinned, but yeah, you've been working your way down for 30 minutes. Still above VWAP. I mean, NASDAQ's still been red all day. SPY's only up by 0.1. If your long term is bigger than the down payment, how do you choose what to sell? That's the fun part. You get to do whatever you want. I start with the losers. So because then for taxes as well. But yeah, if there's losers and then names that I would never buy again, I sell them. So that's the cool part about buying a house, is that it gives you the opportunity to rebalance your long term. So that's what I'm saying. If you want to rebalance your long term without any catalyst and you want to rebalance without moving that money to a greater asset, I don't think that's wise. I think that's just a waste of time, especially if you're not a professional with billions of dollars. You don't need to rebalance like that. But that's why I'm saying it's like, yeah, you get to rebalance. Start with the losers or anything you would never buy or anything you don't want. You could sell those. Sing, of course, I sold that one. But yeah, that one ripped. I think that was ADD. I only played that one for a flip and I held it for too long. But then I sold out of it green. I said you could have made them free, but I sold mine. I just didn't want to go crazy. Warsh pivots to lower? Yeah, maybe. I mean, eventually he'll have a TLT play once he messes something up. But yeah, the even today, like how he was talking about where he thinks things will look, he seemed pretty bullish. Again, how he talked about AI. I don't know if you guys heard it. He was saying that in a couple of months, the Fed is going to, pretty much with AI, the Fed is going to have real-time data. He was saying that they were going to have some AI stuff to monitor all of this stuff way better. But yeah, I do think there's a, he ends up being more dovish than not, but I also do think the pricing mechanism is going to change. How the market prices in the Fed, the response function, the reaction function of the market is going to change. Not now, but month by month, especially as we get into his changes, we're going to, we're going to see it play a lot differently. So I'm very excited for that. Verona, Escondida. It's a shame I had the info and you didn't take advantage. I'm sorry, Josh. At least I got the knowledge and philo, but I feel behind. I know I'm better than this. So I love you, and you don't need a sorry. I don't want an apology. And honestly, in the most loving way possible, just shut the fuck up, dude. And what I mean by that, there's no need to apologize. But if there's no need to apologize, there's no need to beat yourself up over it. So I don't know if you guys have noticed this about me. In the moment, I don't like emotions. I don't like complainers in the moment. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'll tell you in the moment, like, you're being a hoe. I don't fucking like that. Or again, it's not going to help you. That behavior is not going to help me. It won't help anybody. You see what I'm saying? So, but after the fact, bro, that's it. You got to do it. I don't even want an apology. You got to get on it, though. And that's what I've been saying here, bro. There's no, if you make it, what makes this a real learning lesson is what you do moving forward. Again, the suffering, my brother, has nothing to do with the suffering. It's that you rise up to it and you overcome it. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Whatever it is, if you got to, even if it gets you to the point of humbling you or you want to even apologize, you apologize to yourself. But even then, don't even feel bad about it. Just get going in a non-casual manner and, start jumping on it. You get what I'm saying? That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. So, yeah, man, I wouldn't even trip. And like I'm saying, though, after all of you, even if you've made a mistake, if you want to do it the right way, I am here. And I will. But that's what I'm saying, though. You want to get back on it and then you start getting emotional in the moment, I don't want to hear shit from you. I don't want any emotions. But that's what I'm saying. If you got something, the light bulb goes off, your eyes are open, you see something, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. You don't need to apologize. You don't need to beat yourself up over it. But what you do need to do is make a decision and actually go seize this opportunity now. That's just like what we talked about yesterday. So, and that's what I do believe in. And I do believe those of you who are actually motivated by that and you're like, you know what, it's game time. You are totally right. You are better than this. You see what I'm saying? I don't mean that in a beat yourself up fashion. It's like, nah, I do have it. So let's go. And you can, and it's there. So yalla, that's all. Move forward. Amen. Oh, spies are only 50% now. Womp, womp, womp. You haven't listened in a while? Your husband said the philo will be fire? Oh, it is. I have a good philo on money. Oh, we'll begin in a couple of minutes. I just want to see, let's see where this stops because we might need to save it. Yeah. Like I'm saying, I still don't know what's moving us like this. It could just be the other stuff not moving. You're looking to buy a condo, you should put money in a bill, or do you think I should do TLT? I think you should do none of them. So don't let this, don't use buying a house in a year. Don't use that as an excuse to hide from the market or to not grow your money. That's why I use the long term as an example. So you guys saw me do it. What did I do? You know, I wanted a farm for a really long time. I wanted a compound for a really long time. But I let my money work with the market. So I didn't sell out or do anything for the house until I had the house in escrow. Then go get the house in escrow, then we could talk about putting the money into bill. But even then, I wouldn't even move anything until you remove all contingencies and there's no going back. But yeah, be careful of this. I'm going to do this in a year, so let me prepare. But then if the preparation leads you to falling behind because your money's not growing, I don't think that's good preparation. So I understand you don't want to lose your money and you don't want to, but again, I hope you're not taking extraordinary risk. But yeah, the general idea is that you don't want to, what's it called? You don't want to not have your money growing, sitting and waiting, and then technically there's no even house available, or there's no real, like, what are we talking about, right? That's what happens. I've seen a lot of people say, I'm going to do this in a year, so let me move my funds, but then they never do what they said they were going to do in a year, and then now the gap between where you could have been, what you were going to do, and everything else, it turns into a chasm because it's now things have moved around. So I wouldn't be putting my money in the bill or anything. I would just do the same thing. High quality names that should be somewhat stable and put them in the long term. And then once you have found a house, offered on the house, have your loan, get into escrow, pull contingencies, that is when you start moving it, because that's still another 2 weeks as well. Netflix coming up. Applied secures second building at Polaris Force, on-time delivery. Reinforces repeatable model. Is there a tax-efficient way to sell long-term into a crib? I mean, beyond what I showed you, I would talk with your tax professional. You know, I don't know your tax strategy. I don't know your tax structure, so I can't really give an accurate answer to that. But there is an efficient way of utilizing the losses. So that's what I did. All of the, like, Snapchat was a tax write-off. Any name we didn't do good on was a tax write-off. And it lowered, that's why we hold the losses at the same time. Because when it's time to move for the house, if you have those losses, every single gain you take, if you sell a loss at the same time, it's lowering the taxable gain. So I got to lower, we made a lot of gains that grew our money, but we still had like 20 or 30,000 in losses. And at least I took those at the same time. So then I just had 30,000 less taxable liability. That's what I'm saying. Last year was a one-to-one example of how to do it. That's why I bought the farm. I'm telling you, people were being annoying last year. I think a lot of it was trolling. And then it was a mix of trolling. Some people genuinely needed to know how to do it. And then I fucking stumbled across a steal of a deal. The account was booming. And I was like, fuck it, let's do it. I said, so I want it. But yeah, literally it was, that was a perfect example. Usually if you could go back to last year, or I don't know, I need to just find the videos and edit them into a video, like one main one, so you could kind of see day after day, because that was a perfect example. From I was telling you about the offer, I was in escrow, I told you when the contingencies went away, then you saw me sell it, saw me do the losses. You guys got to see my income in real time. So I sold all these plays and my gains were huge. And then you saw me sell the losses and then the taxable gain dropped. So all of it was done live, and that is how you should do it. If you want a model of how to sell the long term and move it to a property, when do I do it? That was a one-to-one model you could follow. There, you went down a little. Just see VWAP. Just if it hits VWAP or not. If you bounce before VWAP, that's bullish. But if it goes below VWAP, then we could, you know, just like yesterday, I said the same thing. Remember we came near VWAP and then we bounced? Was it the same time? No, that was earlier. But yeah. But if we go below VWAP, we may play the 7 hours to nowhere. About bringing forward future depreciation. Yes, that's a cost segregation. So you would have to structure it with like company and like your taxes. And then you would have to, you would have to do a study on the property. And then you can pretty much forecast depreciation and write it off. So I do that too on properties, but those are on the properties I'm going to keep for a really long time because it's cost segregation. But here's the thing people don't realize is that if you sell the property, you have to get taxed on it again because now it didn't depreciate. Or if you sell it for more, they're going to recapture it. Same thing goes with cars. Most people don't know that. So like, you know how I feel bad. I started this maybe like 7-8 years ago. Because it's my fault for making videos on how to get these cars with taxes, the Section 179. But yeah, a lot of people don't know it works the same with that. Yeah, like so the Lambo, I got to write it off when I bought it, right? Because I said this car is going to depreciate. So I wrote off the taxes on the vehicle. However, I sell the vehicle 2 years later for a profit. I told them I'm going to get depreciation. So the car appreciated. And I sold it for a profit. What do you think happened? I got taxed on the Lambo. I had to pay back the tax write-off. And then I had to pay on the gains. So that's the recapture. But yeah, cost segregation is a great thing. But you're just going to have to either hold the property. Or even if you have to pay the taxes back, you just have to buy another property and do it again. You have to just keep rolling it over and over and over and over and over again until you die. Otherwise, the time you don't roll it over, you're going to get hit with the tax bill. That's the Donald Trump strategy. I learned that from Donald Trump. I didn't know that when I was young. I didn't know that as I started to make money. That's why we should go over Donald Trump's filing from yesterday so you guys could learn some shit. Everybody wants you to get mad at the guy, and you can. I mean, I think he got a $250 million gift of a statue, and then you could see all of his hundreds of millions of crypto assets. But at the same time, you could learn a lot. You could see how he structured things, and that's what I'm saying. When I first saw some of the Trump taxes, I learned a lot. But yeah, that's literally the whole cost segregation and then the depreciation loop. That's the trick, is that you have to keep doing it forever. That's all. It's just rolling over. That's all it is. You roll over all of your taxes into investments and you roll it over until you die. Because the moment you stop rolling it over, you get taxed on it. And then that's it. But if you keep playing the game and keep the money moving, or you keep it in the same place, then yeah, you'll be fine. I just joined Locked In. Well, go to the other chat. Hit this channel and click live, and there'll be another live stream that says real time. Anthropic rumors that Reddit has secured new data licensing. Well, you don't get to see Trump's tax strategy as much from the recent filing, but you can see his investments. You can see what he's in. There was a couple of things I noticed that there's things I noticed that after Trump leaves office, they might become opportunities. But yeah, but you could see his income and you could see where he's bringing capital. And I'm not even talking stocks. That's the thing. Everybody wants to look at his stocks. No, dude, there's way more value when you see his other things that are not public. Like I'm saying, you can see his real estate investments, the royalties, the licensing, and all that. You can see what's even bringing money and not. Excuse me. Aren't you just delaying the inevitable? Yeah, you are. But that's the thing. Once you start making money, and then once you start learning taxes, you start to realize that this is the better way, essentially. But yes, that's it. I'm going to die with a bunch of these tax things that I'm going to leave to the next person to keep doing. Because the moment you stop doing it, you get hit with the taxes. And then it's a lot of money. That's what I'm saying. And this is not, might I tell you guys, this is all legal. None of this is like, this is all above board. That's what I'm telling you. This is just the rich people game with taxes. It took little immigrant Josh a while to learn it. But yeah, this is all that they do. So it's like they leave it to the next person, because why, theoretically, it's like, would you rather keep cycling, again, keep playing this loop, or 1031s, and then depreciation, cost segregation, just keep rolling it over till eternity? Or if you don't want to do it, you go pay $1 million, 10 million, 20 million. It's just like, why? What's the point? So you could either give that money back, or you could keep it in the actual appropriate means that has gave you the qualified write-off, and then but that's it. You break the rules, you have to pay. You have to pay the money. You keep playing the game, you don't have to pay it. So yeah, but it is it's annoying, but it is something that is worth the annoyingness. It's literally rolling out your tax-covered call until you die, and then leave it to the next person and make sure they know how to do it too. That's it. All it is a constant rollover of your taxes. But you have to buy something. And I'm not saying you buy a car either. That's the part the idiots fuck up on. That's where I fucked up on, because if it was like, okay, just give me a bunch of fucking cars. But no. You can make way more. You see what I'm saying? Productive. It's actually really just invest into your company. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, but it's just rolling it over till you die. It's a constant rollover of these assets, but you have to be buying something. You see what I'm saying? Or you buy something and then you're writing it off because it's depreciating in the future. So if that happens, good, you get the write-off. If it doesn't, you got to roll that one over and roll that, even if it's in a trust. Because like if trusts are way better, but it just depends. Trust is going to get you different things, but yeah, it depends. But there's still some liability or exposure in a trust. Just all depends what it is, what asset again, there's difference in real estate, stocks, loans, other things. So yeah, but that's why I keep telling you guys, real estate is the #1 tax shelter in the world, used by the richest families since before we've had the internet. But that's the elephant in the room nobody wants to talk about. They want you to move to Puerto Rico. They want you to go buy a fucking SUV, all of this stuff, but they're not. That's what I'm telling you, this rollover game, segregation, all of just using trust in real estate, that's where it's really at. Yes, this is just off my experience. None of this constitutes legal or financial advice. Thank you. Look. Okay, Nike is gone. And notice something too. This video is July. There was no such thing as locked in. You had a newswire up. You had everything. Just might I add. Again, this was right before Intel too.
It went red.
People,
I gotta
people were still salty.
Calls
so I'm saying, stop playing with
I want
me.
to sell a gain though, so you guys see it. Oil's rocketing up right now.
And doing them how I am showing you. You see? You have been able. You're lowering your tax liability. This is what I was trying to show live. It sucks because we made money. So if I have to sell everything, and so this is what I want you. You see how I said negative
14,000 gain.
So look, this is me selling the long term. Can't believe we're here. This is good. Again, profit. And here we are. So now I have 100K pending. I just sold off $100,000 in still pending. What I'm gonna do is I just had it. It will a time to still pending. Yeah, see? So yeah, 18,000. You see how I took the lot? But yeah, this is the video. I can post the link. But this was the day. I'll go through it. Oh, don't remind me of E-Trade Pro. I'm sad now. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we could talk about this when I come back from Philo. But yeah, let's get ready for Philo. I got a good one. I hope you get it, man. I hope y'all use this Philo. What's the day the chat convinced you to get the long term? Good, bro. It was a great moment, dude. Like I'm saying, bro, a lot last year. That's why I'm saying, bro, I made the locked in after 3 months after that. Because after all of the great opportunities, made a lot of money last year. Some people were just playing, bro. I was like, y'all ain't here. Y'all don't really want it. Y'all gonna get mad even. I think those Intel leaps, I know I made at least one millionaire. At least minimum one, just off of a leap. I can only imagine the long term. But yeah, and that was all before any locked in, delay, you name it, you guys. So, but then, like I'm saying, don't forget that lesson, because that was a great example, one-to-one, of how to exactly execute everything we're working for. And NVIDIA, bro. All right, well, let's get this Philo. Philo, do you love me? All right, man. We'll get ready. Game time.
Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Aye. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you tryna control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it is time for Philo. You just had that Reddit rumor with Anthropic. It's starting to work a little bit. But yes, so we're going to talk about it all. You may hear a couple of news headlines. Who knows? But like I've been saying it a lot for these months, bro. And God bless you, man. Some of y'all, I think you've learned to love the Philo. Like I said, I've already thanked some of you. Because like I'm saying, y'all have been interactive with it. Y'all have been involved. Y'all have been letting it serve its purpose. You know, I'm not here to just talk, dude. That's what I'm saying. I love, it's one, you think I love talking? I don't. I love talking and then watching it have a real change. You know what I'm saying? I like a real impact. That's why I'm saying that's what I want. But I'm not here to just talk. That's why I'm saying, bro, the emotions, what you do outside of the market affecting your life. I mean, I think this last quarter was history. Absolutely, truly history on so many metrics. And that's why I'm saying it's like you could have known everything. You could have been there. I could have been feeding you all the answers to every single test question. But the emotions made it very difficult. And that's what I'm saying, man. These Philos, all of it, I hope you're not. Stop letting the emotions rob you, okay? Start letting everything about you serve you and let it work for you. So that being said, today's Philo, you guys, is an awesome one. It's an awesome one. Today's Philo is all about money. It's a money Philo. I'll tell you, I am going to sum up my favorite book on money. I could sum it up for you in the easiest way possible today. Very excited about it. So before I do that, though, let me remind you of a couple of things. Before we talk about some of this money, let me just drop two things on you, okay? I'm going to start with some Napoleon. I saw this. It showed up on my phone in my notes. I just read it, and I said, wow. Wow. So let me just tell you right now, as a simple reminder. Resistance is loudest in the morning. Resistance is loudest in the morning. My friend, you need to wake up consciously every single day. What's your mind, the quality of your thoughts, putting them to work. Do you realize this has to do with momentum? You get good quality thoughts in the morning, you're going to have good quality thoughts the rest of the day. Vice versa. Once you get started, it's easier to keep going. That's why resistance is the loudest in the morning. How you wake up, you're going to have everything telling you not to do the right thing or doing what you need to do. That is what you're going to have to be fighting with. But the resistance is the loudest in the morning. So that's the first one. Very simple. Just I saw it. I don't know. It spoke to me. So I wanted to tell you. Oh, but this one, my friends. I just have a quick test for you. Would you guys like to take a quick regret test? I could figure out something. Some of you may be exposed to a level of regret that's coming from the wrong place. You're going to regret everything regardless, whether you do this or do that. But, this is a nice little test. It's kind of crazy. But let me start with the opening of it. Very simple, brother. Don't be angry. I've been talking emotions. And like I said, there's people, I see emotions every day. We saw it a lot in the last month. I think when it comes to Philo, I think when it comes to certain things where we could really help people, and then they don't like it, you know why? I think anger. I think anger is the emotion that messes it up. I don't think this goes for everybody. That's why I want to give you a test. Because some of you, this might be coming into your money, motherfucker. Yo, you ain't hearing me. I hope you listen. Do not be angry. If I could tell you not to be angry for any other reason, if nothing else could convince you, being angry is bad for your money. Why? Because being angry is bad for your brain and your judgment and your decision making. Do not make decisions in anger. And if you don't have a discipline for this, this might be the source of a lot of your problems. But let me put it this way. Anger promises justice, but all it delivers is regret. I hope you never forget this from now till the day you die. Anger promises justice, but it always delivers regret. I'll let you think about that one. But here's the test. Are you ready? Is there something that you regret in the last quarter? Is there something you regret right now? If I say it, do you think of something? Is there something you regret financially in the last 1 to 3 months? That's my question. The first part of my question. Is there something you regret, both recently or a long time ago? But is there something you regret? And now this is what I want you to test. Let's just do it with money. Let's just do it with money. Money trading is just easy because I know we all know about it. So follow with me. Is there a money decision or a trade that you regret in the last 3 months? Okay, if there is, here's my follow-on question. Were you angry when you made that decision? And I hope you could be honest. Guess what? You don't even need to answer me. This is between you and yourself. Do you get it? My brother, if there's something you regret and anger had nothing to do with it, you're fine. You still just got to learn the other lessons of regret and choosing your frustration, no? Oh, but my other brothers and sisters, I just showed you the cancer that's hiding. You mean to tell me there's a financial decision, even a trade that you regret in the short term? But if you look back, bro, were you angry? Be honest. Because I'm telling you, if you were angry, and now we're talking regret and financial decisions, oh, I think it makes a lot of sense. You thought it was the market maker? You thought it was this, that, this. No, it was anger. Some of you, I've been reminding you. I hope you know I'm not trying to gas you up. I genuinely am not. What do I get out of it? Nothing. I think some of you have way more talent. I think you understand this game and a lot of other games way more than either your performance gives credit or you give yourself credit. And in that same respect, I also think you got some anger issues. You know why? Because I used to have some anger issues. Oh, you guys have not even. That's why when people say I'm angry, I'm like, y'all you have not seen shit. Oh, you have not seen the real wrath of the Josh Atola. Oh man, believe me, I don't come up here talking emotions, all this shit. I don't go and turn off the lights, sit in a room. I've had a lot of suffering I've had to go through. I have had a lot of anger in that box that I've had to learn how to manage and not let it ruin my life. So, like I'm telling you, especially with money, dude, especially with trading, this is a quick test. Go make any other mistake, bro. But we cannot be opening the door to regret, loss, bad decisions, and then it's all stemming from anger. So I need some of y'all to really look at that. You know why? Because like I've been telling all of you, if you want to be a part of this, let's do it. Let's be real about it. Let's be serious. I've been telling y'all I don't want you to go back. I don't want any of you to spend the next 6 months in a historic market, a historic opportunity. I don't want you taking losses or doing dumb shit. Why? Because you're angry? You know about all this stuff. You know about all the narratives. You know about this, that. You've been doing it for years. And what's the thing stopping us? Anger? I can't. That's what I'm saying. You stay here. I don't want you to do that for the next 6 months. You don't want to listen to me? Go somewhere else, dog. Be my guest. But all I'm saying is anger opens a door to regret. This is a principle. This is a law of the world. Anger says you're going to get justice. Be angry. It's going to make up for it. Anger. All it is flaring up emotions. And then all it's offering is regret. And then I'm seeing people in the market, they're looking at this and they're like, oh, why did you do that? Why did you make that trade you regret? I don't think you're dumb. I don't think you saw this. I think you were angry. Again, some people make mistakes. Some people probably made a bad decision. But I think some people made the decision out of anger. And once you act in anger, business, money, and anger equals regret. That's the formula. That's why I'm saying you should maybe go test this. You should go look back on the recent and ask yourself, okay, this is what I regret. How did I feel in that moment? Was that one of those days I woke up angry? Was that one of those days I heard Donald Trump? I heard a liberal. I heard this. I saw it. Was I angry? Was I mad that fucking the bubble keeps bubbling? Was I mad it went down? Where's there anger? Oh, because my brother, if there's anger, decision, and money, be careful. That means regret is lurking. So, that's the second part. But now, hopefully what you're here for today, this is what, I love this one, Chad. You know why? I'm going to sum up to you my favorite book on wealth. And I praise God for the revelation. It has been revealed. I can now give you an explanation of Proverbs, the greatest book on wealth. I could explain it to you so simply. I love it. Yelp with a pop. Yelp up 4%. Wasn't this one of those short squeeze candidates? They've already jacked up all the contracts. Yeah, good luck. They won Chatter. They won a case against Google. Damn, Google just taking L's. So yeah, would you like to know? The richest man to walk, King Solomon, I could explain everything he told you with one simple thing about money. Are you ready? He wrote this book on Proverbs, the richest man to ever walk the earth. Wrote Proverbs, all these lessons on money, diversification, investing, all these different things. Again, he talks about wealth. He talks about building wealth, how to build wealth, how to be wise. This is the book of Proverbs. It's even in the Quran. I'm telling you, bro. It's crazy. It's all summed up with this. All of the writings of Solomon, my friend. He never says that wealth is complicated. You know that? The richest man to ever walk the earth had more wealth than anybody could imagine. The Proverbs are still well regarded to this day. They have influenced cultures and peoples all around the world and religions. And not once does Solomon ever mention wealth as complicated. And you know what? I agree with him. I've been telling you this. Even yesterday I was telling you. The hard part is not getting rich. The hard part is not finding what to buy. You know how many people bought Apple back in the day? What made them rich was who held it for 20 years. It wasn't who bought Apple. It's what did you do in 20 years until Apple became Apple. That's the same thing with Bitcoin, with Nvidia, with you name it. The hard part is not, money and wealth is not complicated. You know that? It's not complicated or complex at all. That's what all of Solomon's writings say. Not once does he call it complicated. But what did he say about it? He says one clear thing about wealth. He says it's not complicated. This is how you could sum it all up. All of Solomon's writing. Wealth is not complicated, but it is slow. That was the truth about wealth that Solomon was trying to explain with all of his proverbs. If you read it back, you'll understand this now. Go, you'll see the truth. Do you get it? Nothing about making money or wealth was difficult. Nothing was complex. But every one of his principles, he says, you do this, you're going to be wealthy. You do this, you're going to make a lot of money. It's not hard to do, but in every single one he gave you, they're all slow. Every single one of them. The richest man's view on money was that it was easy, but always slow. Never complex, always slow. That was the ancient wisdom of wealth. I don't know if you believe me, so let's talk about it. This is the one I've read to you many times, one of my favorites. Proverbs 13, you know what he says? Hurrying towards wealth is the fastest way to lose it. Wealth gained hastily will dwindle. Whoever gathers little by little will increase it. It's one of the first wealth principles he gives you in Proverbs. Easiest one. You see, it's not complex. Easy. If you rush towards wealth, that is actually the fastest way to lose money. Even if you gain money quickly, you'll lose it little by little over time. Oh, but the guy who goes little by little, you will always increase over time. Again, not difficult, always slow. There's no big break, there's no lucky trade, nothing. No click my fingers, no miracle, nope. Ask the richest man and the ancient wisdom, what is it saying? You rush to get rich, you're going to rush to be poor. You accumulate little by little, you will, slow, steady accumulation, you will become wealthy. That's it. You know what he says next? There's another principle, comes up a couple chapters later, 21. Proverbs 21. The plans of the diligent lead surely to abundance, but everyone who is hasty comes to poverty. Next principle, wealth is tied to a plan. And then you know what you follow the plan up with? Patience. Why? Because it's always slow. You want wealth, you make a plan, surely you will be abundant. Wealth and plans, they go hand in hand, brother. Solomon knew this. But then what comes up again? So you need a plan, but even if you have a plan, you cannot be hasty, rushing, quick. He's telling you the principle. The principle, wealth is easy, brother. Oh, I hope all of you learn this today. Wealth is easy. Wealth is easy. Wealth is easy. It's just slow. Your problem isn't with wealth. Your problem isn't with money. Your problem is with speed. You crackhead. Think about it. You want the speed. That's what I'm saying. Some of you, is your problem planning? I know. I think some of you have good plans. I think some of you are willing to plan. But I also think some of you are planning very quickly. Once you understand the truth that wealth is always slow, you're going to understand how easy this is, and then you're going to start. Then you're going to really start stacking away and building. There's no way around this. The quickness, the hasting, the rushes, it only leads to one thing. You know what he says in Proverbs 27? Know well the conditions of your flocks. Pay attention to your herds. There's another principle. Another thing about wealth. Again, is this difficult? Is this hard? Is this complex? What's the next principle? He said, know the condition of your flock. Pay attention to your herd. Remember, back in the day, that was their biggest asset. You know that? Like a farm. If you had animals that made money, it gave you food, it was livelihood. They didn't have the same comparative advantage trade. You know what I'm saying? So he's saying, if something is monetary and important to you, shouldn't you track it? Shouldn't you know the condition it's in? And shouldn't you pay attention to it? Think about it. That's an easy concept. Not complex. Just slow. Takes more effort. You got to go over, you got to monitor it. Due diligence. It's just boring. It's slow. But you know what's even crazier about it? This is how people go. This is stops people from making money. You know that? This little fucking principle, dude. Crazy. Know well the conditions of your flocks. Pay attention to your herds. Do you know how many people lose their money simply by not knowing where it goes? I bet you all of you I could find 10%. You know that? Give me 12 months of your bank statements, I bet you I could find 10%. If you're like, Josh, I can't save 10%. I bet you can. Do you know the state of your flocks? Are you paying attention to your herd? Think about it. If you know where money's going and not, most people simply do not build wealth because they just don't know where their money's going. They're not paying attention. $10 here, 20 here, 100 here, here. They're not paying attention. So not only is the wealth slow, that's already by default, but now we're not even paying attention to it? Well, what do you think is going to happen? This one I love. Oh, this one I love. Proverbs 22. The borrower is slave to the lender. That's it. The borrower is slave to the lender. Why dude, you don't realize. You realize he is choosing the harshest way to describe this? He could have chose another word. He said, if you are a borrower to a lender, you are a slave. Again, easy concept to understand. You borrow, or you are the one borrowing, or you're loaning. Easy to understand. You borrow, you are the slave to the lender. Easy concept, slow process. Even the enslavement of debt moves slow. Believe it or not. But why did he use that word? How many of you have heard me yell freedom a lot lately? Freedom of mind, freedom of thought, freedom of country, freedom of decision. Oh, I love it. So I said, I think free. I don't want to hear don't get out of here with trying to influence me. I'm free. Oh, you don't like what I do? That sucks. I'm free. You don't like my God? That sucks. I'm free. Oh, you gonna ban me? Oh, that sucks. I'm free. You get it? Freedom. Freedom. And if you're really listening and you care about your freedom, this should hit way harder. You know why? Listen to it. The borrower is slave to the lender. He didn't say the borrower is inconvenienced by the lender. Oh, it gets a little difficult. Oh, the borrower makes less margin due to the lender. Nope, a slave. A slave. Because he's trying to explain to you what debt does to a person's freedom. That's the financial concept. And you know why he says slave? Because, my brother, when you take on debt financially, it literally makes you do things. Think about it. What's a slave? Here, how about this? If there was somebody who had a slave, and let's say I had a slave, and I said, go sell that stock right now. The slave would have to listen to me, right? If I was the master. That's how a slave works, right? I don't know. We haven't seen it lately. If I'm the master, I have a slave, I say, you sell that stock, he must sell the stock. Are you not getting it? Debt does something to your freedom because debt makes you do things. This is why I've told you with the long term, we don't use margin. You know why? I don't want to be a slave. I don't want the value to go down, and then guess what? If I don't cover the balance, someone could make me sell something that I own. Josh, why sell the long term? Why not borrow against it to buy the house? Because I don't want to be a slave. You see, I don't want to take on debt and become a slave, and then somebody tells me what to do. Because that could happen if you have debt. You have debt, it goes one direction or other, someone could make you do something. Ironically, the whole margin called is a master call, is it not? That's what it should be called. Because it's making you do something like a slave. So are you free or not? You see why? Imagine some of you quick, you guys want to get in leverage, prop funds, all of this stuff. It's slavery. Think about it. Why? You want to rush to give up your freedom all because you're trying to do it quicker. I watch people every day lining up to trade their freedom for handcuffs. Why? Especially with money. Comes to trading, they say, give me the leverage, give me the debt, and give it to me fast. They will trade their freedom for handcuffs as long as they offer it quick. Isn't that, you see the irony? Because we already know the money can't, real wealth is not created quickly. It can't be. That's just the reality. The sooner you accept this, the sooner you're going to become wealthy. Because then you're going to build within this framework. You're going to build on this game, not try to beat it. You don't need to beat this game. It's been going on longer than all of us have been alive. Real wealth created with time. Everyone knows this. You're not going to beat it. Sooner you accept this, the sooner we're going to build on that. Sooner you violate these principles to speed it up, the longer it's going to take. You want to know what the funniest one is too? You want to know another principle? I'll end it with this one. It's all stuff we've talked about. Proverbs 11, one gives freely and grows all the richer. The one with little, what little they have. You've heard this before. He says, the one who gives freely grows rich. This is a financial concept. Plant a lot, you get back a lot. Plant a little, you get back a little. It's just how it works. This is sizing. Saying generosity is tied to growth. It's your mentality. It's desperation, brother. You want to know how not desperate I am? I'm generous. There you go. Says a lot. That's why I was even saying, what's the point of don't make your whole life money where you're missing out on all these experiences, your family, your kids, the people who care about you. You're doing it all to save $5. It's like, no, you will make other good decisions, follow these principles. You could give and show love and have a great life and still build wealth. That's what Solomon's telling you, that the wealth that was created and the people who built wealth, they didn't do it by becoming stingy people who hid in a corner. They didn't become wealthy by running away from everything and not being involved in stuff in other people. That's not what he's saying. He's saying actually generosity, being able to enjoy life, understand why you're working for stuff, going beyond the economics, ironically brings in more economics. If all you see is economics, you won't even get the economics. Isn't that funny? Again, some of you were even asking, you're like, why do you care about people, Josh? Why this? Why that? Why do you do this? Think about it. Like I said, what's the benefit? What's the risk to reward? But even then, if all you care about is economics, you're not going to get economics. You care about economics and even more, you'll get, and then you care about something more than the economics, your actual life, wealth, family, again, real generosity, real human experience. Why are we on this floating fiery ball? Care more about that than economics, you'll get the economics. Just like I told you, you chase it, it runs away. You don't chase it, it comes to you. You're desperate, you will not be lucky. You're not desperate, you'll be the luckiest guy alive. It's amazing how it works. So do you get it? I don't know. I think you've heard all this before. I think this is one of the greatest philos. I'm telling you guys. This just took the main principles from the book of Solomon, of Proverbs, and just summed up all of the wealth making in one line. That's why I'm blown away. Very simple, bro. You said generosity is tied to growth. You need patience. You can't be hasty. You need planning. You need diligence. You need to know your numbers. You need to avoid debt and give freely. Avoid being a slave and avoid enslaving others. Oh, look at that. Give freely. And guess what? All of that sums up into this. None of these offer a quick result. They just need time and they can't be rushed. All of these was orders, processes, every single one of these things you do. They're easy, they're simple. None of them offer a quick result. None of them can be rushed. You can't rush being generous. You see what I'm saying? You can't rush the borrowing dynamic. You can't rush knowing the conditions of your flock. You can't do it one time and then that's it. You can't have a plan and rush through the plan. That's because then you're being hasty. You get it? None of these happen quick. And it all boils down to the truth. The truth is that wealth is easy. Wealth is not complicated at all. But it is slow. And that's where all of our decisions are getting messed up. That's what I'm saying. How many of you are looking at money, not getting what you want and thinking it's complicated, but that's not the real case. The real case is you understand the money, you understand it more than you want, you just don't like the time frame. That's more realistic. Not that it's overly complex, but that your timeline, SpaceX handset device with Qualcomm. Hey, yo, there's a SpaceX device that's going to use a Qualcomm chip. Oh, they already ripped some of these. Did they fill me? Yep. I'm going to flip these real quick. SpaceX phone, yeah. Hold on. I just grabbed one of the cheapies. They already went up. I put in a high limit. It hasn't filled me yet though. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. So yeah. Are you getting it, guys? Just the time frame. Understand how easy it is for you to build wealth in this life. That's not even what you really need to understand is the time. And if you do that, my friends, oh, it will be glorious. It will be glorious. So, Chatadonia, I hope you feel, okay? I really do. And I told you, man, Proverbs, that book, I love it all, man. And like I'm saying, just a real comprehension of understanding how easy and reach it is for all of you is amazing. But the realistic, it's the timing. And if you could work your way around this where you don't let time get in your way, then you're almost guaranteed. I feel like there's a guaranteed process to building wealth. Then it comes to the people who understand this difference with time and understand how this plays out with time and is willing to work with it instead of fighting it. And that's what I'm saying. Stop fighting wealth by fighting time. Start being collaborative with your time and everything and watch what wealth does for you. I think this is what Solomon was trying to make very clear. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Screamalots, Real Estate and Boot Camp. God bless America. Woo!
Go, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist. The things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this. Already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble, but I'm powerful. But I don't have to tell you there's some moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking round? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether.
Some people don't even have dreams, you know what I'm saying? But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches Southeast sad them. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes, but you're talking in your bitch and just show me that you don't get it. Look, now I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach the big leagues, ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad, mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I can feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll buy more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water, but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm on with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes. Welcome back.
Yeah, OPCH, Capital Acquiring. I don't know if they're selling the company or a unit, but there's options activity, but the stock is lagging. So yeah, keep eyes on that one. That might be a lagger. And then I have an update. The Qualcomm, I have an idea for you on that one. I'm down. I might let one more ride. I need to drink water. My voice is getting scratchy.
Depot on the beat. It's a cult, baby. Yeah, Boston Chris, they said it crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash. I kept it cool, was moving fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math, I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan, I'm fuck with that. Nah, this should be your motivation. Balance, growth, and values. I ain't talking about it, stop rotation. Price is going up, but that ego also got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it, fuck complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place. And when it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we saw. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's surprising how much time they waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with the passes, I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser, I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I heat it if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favorite. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop with all the faking, thought I told you. When I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say it. They can't do it how I done it, they still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I short the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love to spend. They love the rest, love folding hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit. Been with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million bucks, I gave all of it. Y'all play the kid, I ain't faking shit. I claim it shit, I caught that. I made the grip. It fall off, but I can slip if I stop now. I'm still leaving rich.
Dude, I think that song's a whole lesson. You know that? So I told some of you, like,
Depot on the beat.
So here's
yeah, Boston Chris, they said it crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash.
I kept it cool, was moving fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math, I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan, I'm fuck with that. Nah.
So, based on what Uncle said, he said he purchased some houses despite people insisting that the market was going to crash. He then decided to sell material objects like his Lambo for cash and continued to acquire high-quality assets. Despite selling one material object for a profit, he did opt to keep another material object for other sentimental reasons. He then remained cool as other people were panicking. Despite coming in with a small amount of money, he then left with a bag, aka a lot of money. He then calls upon the listener to calculate the numbers and do the math, and come to the conclusion that he is not pulling out of the market. In fact, he is doubling down and then will proceed to leave with double the money that he came with at minimum. And then he goes on to mention how many people changed the plan, and he simply cannot align with that and cannot fuck with that at all. Continuing.
This should be your motivation, balance growth and values. I ain't talking about it, stop rotation. Price of going up, but that ego also got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Motivation, balance growth and
Once you understand the first part, he is insisting that how this all plays out should motivate you. But beyond money, despite money being one of the primary targets and objectives. He's insisting you should balance your growth and values in life, because he is not talking about a stock rotation. Despite movement between growth stocks and value stocks consisting of a stock rotation. He then goes on to mention the elevated nature of prices in this inflationary environment. And although everybody mentions the higher prices for goods and services, they fail to mention that the personality and personal ego also has inflation as well. And if you could imagine the impacts of inflation on an economy and for people, imagine what that does for the ego and personal relationships. He then says to mention that he told you about this prior, but despite knowing prior, it is always difficult when living in the moment.
values. I ain't talking about it, stop rotation. Price of going up, but that ego also got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it, fuck complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place yet. When it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Fuck complacent, get your take it. Fuck complacent, get your.
He then goes on, he then proceeds to tell you to take it and seize opportunity. Encourages you to not be complacent or timid, for that will hurt you. And he says, where's your patience? Because you will need that to generate wealth. I forgot what he said.
Face it, take it, fuck complacent, get your patience if it reset.
Oh, he then alludes to the Great Reset and people talking about it. And accepts the premise that if there was a Great Reset, he then goes on to ask the question, if it did happen, what are you making out of that result?
What you making, cause it hasn't.
Because such Great Reset has not occurred yet. And if you are so confident and it will happen, you should prepare instead of talk about it. He also tells you to avoid regret, because whatever you say about that moment may come back to either haunt or help you.
Taking place when it does, you can't
and you cannot replay the moment after it passes. There's a lot of lyrics. It's hard to keep
so
up.
I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This is a vicious game we playing, but we in it.
He then talks about the vicious game of Wall Street
But he's also alluding to the fact Wall Street is just a bunch of bitches, and they have no emotions in scamming you and robbing you out of all of the money you've ever worked for. So fuck them, but they will fuck you if you let them.
Put me in the dictionary next to fucking getting it, bro. Please.
He then goes on to say that you could put Uncle Answer's picture next to the definition of getting it in Webster's dictionary.
Don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we.
But don't get it twisted with ego or arrogance, for this was his way of thinking prior to ever acquiring success, assets, or materials.
Bro, I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we sound.
He then goes on to explain it wasn't that complex, and he simply reaped what he sowed, implying that he worked a lot in the beginning, and these are just the fruits of his labor, which anybody else could achieve.
Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24.
He then asks why you are complaining like a little bitch, especially given the fact that we are all allotted an equal amount of time every single day, 24 hours.
So use it wisely. It's surprising how much time they waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins.
He then says to use that time wisely, because you would be surprised how many people waste that time being angry, jealous, and despising. And then tells you the result that could kill you at the margin and affect your performance because you're not using the fullness of your mental ability.
Your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got.
He then says, I beg your pardon, but then goes on to correct because he has never begged. All he did was plan, and then he acquired after the said plan.
Long term Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis, feel like yo.
The long term is like NBA player Luka Doncic, who is arguably unstoppable, and regardless of the defense or the environment, you cannot prevent him from scoring, and has been in the league for a long time. However, beyond the 10 years minimum, he has also an elite game on the short-term inside with options like Giannis Antetokounmpo. I don't know how to say.
Kids with the passes, I'ma hold it, you with.
And then, like the NBA player Nikola Jokic, his deposits are both large, cannot be stopped, and consistent, and are championship level worthy.
I could getting older and I'm wiser. I could run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that.
Uncle is in fact old due to his hairline and many other factors. However, with age came wisdom. And as he has gotten older, despite the age, he could still continue to run it, both physically and metaphorically, like the biblical story of Elijah, which also challenged the other prophets to call the fire down, which he then goes on to talk about being heated.
Whoa, I'm the favorite today, yes, before favorite.
He then goes on to explain how people will tell him that he is their favor until they ask him for a favor and he promptly says no. And then they are no longer his favorite, insinuating the relationship was very transactional and was not really real.
You got motive, not no motivation.
That's why he says, in fact, you had a underlying motive, not a true motivation.
Faking, thought I told you when I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say.
He then goes on to say you do not need to assume what is in his mind, his thoughts, or what he is going to do, because he will tell you if he is done or if he is starting.
Can't do it how I done it, they still trying to make the payments.
They have tried to, in fact, copy some of the stuff Uncle has done, but in a quicker, over-levered way, and they cannot make the payments, and have now become a slave to their desires instead of being what they truly should have become.
So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them.
It is now time to fuck it up, meaning a good thing. Okay, I don't know if I could do another. We got another like 45 seconds, but I think you get it. That first part, though, I don't know, very reminiscent of the market, bro. I was just listening, bro. I was listening. I had to get water. I had to down the protein. My voice was getting a little scratchy, bro. Today has been, I don't know. They fucked with my schedule. Fucking Christine Lagarde
Kevin Warsh. That's it. They fucked with the schedule, bro. You know that? That was weird in the morning. It was weird in the morning, and then it felt earlier, then later. Oh, but we got the philo. Then July's been crazy to start. But we're back. It's not even power hour, though. We got 1:45. Time to fuck it up. Yes, that is the plan. Instead of watching people in the media, Uncle prefers to watch the Japanese yen for signals on what is happening in the world, amongst other things. Do you like this? Maybe we'll see. I guess all the songs. There's a lot, bro. There's a lot. I mean, there's even more. I think there's a whole nother explanation. I think we could listen to that same song from the beginning. There might be another meaning. Yeah, the Qualcomms, I have an idea. I think the Qualcomms are going to hit tomorrow. Because every single time they hit the next day on Qualcomm. Like, literally. When was it? Remember we watched that one segment? But yeah, they went. Let me see. Mine went up for. I put in an offer, but they didn't fail. Oh yeah, they got. Oh, they just took away the bid. The last trade on some of those is really low. But yeah, I think remind me of this end of the day. Like in another hour, we'll see. Or even right now, to be honest. That could be a good one. But yeah, I think it's gonna hit tomorrow. That might be the only one we don't hit today. You like when Uncle proceeds to tell you that 1,000% is a regular day? That is, yeah. That's a good song too. That one. Some of them are straightforward. And, you know, I don't think, you know, very simple, no psychological warfare. Not at all. Are we here tomorrow or still deciding? I don't think I'm going to show up tomorrow. That's the first thing I'm thinking. I've been thinking it. You know, I don't think Kevin Warsh was an issue. I think he was better than not. I think put on your plays and then just ignore them tomorrow and then wait till we come back. But yeah, I mean, unless barring, you know, something bad that happens, unless there's something that makes you rush back to the screen, I think it's just we really begin next week. Bro, Netflix, do you guys see this? Even Netflix finally worked. All of them, these lazy ass stocks, dude. They finally wanted to fucking run. They finally said, let's do it. It says handset-like device. No, I think it'll be good enough for like phone. Because remember, Elon's talked about it for a while. I think it's a good headline, but yeah, it does say handset. I just simplified it. I just boiled it down the phone. I hope maybe we go beyond the phone. You're buying if they release that. I mean, dude, they've talked about it for... Elon has at least. But then have you seen that people... I don't know what brand it is, but I kind of want one. But then I feel like it's becoming trendy now, which kind of makes it weird. Have you seen these people buying flip phones? Like old-ass phones? Like there's like a trend. Like a lot of people are buying like Motorola. It's like a new Motorola Razr pretty much. That's what it kind of looks like. The holiday, yeah, dude. Again, all the rental cars business is booming. I literally, that my girlfriend's friend getting the car, she even had to go get a rental. And then, yeah, they're sold out everywhere. And then it's the holidays. So travel's been good. I mean, Airbnbs, it's, most of my Airbnbs have been good. It's been, like, I think I have July. It's just sporadic. Some Julys, like some units are fully booked for all of July already. Like, I have some units already fully booked out for July. They were last week. And then some are I still have some empty weeks in July on 1 unit, or 2 units, I think. But yeah, like, again, travel demand. I mean, airlines, oil went down a little bit. But even throughout all the war stuff, the stuff chill. And then, is Trump live? Weren't you guys saying that he was live? I don't think he is anymore. Yeah, but no, like, the burner phone is, like, coming back, though. Like, it's a real phone, bro. It's not even like a burner. It's like they use, like, a burner as their, like, real phone. Theodore Roosevelt Library at 11. Okay, where it is? Wait, he was supposed to go live, but he's not live. Nice. So good timing, Habibi. Good timing. Bebzi. Bebzi Gola. I think this is it. Is this a phone for seniors? The jitterbug. I think this is it. Yeah, this is what people use now. So apparently it's a phone for seniors. But yeah, like, people are using these now. This is becoming like a thing. I'm kind of down. But then again, like, if somebody could make something other than an iPhone, dude. Like, I don't know. Have you guys ever considered a world where you had more than an iPhone or an Android? I don't think people have really thought about it. I don't think I've really thought about it. Chad, dude, don't you guys, I don't like this ever. Let's go back to June. Now that I think about it, I want to go back to June. I'm over this shit. You know that? Those Palanters are up like 3,000% right now. Okay, are we going to do this again where I sell off extremely early and then everything rips? So that's kind of what today has happened. And I don't know how I feel about these. But yeah. Here we are. That's not new and it's trash. Your mom had that? The jitterbug? Wow. My mom still has like an iPhone 5, dude. You know that? She will not. I think my mom still has the, like, fingerprint scanner on her phone. And then I told you, someone told me my phone was old. I'm like, I didn't think it was old. Like, man, what's happening? No, Kevin Warsh, same old as last time. He had an opportunity. They set him up perfectly so that he can really, if he wanted to be hawkish, make it a little Jackson Hole and, double down on what people insinuated from his last meeting. But all he said was 2 weeks went by. There's 4 weeks left. I'll tell you when I see you. He had a couple of, him and the rest of the people on the ECB Forum, they all kind of had some positive mentions to where they think data is going. They seemed optimistic about oil and some other things, and then also he talked about AI, but yeah, that helped ease some things. The dollar went down a little bit, gold and silver went up, but generally, I think Kevin Warsh chilled out some of the hawkishness from last time, didn't really say much, and then, yeah, we have a couple things but he did kind of hint at getting ready for a new Fed as he does start to get rolling, which insinuates a little less guidance or a change in communications. Maybe instead of saying less transparency, I think a change in communications would be better. But long story short, after listening to Kevin Warsh, I'm even prepared to not even show up tomorrow
because we have the market closed on Friday. And then, yeah, I don't think he disrupted anything. If anything, he kind of added a slight little tailwind, and then, yeah, here we are. Let's see. Is Trumpet live? Hello.
It will be representative
DJ
of what they
D,
stand
that's
for
me.
out here, and what Teddy stood for, because he stood for a lot. Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Oil
Thank you, everybody.
ripping. U.S. designates Ecuador's Chon killers as terrorist organization. I don't know if that's it. Oh, Natalie! That's it. Or no. That sucks. The Republicans expected to win Senate. I saw that the other day. I'm pretty surprised. I mean, oil is coming down, but yeah, that's still not my forecast. But they won some of the other ones, some of those early primaries in some places. And then, again, oil. Oil just took a nice little... How much is that? That's only 30 cents. Yeah, I remember a month ago, he'd move $1, $2, fucking dollar booty, make a tweet. All he had to do is type it in and we put volatility. You saw info on a tooth phone the other day? What do you mean? What are you saying? Like a phone for your teeth? I'm not. I shouldn't have answered. I shouldn't have responded to that. This is ridiculous. I don't even, you see, I'm even trying to explain this, even saying it out loud, it sounds even really weird. What do you mean, tooth phone? Welcome, KB, and thank you, Mr. Hananolin. Oh, they're talking about Bluetooth. It's good. Some people are asking, though. I'm glad. I saw it the other day. I just coming back. I feel like it happens from time to time. But yeah, people are starting to ask, what the fuck is Bluetooth? And how do we have it? Do you know when Bluetooth was invented? Do you understand Bluetooth was invented in 1994? Y'all don't understand. 1994. The first commercial Bluetooth, 1999. Named after King Harald Bluetooth, a 10th century Danish king, symbolizing technology's goal of uniting communication protocols. That's extremely wild. You guys are like, how do we get to the moon? How the fuck did we make Bluetooth? And it's named after a king. It's the best thing in the world, but what is it? How does it work? Why is it still relevant? How did we make it back then?
It's ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous. But yeah, people are catching on. And they're asking the right questions. They're asking the right questions. So, I don't know, man. Well, no, it's really real. I think Bluetooth is alien technology. That's what I'm saying. Why do we have it? Why do we have it in 1999? How did we have it in 1999? I don't think do we have any? When did we get wireless phones, though? I think maybe a couple years later you started getting, like, cell phones, I guess. But still, like, but that's not even like a cell phone, though, if you think about it. Bluetooth, no kings! Fucking Bluetooth! Oh, you're right, dude. No kings. Well, yeah, damn. I did not know King Bluetooth. That goes hard, though. King Bluetooth. Do you think they made fun of him back then? They're like, ha ha ha, your teeth are blue. He's like, they're gonna talk about me in the future. His name lived on. King Harold Bluetooth. I don't know. Do you guys remember, though? Do you guys remember that era when they changed it? They had to stop it. But, dude, there was an era where you were able to, like, airdrop people shit. Like, anywhere. Like, in public. Like, even at, like, stoplights and shit. But, like, it's saying, that's all Bluetooth. Airdrop is Bluetooth, I'm pretty sure. But, yeah, that's why I'm like, man, there was an air... Dude, it's a weird... You use it every day. And it's everywhere. And, like, think about it. It allows you to, like, connect. Yeah, some of you played video games. And, like, bro, you could play, like, multiplayer. Or, like, I don't even know what it is, bro. Bluetooth is insane. Again, it's not the internet. It's not, like, a phone connection. But, like, yeah. And then I can't see it. I've never seen a Bluetooth. I've never even met King Bluetooth, now that I think about it. Honestly, they could be making him up. You remember caller ID? Yeah, caller ID used to be. That was some high-tech shit. You had to pay for that. You were balling. Now it just tells you. Now it's like, so-and-so is calling. King Harold Bluetooth, maybe. Or the spam likely. So, we've came a long way. It's shortwave wireless communication. Okay, can you show me? Y'all say it so confidently. Okay, can you show? Okay, show me shortwave wireless communication. Sir, Bluetooth. I know, why can't everything be transferred via Bluetooth? It's through the air? Okay. And then do you believe in the Lord Jesus? Because I'm going to just say, if you don't, but then you explaining to me the same exact thing. I think he's in the air. I think he's in the light. But yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, it's not owned by anybody. It was made by Ericsson, and then they made like a little gang to unite the protocols. Is that oil settling? It's 11:30. Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, Apple Pay is pretty insane. Oh shit, key fobs. Key fobs are pretty insane. But no, Apple Pay though. Cause I was just talking about this the other day. Like, I like Apple Pay now. When Apple Pay first came out, I didn't use Apple Pay for like, I want to say 5 to 6 years. after Apple Pay came out. I refused. I thought Apple Pay was the dumbest shit ever. And now I like Apple Pay. I think Apple Pay is a great invention. I know, dude. I think tap to pay. I didn't like it. All around, just tap to pay. I still don't. I don't know. Like, I don't know why. I still like the whole swipe the card, man. Those are the good old days. I feel like the insert the chip's a little too intimate for me. But then tap to pay is just too shallow. Man, why can't we go back to swiping the card, man? But no, Apple Pay. It's just like my phone. Simple. I'm a big fan. Walmart banned Apple Pay? No. Why? Ham radio operators? Oh, I want to get like one of those trucker radios for my car, and make a gang pretty much. But I don't know what's the ham radio like. I've heard of. Don't people get in trouble? I don't know how it works, but like, isn't there people who try to like troll on ham radios, but then you get in a lot of trouble? Something like that. You don't remember the last time you swiped? I feel. But like, I was like a hater, bro. Like, I remember there was a time where they were like, they would like still let you swipe. Or they were like, can you insert the chip? I was like, no. Can I just swipe it? I told you, I didn't have Apple Pay for 5 years. Now I love Apple Pay. At least it chilled at 80 today. 2 closes. But it didn't do as much. Not as much as Zelanter and Microsofter and the rest of the IGV. But not bad. We got through the day. I should get a ham radio for the farm. What is it? Is it like a trucking thing, or is it different? Is it like a way to like interact with like radio frequencies? I'm assuming. Musk denies report of new device. Okay, well that one's dead now. So now no more Qualcomm for sure. You could sell them, but if you didn't get a lot, they're worth nothing now. A CB, but you like talk to people? You could go worldwide with the ham? Yeah, you need a license. That's what I'm saying. Don't you get in a lot of trouble? Like, I've seen people, I saw videos I didn't understand it. Apparently it was like a big troll. But yeah, people were like, you're gonna get arrested. I didn't understand. I saw a video. And then I went down a rabbit hole. It was a long time ago. Alibaba and AUS to pay $600 million to settle FDCA violations. I'd like the Qualcomm play if that news was real, but yeah, those are dead now. Do whatever you want. You could either get lucky or sell them. Escondido. Hey, happy Honda days. It's not that hard to get a license. Oh. So they're just traumatic? Yeah, well, oil's settled. Again, that little thing at the close, we heard Trump for a second. I don't think he said anything. I don't think we reacted to headlines. I mean, it's kind of overlooked the last couple weeks, but another new low on oil. So that's at least good. But yeah, I don't think it's there. Trump, the White House page just went live again. So I think Trump is going to come on. I think we're still going to hear from him. Where do I think LeBron goes? The Shanghai Sharks. That's a real team, by the way. Other than that, that's where he belongs. I know that's where he really wants to go. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Well, let's do it. I think for the farm meetup, that's when I think if somebody could bring a ham radio, we should set one up. That'd be dope. I want to see it. You guys make this sound interesting. I always loved the little trucker radios. I remember playing with one of those as a kid. But yeah, I would like that. I think we could work with it. And then I need to I'm gonna talk with Derek. Because I think I'm going to have Derek help me set this up. But I think I kind of don't want to do it, but I think we should do it. Because I understand the traffic, but you know what? Unfortunately, I'm going to just say fuck y'all. But I love you. But I'll let you deal with the traffic. So, not the official announcement. Give me a little bit. But yeah, I think we do the meetup Labor Day. What do you guys think? September 7th. So then that way it's a 3-day weekend. We could have something for the weekend, and then you could just go home on Labor Day and then have a day off to chill. And then you go back. So then that way we won't do the whole 3 days, but that way you get the extra lead day. So, traveling, all that. But then you have to deal with Labor Day traffic. And I say that sucks because Labor Day in, San Diego, dude, is fucking terrible. Terrible, terrible traffic, depending on what you do. And then, I don't know, though, and then that's the other part. Like I told you, we can only have 20 people at once. But then, theoretically, we could have way more, but we do have licensing limits with the city. But then also, too, we talked about it at the last meetup. I was like, dude, I thought we could do 50. It's a lot of people. It's a lot to manage. So, yeah, that's the only other issue. So, I don't know if we want to do September 7th. I don't know if you guys want to do multiple weekends and then do 20 people at a time, 10 people at a time, 5 people at a time. But, yeah, long story short, but that's the next day. That's the day we could do something. So that's what I said. I'll talk with Derek, or I don't know what your guys' schedule is like, but if we want to do any sort of meetup, AI thing, 1 weekend, 2 weekends, whatever, but it's like September 7th. That's the one. Because again, I'm leaving the end of August, but then I come back at the September 1st, and then that next weekend's the holiday. But yeah, we could do it. I mean, we have the farm, and then like I'm saying, I think after October or after September, October, that's where the season of the farm changes. I think. I don't know. I haven't really, we were just new to the farm last year when we bought it. So I really don't know how this time of the year will be, but I do think that's what I'm saying. If it goes to a slow season, instead of renting the farm, that's why I'm like, we should just do some cult shit and call it a day from now until the end of the year. Or again, if any of you have ideas too, I'm open to it. That would be a better one too. So ideally, hear me out. If you guys want to do a meetup, I could give you the farm And then, yeah, if you guys want to organize it and then I'm not there for weekend number 2 or 3, we could do that as well, too. That's what I'm saying. If you guys want to have your own little event there, like I'm saying, I have one idea in the sense of, like, I'm saying if it becomes like a slow season and we don't get certain things, if the farm doesn't seem like it's, good to keep renting it how I have, then that's what I'm saying. We should just do a bunch of cult activities for the last quarter, and then once we get beginning of the year, I'll go back to renting it, and then maybe that could be our schedule. But yeah, what do you think? What do you think? Cult presentations. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It sucks because, like, that's what I was saying. Maybe we do multiple. It just sucks because the 20 people. But then again, too, though, it's like we really, like, last time, even less than 20 people was like, it's still a lot, dude. It's a lot to manage. It's a lot of food. It's a lot of transportation. The property could handle it. It's not like we look like ants on the property, but it's not just like the organization, and then it's a lot. But then also too, like we have a hard limit of 20 people per day or session or whatever it is. Just the city, if someone could complain, and we're in good standing. I don't want to ruin it. That's why I got it's a good operation. Good farm. We let it do its thing. So I don't know, multiple, maybe one for AI, maybe another weekend for the people who want to do anything not AI, maybe fitness, and then maybe another weekend for hard labor, for all the people who want to do hard labor, or maybe arts and crafts is what we'll call it. I'm like the guy from Happy Gilmore. It's arts and crafts. Set up a schedule or itinerary. I would love to, but how about you do it? So that's what I say. I could do one weekend. That's what I'm saying. The Labor Day, I could do that. But then that's why I would think if Derek wants to help me, I know he could help me with the fitness one, and he's familiar with the property. Derek's already been there many times, and he knows what's up with it. So that's what happened last time too. Some of y'all came out. You got to get involved with it. Once you go there, I mean, you could go back whenever you want. So, and that's what I'm saying, if you guys have any other ideas. But, yeah, super weekend. We could do a super weekend, but then again, it's only limited to 20 people. So that's the other part. And then that's the other part. Are you ready? So here's the other part. I was even going to tell you we could make it free, too. Last time, you do have to, I mean, again, depends on the level of background checks or if we're going to go with the level of security. But, yeah, I mean, the property's already furnished. We've already done a lot with it. But then even if we make it free, too, like 20 people is going to, I think there's more than 20 of you. But then again, when it comes down to traveling across the country, that usually is the sticking point. But then it's going to be a 3-day weekend. Yeah, September, that's why I said I want to, because I thought we wanted to do one for June, but then the Juneteenth was Father's Day. So I didn't want to get in the way in Father's Day. But Labor Day, I think we could do Labor Day. I like work. I like labor. So Labor Day may work. I just hate the traffic. That's the only thing I'm worried about. I don't want to put you guys through crazy traffic on the holidays because it's a nightmare. Airports on Labor Day, dude, in SoCal, they're terrible. Do a hackathon. Have Chad use AI to build something. Ooh. Well, that's why I wanted people to come and, show some AI stuff and have some of the really advanced people show some of the beginners. But maybe that would be a good way to do it. Get a couple beginners in there and then everyone else. A hackathon. Yeah, maybe we give a prize. Whoever could create the coolest thing. But then again, we could only have 20 people. That's the only downside. But then again, 20 people's a lot of people. It's just telling you, bro, the logistics. And yeah, that's why. But I think Derek could handle the logistics. We have a better idea. Like I told you, my idea was if we cut out transportation and just give everybody the fucking address, that makes all of this so much easier. And it saves a lot of money. But ultimately, time and easier. The money is just transportation back and forth. But the downside comes at security, is that it would be a little less secure. And then, yeah, because like I've told you, I've had this property for a year now. It's a pretty, very, very secure location. It's not like, so I mean, some people did threaten to Shaheed drone it, but like I said, it's heavily insured. But yeah, nothing's happened. But yeah, like I'm saying, it's not that's the only downside, the logistics of different people coming from different airports, traveling, who's driving, who's not driving, who's at the airport at the same time, who's not, what if someone gets a delay? That's the part that's really that's the hard part to go about it. He said, excuse me? Yeah, you don't remember? March 20, markets like dropping, dude. I kept calling Iran's new leader gay, and then somebody threatened to drone the farm. Somebody in the chat, but I said, do it, dude. I'm down. I'd make so much money. I'd be like, it sucks. Just let me know. We could do it like a real Iran strike. Just tell me when you're gonna do it, and I'll make sure no one's there. We can make sure it's a symbolic strike, you know, and we both get the benefit. You could have teams. Oh, dude. I don't know, Chris. That's a good idea, Chris. Chris, if you want to come out, you may have earned your ass a spot. Because that's a great idea all around. I like it. Teams with a hackathon. So then that way every advanced guy has to get paired up with one beginner. That'd be cool, dude. That might have I think you just tied the whole vision together. Because like I'm saying, I wanted people to come out. We either build we try to build a data center, try to build something, bro, have all the computer guys show each other stuff. I could show you guys some stuff too. And then, yeah, but because I told you, I was like, I know a decent amount, but I know there's people who know miles and leaps. So, and that's why I'm like, I would love to learn more. I'd love to see it. You know, I'm good at dumbing things down. I could even help bridge some gaps too. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, that's a great idea. That is a great idea. I think a hackathon with teams. One beginner, one advanced, and then, yeah, that's it. Is the meetup only for guys? I think I don't want to get sued for discrimination, but I think last time we decided that it might be better. I don't think any girls wanted to come last time, but I think a couple asked about it. But I said maybe we do like an all-female meetup eventually. But then again, I don't know if I'm allowed to go. But yeah, it's I don't know. If you want to come, I feel like you should be able to come, but then again, it's like it's all men, and then at the same time, I don't know these dudes. Like, I know some of them. Last meetup was chill though. Like, I felt like, you know, that being said, based off of the last experience, but that's assuming we do it exactly how we did it last time, because last time I was very strict. Last time I was extremely strict. I had strict rules. Very simple. You didn't follow it. You didn't get it there. Just nope, boom. Like, that's what I'm saying. It was a very tight ran ship, but like every person there was a damn joy, bro. I really, like I said, I enjoyed the last one. That's why it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of work, but I think it was well worth it. And then especially now that we've got the farm working, you know, we just got the farm too. I was really new to the farm. There was so much going on, but yeah, it was awesome. And now I think it's a little bit more established. Now we got some more time and do it better. But that being said, I feel like every person who came there, like, I don't think if it was men, women, anything, it was just a good experience. Everybody there was chill. Nothing weird, nothing odd. I mean, it was great. Swiss can run the ladies' retreat. Believe me, in my mind, I would like to say that, like, yeah, like my girlfriend would do it, but like, dude, she's shy as shit. How else do you think I talked this extremely hot girl into dating me? She's just a shy girl. You know that? That's it. So I don't even think she knows she's hot, but she's shy. I don't know. You guys could get her talking. She'll talk to you after like day 3. She'll be like, okay, I'm comfortable now. I'm like, you're ridiculous. But yeah, that's it. But no, I don't think she could. Unless I bet you the girls could. I bet you a girl chat could figure it out. But like I'm saying though, now that we got to try it, I was a little concerned with that in the beginning, because and then there's a very wide demographic of like ages and stuff. But yeah, that's it. What about gay? That's fine with me. But are you okay with me? Let's Uno reverse card, mother effer. Because this is what I did with the thing. I have signs everywhere, and I make people sign it on the property. You have to acknowledge that it's a borderline place of worship. You can't bring certain things, no drugs, no alcohol. I don't allow certain things. Yes, and you have to acknowledge the property owner's strong beliefs. I'm dead ass serious. This was in the contract. So then that way you're not going to be like, oh, I came to this place and I was shocked by the Bible.
Good afternoon.
He was so no.
Thank you all for being here.
That's actually established and very clear.
I want to just say one quick word.
So yeah, everybody's welcome. I don't care race, creed, religion,
amazing, improbable,
ethnicity, what you do in your bedroom. I don't mind.
Would not have
but
been possible
you
with
have
all
to.
of you.
You can't
Give
mind what I
hand.
believe.
You guys were all key to making this happen.
It is a
Way
property based on the doctrine of Jesus Christ, widely acknowledged, and we will not say
You've
that.
all been invited to this
and
special
it will
private
not be
ceremony.
Present there. It will
we,
be
of
everywhere.
course, have a special guest here today on this remarkable and historic
You cannot have a few
day.
cocktails.
And we'd like to...
you could fucking trek down the mountain.
Also with me on stage, I'd like to
down
introduce
the dirt road.
Britt Slabinski. Britt is the president
You
of
could
the
walk miles, have a
National
cocktail, and come
Medal
back.
of Honor Society.
But you're
as
not
you can
having
see,
a cocktail.
He's also a Medal of Honor winner, so thank you, Britt, for your service. Thank you for everything you've done. And with that, we have someone who's got a very, very remarkable surprise for the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library opening. Please join me in welcoming the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump.
I heard it. The White House, they're really good at his audio because they switch it, but I've heard it without it, like when Trump was at one of those rallies. And I think that's why his rants sound different.
As we call them,
long story short, when Trump is like speaking on like one of these microphones, I think he rants differently because he hears it differently. And then when you hear it, it sounds like kind of like you're like, what the fuck is he saying? It's because like you're hearing just the clean audio. You're not like in an event echoey arena. Does that make sense? I don't know. I heard it the other day. It tripped me out.
Theodore Roosevelt's actual Medal of Honor. Presenting it to the museum.
Well, thank you very much. It was in the Roosevelt Room for many, many years. And when I heard about this, I said, maybe we'll think about it. Then I saw what you did and what a magnificent library you built. It's really a library, it's a museum, it's a center, and it's a great tribute. And I said, let's take it from the Roosevelt Room, which is a very important room in the White House. I use it all the time. I'll be a little bit lonely in there without it. But I thought this would be a really an appropriate place to have it. And it's very special. You're a very special man. There are very few people that have them. I want to give one to myself, but they tell me I'm not allowed to. My son over here, by both of them, I said, fellas, I'd love to give one of them to me. What have I done where I deserve it? And they couldn't think of anything. So I'm not happy with them today. Now, there's no higher award. That's the Congressional Medal of Honor, the highest award we have. You have the Presidential Medal of Freedom. That's more of the civilian nature, but those two. But in particular that, because what you have to go through is very rough. So it's an honor to be with you. Congratulations. And it's an honor to be with my friend Doug, who's a spectacular Secretary of the Interior, to put it mildly. There's never been anyone better.
So I know you're all here looking forward to what will be a significant presidential address down at the amphitheater, but before you go, we have one last thing. President Trump being here on this day of dedicating this library, it is a historic moment to have a sitting president here to help do that. We're ceremoniously, the president and I, going to cut the ribbon, and then we'll all see you down at the amphitheater after that. But President, let's grab a scissors. They did say no running with these. We'll be...
Are they giant ones? Dude. You fucking... You have an opportunity to get the jumbo scissors at this... 8, 7... I love countdowns. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1... Yeah, why? Look at those shitty scissors. I'm so mad at the scissor choice. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. You see that? That's crazy.
Thank you all. We'll see you down at the amphitheater. Let's go, North Dakota.
Looks nice. That's North Dakota. I really like that background. Beautiful. No windmills. Not a windmill in sight. Long term looking good, baby. Amen, man. It has been a great year. I'm glad. I'm glad you're doing good, man. We got another 6 months. It's either going to do the same thing or it's going to look the opposite, but we're ready for it all. I think we got great positioning, short term, long term, and that's why too. But long term is the priority. So I'm excited, man. I'm telling you. I think next 6 months, bro, even coming into the midterms, we're going to have a really, really great opportunity. So, yeah, get ready for it. Yep, the video's popping. And there says 2019, the evolution has to be studied. The most locked in, dedicated I've ever seen. God did. All glory to the Father who provides. See, you know. Not even, bro. It's all God, bro. All God. All God. We all grow, but, you know, God from beginning to end. That's how. That's it, you know, finger to the sky, baby. Finger to the sky. We ain't even doing anything. That's all, man, you know. So, every day. But yeah, until the day we're called home. So keep going, baby. And I hope, I don't know, anybody want a long term? Is there anybody not with a long term? I don't know. I know legal paid you guys. He tried to beg you, but I don't know. Maybe I could just throw it out there. Is there anybody without a long term? Would you like to start a long term? Can I show you? Can I show you my liberal sister? You know, my liberal sister, she has known me my entire life. And she didn't want to get into stocks ever. No matter what. She didn't want to get in until everybody in the world got into stocks in 2022. Because again, it didn't matter if you were a liberal, a Republican, you were an OnlyFans girl, a gaming influencer. Everybody was saying to the moon. So this is the, but yeah, so then she wanted to get into one. So she got in late after we started all of our accounts. Okay? And then she only put $200 a month. And then she refused to raise the deposit after the market went down like 6 months later. She quit. And then she came back when the market came back. She missed out on Meta. But yeah, long story short, even $200 a month with almost almost half as much time, a third of the less time. I guess we're putting in a lot of time lately. I'm saying, man. I said it earlier today. Everybody in the market, even if you see yourself as only a trader, you should have an account that only goes straight up. You should have one account. Kind of have a barbell approach. Take profits in a value trade. You should outperform. Well, I mean, it depends if you're looking at it short term or long term. Long term, yes, but I'm not taking profits. You know, we did do a covered call on Intel, but like I'm saying, that wasn't a normal covered call. It was a covered call that allowed us to literally get a negative cost basis, which is amazing. But yeah, in general, the idea is that, you know, if the AI chips growth keeps going crazy, you know, our portfolio is positioned to benefit off of it. That's hence why it's outperforming right now. And then vice versa, we still, in that portfolio, we have a lot of other value where if this trade stopped today and people wanted to rotate, or again, if something changed in the economy or even rates, if rates went down, some of those names would get a little bit more hyped, and then that could kind of balance things out. We would lose a lot of the gains if it really ended, but yeah, you should be able to balance it out. And all the while, you know, we're stacking and spreading it out, as I do like the diversification. So yeah. But, and even on the trades too, I mean, again, I think a lot of options, I'm very familiar with the barbell, you know, just kind of, because options, cheap plays, extreme moves, those are the greatest ones. I usually like those. But even then, during June though, we saw like a lot of the out the monies, a lot of barbell plays did not work in June. You had to be near the money, and even then it was difficult. The story of your sister, she's relatable, was in the same situation. That's good. I mean, dude, I'm telling you, I don't know. My sister, she's definitely been very emotional with the long term. But like I'm saying, she started later. She's known me forever. Like, it's just, she never raised the deposit. And even then, she missed out on things. And even with that, her account is still very solid. And that's what I'm saying. I don't think that's something you wouldn't want to have. You know, $2,000 a year. 4 years, 3-4 years later, you have 20 grand in it. Like, yeah, I don't think that's a bad outcome. And again, I think very accessible, very, very accessible. What was it? To pay off floors at 12% interest? Nah, find another way. So I'm saying you can only use the long. You must exhaust every opportunity possible. Ideally, the long term should only move for the house. For the house. It's a big, big house with lots and lots of room. Big, big table. Lots and lots of food. Song. That's my father's house. Woo! Dude, NVIDIA did very good considering. And that's something you saw. Again, the SMH bounced a little bit with it. Well, that's something you saw last month too. NVIDIA would like kind of go up on these days. NVIDIA is still technically red, but barely red, while chip index is down to 4.5. Yeah, dude, that industrial build out and all the data centers and construction. But Michael Burry. Why are they all named Michael? Michael! But yeah, Michael Burry. Maybe a little too good for Michael Burry. No, I don't. I think Trump is gone. He just cut the ribbon with a small pair of scissors. They had the shot. VFC. I liked VFC, but then they sold the shit that I like. So they had good stuff in their portfolio that I was a fan of. But then, yeah, they got rid of it. So I'm not the biggest fan of them right now.
Same. That a prepared nation is better positioned to deter its adversaries, reassure its allies, and protect its interests. As we open...
There's a library dedication live stream, but yeah, Trump's, I don't know if he's going to go down there. Yeah, they sold Supreme. I'm 23, no inheritance, no support, just me. Open my Roth, I don't know what to do. It's good, bro. It's like, hey, man, as long as you start, keep going. It's not about what you have. If you could overcome that situation now, everything else becomes easier. But yeah, Roth is good to have, but even just go make another normal brokerage as well. A Roth is a retirement. You're not going to be able to touch that till you're like a lot older, but at the same time, another brokerage, it's going to be very similar to your Roth, but then, you know, in a shorter time frame. Still, I would plan for 10 years, but if a house ever came your way, you could utilize it a little bit more. But both are good. But yeah, the idea is there's now, anytime you touch $1, it's very simple. If there may be other things in your life and you may have a response to what I'm going to say, but I'd encourage you to just, if you could listen to what I say and just do it very simply, regardless of all challenges. Just assume that what I am going to say, just do it before ever saying anything. Every time you touch $1, every time $1 comes your way, 10 cents of it goes into that brokerage account. You must save 10 cents of every dollar. Every time you get paid, you take 10% and you just separate it into that extra account, then yes, you will begin and you will start something good. I don't think Trump is talking. Is he? Investors now focused on Thursday's payroll, shape expectations for next Fed interest. I don't know. I think that's them trying to make the data more important. Yeah, you get the non-farms tomorrow, but yeah, I don't even think the jobs data matters as much. Although people want to watch data. And remember, Kevin Warsh is literally trying to get away from look at the data and assume what the Fed is going to do. So I disagree with that headline. Your wife is coming around to philo. Wow. Am I more Old Testament or about Jesus? I mean, if you've listened, I think you could tell. I'm all about Jesus. I'm very big on the New Testament. But yeah, you should you read it all. But I mean, ironically enough, though, Proverbs, that's what got me back into it on my own. Like when I finally opened like I said, I opened up a Bible for other reasons when I was old enough to want to open it on my own without someone telling me. And yeah, I started with Proverbs just because the wisdom, the money, and what it related to and what I was looking for at the time. But yeah, I like all the Gospels are a good place to start too. But either or, I mean, seek and ye shall find. If you keep looking, you'll find, even regardless of what I told you or what I've done in my life. Oh, dude, if you just keep looking, you'll find it. I don't know if that's good advice, but I think it's the actual accurate advice. Just keep swimming, swimming, swimming. What do you do? Doot, doot. Nobody has a job anymore anyways? Did you lose your job? Bro, you should have told me, dude. I didn't know you lost your job. Well, I've heard people, I don't know if it's the same hiring environment, but then again, every randomly so often you'll have a Chad tell you. Like, I applied 1,000 places. I can't get one. I was like, man, I don't know. Just say you developed AI. No, but I've seen those fake interviews. I've seen people lie about their AI experience, and then they do these interviews, and then they're terrible. They don't know how to do it. You had a massive layoff yesterday. Oh, I think another Chad got laid off actually the other day. I remember he said that with his company. He was setting up a plan, and then one Chad survived a layoff. And then Microsoft announced the layoffs today. Walmart calls. I don't know how value is going to play. So for July, this one depends if we get correlation returning. Why did they drop today? Was it No, that was Pizza who had the CFO leave. What was it with Walmart? They had their annual food survey. Kroger discounts high food prices. So I don't know how they'll play. Again, value underperformed pretty hard up until last month. And then even then it was select. Again, Walmart, they didn't do as hot. You start DoorDash, you have to fire your first person ever. You didn't lose your job, but 2 friends did. You might. You said nobody has a job, but then you got a job. You elite. AI is a lie. I think some of it's a lie, if that makes sense. I think the general premise of it is a lie. Hence, its antichrist abilities. But don't get me started on that conversation. I don't know if they could handle it. But other than that, I do think a lot of it has some good upside. But yeah, I do think somebody's lying about some things. Again, the debate, the profitability. That's why the recent talks about it costs this much money to have the AI with the tokens as the same employee they would have fired. But yeah, I do think once we build out enough stuff, and if we, like we talked about yesterday, if we get towards AGI or anything of like real automation and, some layer that we could build the next level of like technology off of, like a real change even beyond what we have now. AI is very promising, and now you have a lot of people who are more conservative about investing in it. Everybody has gone all in, but like I'm saying, I think some of it is a lie and some of it is hype, but there is some real stuff about it. I don't know. You guys remember? Do you remember the like 3 quarters in a row where people used to think Jensen Huang was just making up the numbers? Do you guys remember that? We would have, seriously, I'm not even kidding you. This is why I love Wall Street, because we were legitimately having serious conversations about whether or not the NVIDIA numbers were even real, if these books were cooked or not. Like a legitimate conversation. Like that, everybody, Wall Street, even the TV brought it up. You would see it on Twitter, FinTwit. The smartest or the dumbest guy you've ever met this would come up. It didn't matter. Everyone's like, yeah, it's fake, it's real, it's fake, it's real. They're like, what do you mean? You're not making $40 billion. You make $20 billion. They're just lying. Like literally. And then, fast forward, it turns out they did make that much money. There was a little bit of circular financing and some other things, and there's still stuff that makes you scratch your head, but yeah, that trend kept going, and like there is definitely some sort of real money effect in money generation that did occur at a crazy level. So yeah, that's why it's a very interesting spot that we're at with it, but I think some of it's true, some of it's a lie. And again, I do think the timing of all of this stuff is what makes it AI is going to do something. It's already done something. That's just the reality. It's already done something. But yeah, time. It has to do, people are hoping it does more, but then we're hoping it does more in a certain amount of time. If it doesn't do more, that would suck. And that would kill a lot of things. Otherwise, or even more so, if it took too long, that would be the other problem. But if something bigger even happens quicker, things can change really quickly and abruptly and for the better or worse. And that's why, but mostly for the better, that's why people are trying to invest and front run that. But then, yeah, it's like if this also just gets better in a decent amount of time, there's still some decent expectations you could garner from it. We did a live stream and brought people in a debate. I brought people on the Zoom. We had a game and people would debate. We did the debate game. We had the literal, remember we did a debate team? Yeah. And we had one side for and one side against. Michael Burry still thinks they're lying. Michael Burry just doesn't count. I like Michael Burry, though. I'm telling you. Elite value investor. He just doesn't know it. You know what I'm saying? He just doesn't know it yet. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I'm telling you. It would be like, I'm trying to think about it. It's like if you saw Ohtani just playing badminton. Imagine if Ohtani was a professional badminton player. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, dude, you don't belong there. No. You're like, I got something for you. If you swap out that fucking badminton net and the little swatter, if you replace that with a baseball bat in a pitching glove, that's you do. You're gonna take over the world. That is how I feel about Michael Burry. Michael Burry is Ohtani playing badminton. Like I'm saying, as the whole short, call the top, do all of that. He did great the last time. You know what I'm saying? We've all had our moments. He did amazing. Smart guy. I don't take that away from him. But I'm telling you, all I've seen from them in the last 6 years, and nobody will shut up about it too. Everyone will they're like, oh, it's short, Michael Burry, oh, it's short, put. I'm like, dude, you guys are missing the real story. The real story is this guy is just a sniper when it comes to buying stocks. He picks some of the great ideas off of great macro concepts, and most of them are good. I think Lulu was probably his worst one. I don't know what else has he had bad. But I'm telling you, greatest value investor. Greatest value investor. He should be a long only. If he did only long, Michael Burry would be but guess what? The other stuff he now monetizes the fear porn. Now he gets paid. Now you guys are paying him to be bearish. You motherfuckers, you don't get it. Now I'm like, you guys are trying. See, you're just trying to change. You're trying to change one of the greats. You're trying to change the talent. When I'm just telling you, if you just let him do his thing, bro. But now he can monetize the fear porn. He can monetize the good story, But I'm telling you, man, he's just hard to find value in this market. But he in any market, but he finds value. He is Ohtani, bro. Him in a value stock, Ohtani baseball bat. I think Trump might be coming back. They're doing the song, and I have a really weird view. No, yeah, he is.
From Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea.
They're gonna copyright me. Didn't he short Palantir at 200? You're missing it, dude. You're missing. This doesn't matter. You know what? I'm telling you, Michael Burry. Just you guys, you need to look at the adjusted Burry. Ignore everything and just look at his value buys. And it's a completely different story. I'm just telling you, it's a complete, like you might see the greatness. I hope you see greatness. That's what I'm saying. I have an eye for greatness. You know, I love greatness. That's why even if it's not in me, you have to didn't Jim Rome say this? You have to spot just greatness. You should be able to there's something in you that could appreciate greatness, and I'm telling you. Take away everything. Take away the movie. Take away The Big Short. Take away anything he shorted, anything he's ever said. And just look at his value buys. And then, oh man. USA! 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 USA!
Well, I want to thank everybody. This is an honor. We love you, and you've been so nice to me with those votes. We set every record in the book. But today we come to the heartland of America to pay tribute to a man who embodied the heart and soul and fight and spirit of our country as much as anyone who ever lived. And he's a very special man, and that's why I'm here, President Theodore Roosevelt. And he loved your community, he loved your state, and he was quite something. He was really quite something. And here, beneath the wide open sky of the Badlands, I call it the Badlands. I said, what's that all about? It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool name, I have to tell you. On the steps of the burning hills, we dedicate a living monument to a legend, a statesman, a soldier, a frontiersman, and a true American hero. This is a very exciting thing for me, and number one, I have to tell you, because this was an inaugural flight of a certain airplane called Air Force One after 37 years. And it's a great plane, and we had a lot of fun with Doug and everybody coming over. But we talked about Theodore Roosevelt a lot, because he was something that was really very special. And number two, because I'm honoring Theodore Roosevelt, and that's the man who I have long admired. He's one of the few. I don't admire too many people, I have to tell you. There's not a lot of people out there. And number three, I'm back in North Dakota because I won this state with the most votes in the history of the presidency. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. USA. USA. I love you.
And number four, I have two teleprompters that aren't working, and here I stand.
What do you mean, BB, FDA? BlackBerry.
But TR once observed that I would not have been president about himself had he not been
manufacturing equipment,
and had it not been
it's like, why are
for
they
the
making
experience in North Dakota. He had a great experience here. It really shaped him so much. So there could be no better place for this new national treasure than the Rough Rider state. I met some of the Rough Riders. They are Rough Riders. They're good riders too. They were very impressive.
Drop. Shut it down.
Today, 107 years after he passed into eternity, Theodore Roosevelt's Presidential Library opens its doors, and the small town, but very great town, and today it's a very famous town because that's all they're talking about, of Medora opens its arms to the entire world. The entire world is watching.
It's gonna drop, then it's gonna pop, then it's gonna go nowhere.
Left behind. I want to thank the thousands of people who worked so hard to make this.
Where my dogs at?
You really did. You made it a beautiful reality. Very few places will top it. And starting with the man who put the library in its first funding. Think of it, he did so much. He raised so much money. He did so many different things. He really did. He had a very complete life, when you think. He was a real man of many forms of genius, and without whom it would never have been possible, Secretary of the Interior. And I'll tell you what, I thought he was an oil man, and he wasn't. I saw him on a debate because this guy was actually going against me. Can you believe it? But I thought he was very impressive. I thought his wife, Catherine, was even more impressive, to be honest with you. And so impressive that I said, he's a good man. That guy's all right. But he's been fantastic. He's been a tremendous Secretary of the Interior and the best ever. There's never been a Secretary of the Interior like Doug Burgum. Thank you very much. Thank you. Never been. And you know, Doug called me, he said, would you do me a favor? He's really fantastic, because I did not know the gentleman too well. But he said, Kelly Armstrong is fantastic. Would you endorse him for governor? And I did, and he won easily. Kelly Armstrong. Great job you're doing. Great job. And two of my very good friends, two warrior senators, tough cookies, they're tough. Oh, I wish they could get their way. We could get a couple of little things passed, like voter identification, like proof of citizenship. It's called Save America. You know, that's pretty good. Save America, can you imagine? We have 100% of the Democrats against it and 4 or 5 Republicans, if you can believe that. What are they all about? But these two people are with us all the way, John Hoeven and Kevin Kramer, senators. They're great. Two great guys. And a congresswoman who fights and gets what she wants, and she's very respected, Julie Fedorchak. Thank you, Julie. Thank you. Very, very respected. And we have our ambassador, Monica. Where's Monica? Monica Crowley. Fantastic. Acting Secretary of the Navy, Hung Kao. And we're building a lot of ships.
Excuse me?
Building a lot of ships.
Who?
North Dakota House Speaker,
Who?
Robin Wise. Thank you.
Go back to Hung
Doing a
Kao.
great job. State House Majority Leader, Mike LaFleur.
How come I've never heard of this person? Who's Hung
Thank you,
Kao?
Mike. State Senate Majority
No,
Leader,
no. Hung
David
Kao is what I heard.
Hogue. Thank you, David.
I don't know if he just read
And
it.
all of the members of
That's
the
either
North
a real
Dakota
person or somebody trolled
legislature.
it.
I hear every single one. I'm not going to introduce you. You have no chance of that. I'll be here all day, but you're all here. We love you, and you've been with us from day one. Thank you very much.
I'm better at the bark.
Thank you. And the CEO, who's done a fantastic job, he took me around. I thought it would be maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes. I've been doing this for 2 hours. Thank goodness I love the subject, or I would not have put up with it. Doug said you could come in. You know, I'm prosecuting a war, which we're winning very easily, by the way. But I said, Doug, let's fly in. We'll do 10, 15 minutes. I know I'm going to love it. And then I'll get out. Oh, absolutely, sir. So then time comes, he got me making speeches. I was over there 2 hours. I know more about that museum than the people that built it. But that's okay, because they did a very good job. I can report that they did a really good job. The CEO of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, who really did give me a tremendous amount of knowledge, about things that I never would have thought could have been possible, about how great this man was. Ed O'Keefe. Ed, thank you very much.
Hood keeps popping. And then PBF.
And two of my sons are here, Eric and Don. And Bettina, thank you very much. Don just got married. Bettina, thank you. It's going to be great.
Person.
Thank you very much.
Love Hung Kao. American politicians,
the members of
former
the
military officer,
Roosevelt
who served
family
as the acting
and countless
U.S. Secretary
foundation
of Navy
staff, donors,
since
supporters,
2026.
everyone's here. And I understand that
Forgive me.
one local construction worker delayed his retirement by
Forgive me,
4
sir.
years just to be involved with the building, and they heard I was
Hung
going to
Kao
come.
is a
I was
real
coming
person.
even when I wasn't president. I had agreed to come, and they said, well, when we do it, you're going to be president. So that was during that ridiculous time, that ridiculous 4-year period of time. They asked me to come. I said, I'd love to come. And I said, I may or I may not be president. They said, we don't care. We want you to be there. And I always remember that. But they said, you're going to win. You know that. If you run, you're going to win. It turned out we did quite easily, actually. And today I can tell you that we can see why it was worth it. It's really amazing. They've done an amazing job, beautiful job. And you know, they've done it from love. Jobs that are done from love are always better than jobs where you sort of have to follow a plan. They made lots of changes, and every one of them was good, and I think I know about every one of them. After 2.5 hours, I learned every single one of them. But I want to really thank everyone who greeted me at the train station, because that was so famous. That was such a famous train. The last one was President Dwight Eisenhower, and he was actually a very good president. People don't realize he was a general, good general, and he built the interstate highway system. I'd say that alone is pretty good. He was a good, and he was the last one. He was on the back of the exact same train. So the head of the railroad, he was fabulous, and they were explaining all about the train, and they said, wow, that's really some history in the crowd. We had thousands of people over there. It was fantastic. But I have the picture of President Eisenhower in the back of the train, the same exact train. I checked it out because I said, you know, we don't want to make any mistakes because the fake news is watching, and they'll say it wasn't. It wasn't the same train. It wasn't the same train. No, they've been pretty nice to me lately. Look, when you do as well as we're doing, they have to be nice, I guess. They've been pretty nice.
Oil. Iran Ghalibaf.
And I want to give
made
a very
comment
special
on
thanks
working
to
with China,
the Patriots
visiting China.
who gave us such an
oil
incredible
68, bro.
escort
This is a
from
new
town.
low.
We had more law
Happy
enforcement. You know,
America.
I love law enforcement. Now,
Happy
according
America
to
Day.
According to the people that are running on the other side, in many places, they want to defund the police. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. We see them all the time. They said
All
they're
the
social
time.
democrats. Doesn't it sound pretty? They're actually communists, but we'll get into that a little bit later. They're not going to win. They're not going to win anything. They got some very unattractive candidates, I have to say. During my first term, it was a privilege to sign the bill that helped get this incredible project underway, and transferring 90 acres. We took it right out of the federal government. We ripped it away from the federal government. They don't know it's missing. They still haven't figured out what the hell happened. And today, the artistry and scholarship, technical skill on display right here and in that museum in particular is just fantastic. It's really great. Things that they actually gave me. You know, we're going to build our museum in Miami. They got me a lot of ideas, Doug. You gave me a lot of ideas, Doug.
Miami.
But they really did it well. Incredible. I even had a conversation
TV
with
circulating from
Theodore
2021.
Roosevelt.
So
I
the
said,
BB won
what
the
did you
face.
think about the Panama Canal? Do you consider that your greatest achievement? How do you feel about the fact that the
How is
Democrats
Miami on 4th of
gave
July?
the Panama Canal away to
It's probably a
Panama
lot
for
of
$1?
I don't want to go anywhere. I don't
You
want
know,
to leave.
He built the Panama Canal, preceded really by a man who was he was the tariff king, William McKinley. He was the president, and they took his name off Mount McKinley, and I put it back on because it deserved it. Put it back on. But McKinley actually, and he was assassinated, but he made tremendous amounts of money, made our country very rich. And then Teddy Roosevelt, as the vice president, got in, and he did some incredible things. But one of them, I think one of the most amazing, maybe A lot of people would say the parks. You could say a lot.
Dude,
of
there's only 18
different
minutes left.
Elements of his success.
Well,
so
not a bad
incredible.
day.
But
We got right under
he
the
built
level.
the Panama Canal.
Hopefully you
it
ripped
was
a
the
couple
most
of those
expensive
dailies.
project
The
to
other
this
ones are
date,
gone
if you
now.
bring the dollars forward, ever built in history.
Maybe we're finally below
38,000
VWAP, but,
people
end of the
died.
day, not a bad
They
start,
died
though.
95%
Even though it's technically
from
a red day
mosquitoes,
on everything
malaria.
except the Dow.
95%. You
But
expected
still got to
almost to
hold up
die.
some of
They paid
yesterday's
workers from the
craziness
United
and
States.
very
Mostly,
strong
they
in
came
some
in,
areas
and
of the
mostly,
market
I must
today.
say, men. It was a little different time. Today would have men and women, but they had all men. And they paid them massive amounts of money, more than they were making as workers in the United States. Such a fascinating thing, the Panama Canal. I've studied it long and hard, and when they gave it away, $1. But they died from the mosquito and they died from the snake. They have a viper, a snake, that if you get bit, you're in trouble. If you get bit, you were dead.
You're in
You
trouble.
were dead, and that wiped out about 5%. We lost 38,000 people building the Panama Canal. Our people. 38,000 people died building the Panama Canal. It opened, and from day one, it was very successful. And we gave it away. We gave it away. It was the most expensive thing we ever built, and it was also the most profitable thing we ever built. That's a nice combination. A little bit like Venezuela. We did a good job in Venezuela. And we're actually doing equally as well with the Islamic Republic of Iran. Maybe you've heard of it. But think of it, the Panama Canal, so we gave it away. The first thing they did, you know what they did? They raised the prices for the ships by 4 times. And they didn't lose one ship. And then they raised it again twice. And they didn't lose one ship. All they did is make tremendous amounts of money for years and years. How stupid was that? And now China is trying to take over the Panama Canal, and we're not going to let that happen, okay?
Okay.
And that was not part of the script.
Little short
because
squeeze
I don't
there.
really
Jack,
have a script
Wen,
because
Yelp,
this thing
they're
doesn't
on the
work.
eye. I think I saw Newsmax earlier too.
It's appropriate. The one on my right is slightly better than the one on my left. The one on my left is a waste of time. It's a little like politics. The one on my right is a little bit.
And then I don't think I'm going to be here tomorrow.
It's not great. I'd
But
give it
like,
about a 2 on the
If I
scale
don't
of
come,
10.
you guys can't come.
And this afternoon,
So you gotta
I'm
chill.
pleased to announce
I think you
that
should use it.
through the National
I think you should
Endowment for
position,
the
though, too, if you
Humanities,
haven't already yesterday
we will
or today.
be awarding
I
the
get some
library
positioning and then,
$750,000 to support the opening exhibits during the first year. So they're getting a nice check.
Is he okay?
Getting a nice check. And as you know, this week, Americans all across our nation are filled with joy and excitement and anticipation as we prepare for one of the proudest moments in our history. 250 years, think about that. 3 days from now, we will celebrate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. What a document that was. And this week, we look back on 250 years of glorious freedom, and we took so much time and so much effort. And by the way, on July 4th, it's going to be approximately 107 degrees out. And I'm going to go and I'm going to make a really long speech just to show that I can do anything. It's going to be 107. But you know what? They also predicted the fight that we had 3 weeks ago was unbelievable at the White House. They said a week before, 6 days, 5 days, 4 days, 3 days, 2 days, 1 day. They said
LHAI,
it was going to
whatever.
rain. It's going to be horrible. You're going to have to cancel the fight. Sure, we're going to have to cancel. This was a big event. This was one of the highest rated fights in history. It was on CBS National on a Sunday night, not a Saturday night.
AI
Saturday nights
financing.
called
They had
Death
some headline
Valley
day. It looks like
for
a problem.
television. I know a lot about ratings. But Sunday night's very good, and it was broadcast on CBS, a network, and it got among the highest ratings any fight has ever gotten. But they said it was going to rain, and I talked to Dana White. I said, Dana, I don't know, this is bad. Sir, it's 100%
Thank you
chance
for
of rain.
listening, and hopefully you got a
I said, you sure, like maybe 90? No, 100%, sir. So it was 7 o'clock and it wasn't raining.
I would love to go to Hawaii.
And it started at 8 o'clock,
Man,
and we were going to
delete.
delay it till 12 o'clock
Hawaii's
midnight.
far.
I said, that's not good, but it wasn't raining at 8 o'clock, and it wasn't raining at 8:30, and we had the fight on time, and it never rained. Never rained. So you never know about weather forecasting, do you? With all the money we spend all that money. That's happened before. We had a big march in Washington. You remember that? That was going to be rained out, sir. We're going to have to change it. Rained out, never rained. So we're getting pretty good at that. But this is a time to rediscover the indomitable spirit that built our country and all that will ensure America always remains the most exceptional nation on the face of the earth. We're not going to let communists get in our way. We're not going to let anyone get in our way. Not the communists. It's a very unattractive lot. They're not going to do it. They're not doing anything. Those people, what they're doing, they're so stupid. They're so stupid. There could be no better place to
unattractive
begin
lot,
this
innit?
rediscovery than with the life,
There's a lot of
times,
guys over there.
passions of
They're an interesting
Theodore
lot.
Roosevelt. He had great passion.
Why did he say that?
The Colonel, they called him,
You been
was an
hanging out with the
American
king?
man. He was really a great he-man. He was an American man through and through.
Excuse me?
His chest swelled with American optimism, confidence, enthusiasm, pride. His heart beat with an unyielding sense of America's destiny and pride, and that pride was bigger. The biggest word for him, I think, was pride. He was a proud man. But I'm a proud man. I'm proud of our country. I'm proud that 2 years ago we had a country that was a laughing stock all over the world, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, the most respected country anywhere in the world. But as a young boy, I saw that he loved Lincoln, and Lincoln's casket would pass through a nation torn apart by civil war. I don't know if you know that. I think Teddy Roosevelt, is probably his biggest. I was trying to get that today, and I think it came pretty loud and clear. Abraham Lincoln was the person that he most respected, most admired, most looked up to. He has a beautiful picture of Lincoln that he had in his one of his rooms, one of his very important rooms where he lived, and it's at the library. By the end of the 60 years, TR had transformed his country by the reach of his vision. He had a great vision, and by the force of his will, into one of the greatest places, one of the greatest empires, one of the most incredible countries, ready to take its rightful place as the strongest and most respected nation anywhere in the world. They didn't have people that they had no idea where they were. They didn't have people that couldn't walk up the steps. See those steps? They didn't have people that had no idea where the hell they were. They didn't have people that said, let's have open borders so millions and millions of people can pour into our country from prisons all over the world. They didn't have those people. They had strong, smart people like Teddy Roosevelt. Today, America is stronger and more respected. Right now, I'll tell you, the King of Saudi Arabia, I was with him a year ago, smart guy, good guy. He said to me, sir, it's amazing. And this was as we were just started to really, and we've made a lot of progress since then. You see the numbers, factories being built all over the country at a level that we've never had before. But he said, 1 year ago, during the Biden, Sleepy Joe, during the Biden administration, he said, 1 year ago, your country was dead. We gave up on your country. They were looking at China. They were looking at others to protect them. They were looking at other countries. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. He said that, and it's true. Now it's even more so than it was then. Hottest country anywhere in the world. So Theodore Roosevelt and his presidency fell exactly at the halfway mark between the founding in 1776 and the place we are today in 2026. And here are 5 lessons, and I wanted to write these because you can learn from some people, not from too many. From a lot of them, you don't want to learn much. but you can learn from him. And here are 5 lessons that are really extraordinary. Life offers to all Americans on the threshold of our 250th year. First of all, the life of Theodore Roosevelt reminds us that Americans never give up. We don't give up. You know, if you really look back 2 years ago, I can see people wanting to give up. I can see them wanting to give up. He never stopped, never quit, never surrendered in pursuit of his dreams. He had a dream, a very complex dream he did because of the way he traveled, the way he moved, the fact that he ended up here and turned out to be one of the most impactful things he ever did, ending up right here where we are. But his pursuit of the American dream never ever stopped. It was really amazing. He was plagued by asthma, very, very bad, very serious. He was having a hard time breathing for much of his life. But he went out and he was told by his doctor that he'd have to live very quietly. This is as a young man, he was told you'd have to be and have a very quiet life. You have to be nice and easy. And he did just the opposite. He had a freaking wild life, right? He was wild. He just didn't want to take that. He didn't want to listen to his doctor. He didn't want to be quiet. He wanted to be great. He actually wanted to be great, and that's what he turned out to be. Young Theodore replied, "Doctor, I'm going to do all the things that you tell me not to do, and I've got to live the sort of life that you've described. I don't care how short it is. I just want to live my life the way I want to live my life." It was great. I mean, who would say that? The next year, he sailed the Atlantic and he summited the Matterhorn just to prove that he could do these things, just to prove his doctor wrong. He knew his doctor. He wanted to prove him wrong. Maybe it wasn't smart, but it worked out okay. But again and again, he summoned the will to transcend tragedy and triumph and defeat heartbreak with hard work. He worked hard, and I found that out. I mean, if you love what you do, it's not work. That's one thing I will tell you. People say I work hard, but it's not work, because if you love it, I love making America great again. I mean, I'm having a good time. So it's not work.
Yeah, you're going down.
We call it work, but it's not. In his library, we find his diary,
Apple and talks
open
to buy memory
the page from 1884 when his mother and his wife died on the very same day in the very same house. Totally unrelated. Just a tragic moment,
just grabbing
but
the one
unrelated.
center just in case.
There wasn't an accident.
Because it's
where
moving,
both of
but
them
there
were
is a
killed.
headline.
They just died.
It's the old
And he came
memory
back
chip
home and
headline
he
from
said,
like 48 hours
"What
ago.
happened?"
But if
They're
there's a
both dead.
follow-up on the...
different parts of the house had nothing to do
there's
with
a
it.
follow-up
Just
on actually getting
an
approved.
amazing. Wife
That's
was
it. But yeah.
very young. Mother was older, but she was getting by. "The light has gone out from my life," he wrote. But Theodore Roosevelt did not surrender to fate. He came here to Medora and made himself
Apple and talks with
Fate's
Trump
master.
admin
I said, I want to
for
be
chip
Fate's
procurement
master.
from
He
China.
wanted to turn the tables, and he really showed that that's what Americans can do. That's what people
I
can
just
do
took the
beyond
one center
Americans. That's
daily.
what people
I mean,
can
that's
do
it.
if they
Got a couple of them. They're
really
$1.
believe and they set their mind to it, and if they're competent. I mean, you have to be competent. You have to be smart. It's nice to say anybody can do it. Not anybody can do it. They'd like to say, oh, anybody can do it. No. But he was a special person. He arrived at this town, narrow-chested, 140 pounds. He looked pretty bad to the people here because they're pretty tough people around here, never changed. He was sick. He was shattered from the death of these two people that he loved the most. And his body and his spirit were pretty much broken. Not broken enough, but pretty much broken. If they were broken all the way, he wouldn't have been able to do what he did. He left here 2 years later. He weighed 40 pounds more, and he was strong as an ox. They say it was 40 pounds of muscle. I don't know how the hell that happened. They didn't have modern-day drugs. Of course, the modern-day drugs don't do that either, do they? In fact, they actually take away the muscle. That's not good. How are we doing, doctor? Well, you lost a lot of muscle. That's not good. But we didn't have any of that. He was 40 pounds of steel, the vital man of vigor, who would become president of the United States not that long after he left. Wow, that's amazing. I know what it takes to do that. It's tough. As a sheriff's deputy, he heard 3 thieves had stolen the only boat in town, so he built another, and over 3 days chased the criminals 300 miles. He wanted all those poor criminals. We need a little bit more of that in our country, but we do pretty good. We have the best border we've ever had.
Optimistic software
We do
day
pretty good.
with 7 hours to nowhere.
Think of it, we have the best border, strongest border. We went from the worst border in history in 3 months to the best border in history, so we do okay.
Oh shit, there's only 2 minutes.
But he was a man who could get crushed beneath a horse. He was crushed. Get up, and he kept riding. People said, you got to get back. We got to get you to, no, I'm going to keep riding. He could take a bullet to the chest, stand up, and keep speaking. He had a little luck. He had a lot of paper there. I saw it today, a bullet hole right through both of them. But so got lucky, but other people wouldn't have done what he did. He could feel sick, and he was often feeling sick. Deep in the Amazon jungles, he would get extremely sick. Maybe he shouldn't have been there. He knew what was happening. It was a very dangerous place from that standpoint, from the standpoint of catching some pretty bad diseases.
1 minute!
People think he was going to die. They thought he was going to die. They said, Teddy Roosevelt is going to die, but he carried on, and he was still standing. He never sat. He never rested. He just kept going. As America turns 250 years old, we look at this remarkable man, and we recall that with effort, determination, and drive, there is nothing that Americans
Dude, Trump, everybody's been
of
getting in the way
competence
of our
cannot
schedule
do.
all day today.
Nothing.
Trump slurring at the close. He's a little slurry today. But Chad, you got less
Our
than 10
ancestors
seconds.
were
Wrap
the
it up.
people who raised
Slightly
up
above
New York
open.
City
Dow
from
just
the
went negative. Actually,
marshes
everything
of
closed right.
Manhattan,
Very, very
and then
small
ventured
movement.
into
But
the
3,
Dakotas
2,
to
1.
carve up a life in the place that they called hell with the fires burned out. I don't know what the hell that's supposed to mean. Hell with the fires burned out. That doesn't sound so nice. But
Caledonia.
it become a
GG,
tremendously wealthy
I guess, I don't know. I'll
state,
turn this off in a
a
second.
very
but,
successful state
I
with
mean,
low
this is
taxes.
just the rally.
I
But
mean,
that's
you have,
the day, baby.
You have great government.
I love you. I hope you had a
You
good
have
one.
great government.
Day.
These
Great
people
start
right
to
over here
July.
are the people I introduced, but other
we gotta
places
talk.
have
We gotta talk a little bit, but good game,
land.
baby. Drop them
They have
GGs.
valuable assets under the land.
This is your GG song.
And they're losing.
Members,
You know,
non-members,
California was
stream
our
alerts.
third
Did you all learn
biggest
something?
oil drilling state.
You all get inspired. You all get a long term. You all care about the future.
Nobody knows that.
Did
It
you
was third
uphold the honor of
after
the long
Texas.
term?
Years ago, it was a big
Oh, God
oil
bless you,
drilling.
baby.
Now they
GG.
won't drill
And
because
thank you
the
for your time.
environmental
For all of you, baby.
lunatics
Thank you for this
have
week.
said don't do it.
If
and
I
it's
don't see
not
you tomorrow, I
a
don't think
state
I'm going to
that's
see
doing
you
very
tomorrow.
well. In fact, it's
I
doing
might. I'm
extremely
probably going to wake
poorly.
up
One of the
still,
most
but
beautiful
you know,
states in the
I don't
world.
know.
Best
We'll
weather,
see.
best
But
everything.
for now, I'm tentatively saying
From
no
winning
tomorrow.
our independence to laying the railroads, taming the West, and planting
God
our
bless you.
flag
Please
on
get
the
a long
moon,
term.
nothing great
Please
that
get a long
America
term.
has ever done
Q's dumping after
has
the
come
bell?
without
What
staggering
is it?
effort, and it has never come easy. It's been really an unflagging persistence that drove us into greatness. We had the persistence of great people, great men, great women. They were persistent. They never gave up. This country was built on the conviction that just because something is hard to do, that only means that Americans try even harder, and they succeed almost all the time. Because whatever the obstacle, whatever the challenge, it's no match for American grit. And you have it probably as much
Yeah, bro,
or
he
more
might
than
go for
any
30
other
minutes.
place
I don't know.
there is.
I don't
Maybe
think
you have a
he's
American grit.
The day's over. That's it. The question is what happens tomorrow? You do have the
And
non-farms.
second, Theodore Roosevelt reminds us all that to be a great nation and to be a free nation, we must have courage. Without courage, you have nothing. As TR once put it, Freedom is not a gift that lasts long in the hands of cowards. How about that? Doesn't last long in the hands of cowards. What a great statement. I want to use that. I shouldn't have said it. I would have used that statement, and I wouldn't have attributed it to TR. And they would have said, oh, what a great statement that is. Trump made a brilliant speech. What do you think, John? Would I get away with that? Kevin? I don't know. Maybe not. But that's a great statement. That's a beautiful thing to say. But in the West, he tracked a 1,200-pound grizzly. My two boys know all about that. I say, are grizzlies dangerous? Is a grizzly bear dangerous? I looked at Eric and Don. They know more about that stuff than any human being, I tell you. They said, they're real dangerous, Dad. I said, are they violent, bears? They said, they're really violent, right, fellas? You said they are violent, but that doesn't scare them. Just be scared, okay, and get the hell out of there. But we want to keep you around. But when it roared, a big one, and it wanted to strike him, and it was going rapidly there, very fast. I just learned that on a beautiful airplane coming over here. He shot it squarely between the eyes, and it fell, touching him but not able to destroy him. When he heard a man here threaten to kill him right here, one of your tough people, is he around by any chance? Would you please stand up? He rode to his house. He rode to the man's house, knocked on his door. The man threatened to kill him. He said, I'm going to kill Roosevelt. And he declared that I've come over to see what you want to begin with, and how do you want to begin the killing, he said. How do you want to begin? I'm right here in front of you. How do you want to begin the killing? That's a little different kind of a guy. By a coincidence of history, it was exactly 128 years ago today that Colonel Roosevelt gave our nation one of the greatest examples of American courage the age-old chronicles of military valor have ever seen. After commandeering a ship to Cuba for the volunteer regiment, he personally raised and trained his incredible Rough Riders. The Rough Riders, I saw the Rough Riders. What the hell are the Rough Riders? Look at these guys. I wish I looked like that. If I looked like them, I would have been president 20 years ago. You guys are great. Thank you. They could really ride those horses. They let us in. They were going faster than the car. I said to my guys, is there any danger in the way they're riding? Yeah, there's danger, sir, but they're great riders. You guys are fantastic. Thank you. But he led the Rough Riders in their heroic charge up San Juan Heights. And with malaria coursing all throughout his veins, he was really sick. Colonel Roosevelt galloped into a hail of Spanish
Where my dogs at?
When his horse came to a wire fence, he leapt off the horse. He jumped off the horse and he started running toward the enemy. I don't know if that was smart, but he made it.
He made it.
Then he looked over at the next hill and he grabbed his men. He said, fellas, let's do it again. And he did it again and again. The Rough Riders' victory at San Juan Heights led directly to the collapse of the Spanish line. Ah, the Spanish. They're members of NATO, but not very good members of NATO. They say, no, we don't want to help other people. What are we doing, huh? They are not behaving nicely, but they will learn soon after they...
All right, wow. I think that's it. Chattadonia, what a day. Good game, and GG. Welcome to July. Kevin didn't kill you. Software got a little bit of a bid. The hyperscalers got a bid. You know, a little freak out in chips, but yeah, man, our work is cut out for us. I hope you guys are ready for it. So, for tomorrow, like I said, I don't think I'm going to be here, but we have the non-farms. But then I'm like, I'm going to wake up early, so maybe worst case, maybe I will be here. Maybe we'll just end early. And, you know, yeah, maybe I'll see the non-farms. because I do want to take a look at some things in the morning, take a look at some of the positioning. But other than that, we will. I was going to ask you. I was like, I'll take off if you take off, because usually I'd be like, yeah, if I leave, then you go and you have to go, bring a cult member. You got to go spam the cult everywhere, since I don't know where you guys go when I'm not there. But then I'm like, wait a minute. If I take off tomorrow, you should take off tomorrow. Well, that's the only point. The only point is this. Again, I do think tomorrow it might be seasonally good. Usually the 3rd is. Maybe it does cross over. But, yeah, I mean, things are going to be chilling here. And then it's just going to lift up after, we got the holiday. And then after the holiday, then we get back into the real July. So I think all of this is going to be computers, interns, maybe. We'll find out. But, yeah, so either I won't be here or I'll be here in the morning and then we end early. But, yeah, I don't know. Just guess. We'll flip a coin. Well, it'll be a surprise. Maybe you guys need to get familiar with surprises. You guys have had it too easy, wake up every morning. Oh, there's Josh. Oh, there's Josh. Maybe you guys need a surprise. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you need a little bit of a surprise, a little bit. Maybe I like surprises. Just in case. Happy 4th of July. Happy America Day. Happy 250, baby. Big 250, dog. Oh, they don't know about 250. I'm going to get a 250 tattoo. I don't think that's a good idea because next year's 251. I don't think I'm motivated to keep up with it. But, Chad, I love you. And thank you for your time. And God bless you. And God bless America. And I hope you listen today. The simple truth. You could boil it down with, man. Wealth is easy. But it is always slow. So once you stop fighting that, man, life is good. At least as it pertains to that. So I hope you don't forget. And read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Richest Man, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And why, my friends, it's simple. It's just gonna take some time. Why, baby, why? Aw. Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chadadonia. God bless you. God bless you and America. But that's the Oracle. Little dump after hours. You guys want to buy Oracle now? No one asks me in the same way. It's kind of crazy. But I love you. And enjoy your day. And then get ready for tomorrow. We'll see you. Happy birthday, Zulu, if I don't see you. Happy birthday. I hope you have a great birthday weekend. And any birthdays that I'd miss. We'll give you a horn for the road. And then maybe one for the peach, too, just in case. For all the peaches we have received. And all the peaches we may be blessed with in the future. To Bradley Frizzle and the peach, my friend. I feel like that's a toast. Someone should make a Bradley Frizzle toast. Do you know that? For your water bottles. You know that? That's right. We're going to have a toast with apple cider. I like apples. I'm obsessed with apple cider. So I can't even hate. I think if you're a hater, you need to have more fun. Okay, but yeah. To the peaches we've received. To the peaches we may receive. And to all of the peaches of the past. Amen. And Chad, may you be blessed. I'm going to miss you. I don't know. I might see you tomorrow. So either way, I don't know if I'll see you tonight. It's actually Wednesday. Oh, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? You guys need some volatility. I like what's going to happen in July? I don't know. Long term, just get a long term. That's not volatile at all. So enjoy it. Have a good one. And I love you. Goodbye.
Viper.
It's a cult, baby.
Aye. Coach always said, don't look down when you dribble. Arguing right, left, I went up the middle. That's a big account, but it started with a little. Sold before the bounce, I sold for my initial. Swear I lost count, head just on a swivel. This ain't bout clout, it's about who's beneficial. Finger to the clouds with the whip superficial. Made my mama proud and some friends artificial. Why you getting loud? Trying to keep it civil. Told me run it back, now I'm up triple. Dime is a dime and a nickel is a nickel. Eyes will arise when the money's in the middle. I ain't that wise, they just shady, that's simple. If I'm not that guy, then why would y'all listen? See, it get nervous when I'm quiet. It don't happen on the cell. I make the money when I buy it. Passionate as well, and I love it. You should try it. Imagine past the bell, you either gambling or lying. True serum, I be sipping on that shit. No long term, that's a different type of bitch. Think it's just money, dog, open up your shit. I was getting ready before I was getting rich. Preparation, child of the nation. Try to sell us change, but they raised us impatient. You can know the price and not understand the basis. They haven't faced the truth, Josh is still faceless. Killing shit, I could quit now. From this damn song to owning the whole town. Bitches smiling at me, my peers make a frown. First I didn't get it, but I understand it now. Keep shooting like I'm born in Chino Hills. It's hard to keep money, harder to keep it real. If I was really cocky by now, I would have been killed. But if you kill me, I meet God, so low key, I'm kinda thrilled. Amen.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep.
My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future.
Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly.